And there's a shot to deep left, down the line. Forget about this one. It is way gone. Connor Joe, with his 6th home run of the year, puts Pittsburgh ahead 1-0. Now he swings and it's a ground ball fair. Past the diving third baseman Hayes and down the left field line. Racing around third, Yastrzemski. He'll score easily. And Michael Conforto with a wrong way base hit to give the Giants their first run of the game. It's tied at 1. The pitch in the dirt outside, off the glove of Bailey, breaking for the plate. Here's the throw from Bailey, the tag, and he is safe because the ball was dropped by Minaya. The throws from the dirt outside now. Throw to first, the tag, and he is out. Patrick Bailey picks off Palacios, who had gotten a little too far off the bag with his secondary lead. Swing, and there's a high drive to center, but off the end of the bat again. Bay makes the catch, and the Pirates have won the game on an unearned run. A very frustrating night for the Giants, an inning where an error helped the Pirates get their second run of the game, and that was enough to beat the Giants.
And that should do it.
The Giants come up short in their bullpen game, and Bob Myers is leaving the Bay. What's up, everybody? Good morning. It's Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murph & Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with Overnight Dave, of course, behind the glass, and taking a look at two big stories here in the Bay Area this morning. One being the San Francisco Giants losing last night to the Pittsburgh Pirates. That doesn't really seem like a big story in comparison to the other thing we have to talk about today, that being Bob Myers leaving the Golden State Warriors. So on today's show, we'll sprinkle in some Dubs, we'll sprinkle in some Giants, but I think this is the story going around the Bay Area today. Last night, it was all over SportsCenter, the national media, that Bob Myers is leaving the Golden State Warriors. We got the breaking news yesterday in the middle of the Murph & Mac Show. Bob then went to the podium with Joe Lacob, had an hour-long press conference talking about the reasons why Bob is leaving, what his future plans are, whether or not it is going to be in the NBA or not. Joe Lacob spoke for an additional 30 minutes, talked a little bit about what the plan will be for the Warriors moving forward and whether or not they're going to go with an in-house candidate. And then we had guys like Steph Curry checking in on Instagram, Andre Iguodala, Kevin Durant calling from Monaco to check in on the status of Bob Myers. And I'm sure sooner rather than later, we're going to get a Draymond Green podcast breaking down all of this. By the way, shout out to Draymond, put out a Game 7 podcast talking about the Heat and the Celtics and kind of basically doing what we did on our show yesterday, pointing a finger and laughing at the Boston Celtics for blowing an opportunity to be the first team ever in NBA history to come back down 3-0. But now the NBA Finals is set tomorrow night. Nuggets and Heat. Nuggets are an 8-point favorite. But before we get to the NBA Finals, we got to talk about the finality, the end game for the Golden State Warriors and their dynasty and what this means moving forward. Because there were a lot of people when the Warriors were eliminated by the Lakers who said, oh, this is the death of the dynasty. It's over. LeBron James put the final nail in the coffin of the Golden State Warriors. And I came on the next morning and said, not so fast. They still got this guy named Steph Curry, number 30, one of the greatest of all time. Klay Thompson, for as much as he struggled in the postseason, still had arguably his best offensive season of his career, putting up over 300 three-pointers for the first time ever. Draymond Green, despite punching Jordan Poole in the face, still was top 5 this year in Defensive Player of the Year voting. So as long as you have those three core guys, you are still competing for championships. But now I feel like the status of those three guys moving forward is in question. And it all comes following the decision by Bob Myers yesterday, announcing that he is stepping away and leaving the Warriors organization. An organization that he's been with for the last 12 years, the past 11 seasons. Oh, what has he done since? I don't know, brought 4 titles to the Bay Area, took the Warriors to 6 different NBA finals in an 8-season span. He's a 4-time NBA champion. He's a 2-time NBA Executive of the Year. And he's the guy that put the Warriors light years ahead of their competition. Now the question is, looking light years into the future, how are these relationships going to be the same and how are they going to be different without Bob? because I've always looked at him as kind of the bridge between ownership and the players. Hell, we can call him the Bay Bridge that connects San Francisco and Oakland, since he started off in Oakland with the Warriors before they came to San Francisco. He's always been the guy connecting the dots. He's the guy that has the great relationship with Steve Kerr and can go back and forth between him and Joe Lacob. We know about his relationship with Draymond Green and them sitting together watching games over at O.Co Coliseum during the playoffs, during the NBA Finals. We know how invested he is in Stephen Clay. So when you are turning the page on this Warriors dynasty, when you're moving forward into a season that has plenty of question marks, what does this mean for Draymond Green and whether or not he's going to opt in or opt out? What does this mean for Klay Thompson, who's got 1 year left on his contract and is due for maybe a max contract extension, or maybe you want him to take a pay cut? How are those conversations going to go without Bob Myers? Of course, we're just assuming that Steph Curry is going to retire a Golden State Warrior, which he obviously deserves to, and should probably be out of this conversation when we're talking about the future of the Warriors. But that's just another relationship built between Steph and Bob Myers. Then you factor in Steve Kerr, who's also in the last year of his contract. What does this mean for him? Does he maybe want to follow in the footsteps of a Brad Stevens and go from coaching the team into the front office? There's plenty of possibilities out there, and I think it's going to stem from who's the replacement. Whether or not they do stay in-house with a Mike Dunleavy Jr., whether they do go with one of Lacob's kid, Kirk Lacob. These are all going to be huge factors into going on with the Warriors and the determination of this dynasty. Again, the players on the court are going to determine whether they win or lose. But Bob Myers has been a big reason for why they have been winning so much. You look at this 11, 12-year span. The Warriors had a record of 571 and 304 in that span. Now, that goes back to the record-setting season after he went out and added Kevin Durant to the roster, which might not even be the best move he ever made as GM for the Warriors, which is pretty crazy to say. You talk about what he did, bringing Andre Iguodala to this team, kind of kicking off the free agent and kind of market to come to the Golden State Warriors. You could look at the trade to get rid of Kevin Durant, bring in D'Angelo Russell, flip that into Andrew Wiggins, and how important two-way Wiggs was to winning the fourth title last year. You could look at the groundwork that he laid since 2011 when he was still an assistant GM, but was part of the draft, or should I say part of the front office that drafted Klay Thompson. 2012 was the full-time GM when they drafted Draymond Green, Harrison Barnes. You could look at Kevon Looney. You could look at Jordan Poole. You could look at guys like Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, which now there's question marks about their futures going forward. Anytime you get a new GM, it always seems like guys want to bring in their new shiny toys and pieces. So all those guys are on the chopping block this season. I don't know if I should say chopping block this summer, but like I said, this was the first domino to me. As soon as this drops, we're going to start getting answers. And over the next 30 days, after the last 30 days of Bob Myers' contracts, leading up to that NBA draft, we should have some answers. And it seemed like Joe Lacob yesterday either did not want to announce who the new GM would be, or he was just kind of taken by surprise, like he pretty much perceived the whole entire meeting as going. Because there were multiple times yesterday where Joe Lacob said, oh, we're finding out the same time that you're finding out. And I found that a little hard to believe, because we all know that him and Bob have been going back and forth all season long with contract talks. We talked about the reports from the San Francisco Chronicle about how Joe Lacob and the Warriors offered Bob Myers the biggest contract for a GM in NBA history. And Bob responded to that yesterday saying, yeah, look, it's not about the money. I just can't commit 100% to this team right now, which is crazy to say when you still have Steph Curry leading this roster. But moving forward, what does Bob Myers have planned in his future? There was a report that the LA Clippers are interested in maybe bringing him in as a GM. And that's always been my big question is, like, why the hell would this guy leave the Warriors, leave some of the best players to ever play the game in the middle of the Warriors dynasty to go do something else? And that's why I always believe that maybe he's just taking time away to maybe be a family man. He talked about missing out on important life events from his daughters yesterday. But then again, when he was asked about his future, his family. He said, yeah, it's not going to be that long before I'm doing something. I don't think I'm done working. And that's why it was funny when those comments were followed up by Joe Lacob saying, maybe one day we'll get him back. Maybe one day we'll see him working again in the NBA. So maybe he's taking a year or two off. Maybe he's taking a sabbatical, or maybe he's going to go into the world of media like Draymond Green. Bob Myers did start a podcast this past season. We've seen it with guys like Bobby Marks, who I believe is coming on with Murph and Max sometime this week to talk all about it. And that transition of going from the front office to in front of the camera and in front of the microphone. So Bob Myers has plenty of options, plenty of opportunities. And now it leaves a big hole in the front office for this Dubs team. And it's a team that needs the relationships, needs guys to keep the chemistry together, especially after the turbulence that the Dubs went through last year, going through the preseason punching of Jordan Poole, and what Jordan Poole's future looks like this summer. All things that we can get into on the other side. We have a ton of sound from Bob Myers, like I said, from Joe Lacob, talking about all this and whether or not last season contributed to Bob Myers actually leaving a team, and if he would rather be a fan during this entire experience. We'll dive into some of that sound on the other side and also get you an injury update on Michael Conforto, who stayed in the game last night with a bruised heel, but I'd be pretty surprised if he is in the lineup today for a day game against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Might see former Pittsburgh Pirate Blake Sable out in the outfield after he collected a few hits yesterday. One of 3 guys to actually get a hit from the San Francisco Giants as they lost 2-1 against the Pirates. The bullpen game actually played out pretty well. Sean Manaea had another good outing, but Mitch Haniger booted a ball in left field, passed balls. Patrick Bailey did make a couple nice plays behind home plate, and Casey Schmidt made one hell of a sliding double play at second. But these are all things we could talk about this morning with the Giants as they continue to play good baseball, have won 11 out of the last 15, and like I said, back in action today, Alex Wood on the bump, taking on Mitch Keller, former top prospect from the Pittsburgh Pirates, probably having his best season of the year so far. We'll dive into that pitching matchup and everything you need to know about Bay Area baseball, which I guess if we're doing it, we can give a shout-out to the Oakland A's, who won their 12th game of the year yesterday. Only the second time they won back-to-back games. They're now 12-45. I believe that sets a major league record for the most losses ever by a major league team before June 1st. So, yeah, shout out to the A's who won on a walk-off error last night. And shout out to the San Francisco Giants who lost because of an error last night. But let's get back into that basketball talk, continue this Bob Myers discussion. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in on Bob Myers' greatest accomplishment and what you think the Warriors should do moving forward and what this means for the Dubs dynasty. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Rebound Curry, and the dream season is now complete. The Golden State Warriors are the 2015 NBA champions. Their first title in 40 years. And how sweet it must be for those crazy loyal Bay Area fans.
One of the great playoff runs of all time is complete. The Warriors are NBA champions again.
Final seconds here of this 2018 NBA season. There's the buzzer. There's a new dynasty in the NBA. The Golden State Warriors champions once again. Back-to-back titles, 3 in 4 years. And the latest with a sweep. And that'll do it. It's over. The Golden State Warriors return to a familiar place. They're on top of the NBA world. The 4th title in 8 years. The Dubs dynasty is still very much alive.
The Warriors dynasty is still alive. But the question is, for how much longer? Welcome back to the leadoff spot, everybody. It is Marcus Boucher, the water boy, on a Wednesday morning, taking a look at some big Warriors news this morning that was broke about 12, a little bit less than that, about 10, 11, 12 hours ago. I don't know, sometime during the Murph and Mac show yesterday, Adrian Wojnarowski dropped a Woj bomb on us that Bob Myers, president of basketball operations and general manager of the Warriors, is stepping away from the team. And it seems like this news wasn't that big of a surprise to most casual fans, as we've been following the money all season long with the reports that Bob Myers was offered the largest contract for a GM in NBA history, and the fact that he did not accept it throughout the entire season. Now, that's going to bring up questions on whether or not this season in particular had a big effect on why Bob Myers is staying away. After everything they went through preseason with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, after the ups and downs throughout the roller coaster of a season, after the whole Andrew Wiggins stepping away situation. I mean, there was thousands of things he dealt with this season, including trading away James Wiseman as maybe his final act as manager of GM for the Warriors. Now, there's always a possibility that he could be drafting somebody for the Warriors this year, as his contract does not expire until June 30th. So now there's plenty of question marks inside the Warriors building. Who's going to be the new GM? Who's going to be calling the shots at the draft? And why the hell is Bob Myers stepping away at 48 years old as a 4-time champion, as a 2-time NBA Executive of the Year at this point of his career, when Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green are still on the team? Well, here was Bob Myers yesterday asked, what's the big reason why he's stepping away from the dynasty that he helped build?
This is hard. I have, so many different things, emotions that I'm still processing, but the bottom line is, this job, the one I'm in, and I would say this for any professional general manager or coach, requires complete engagement, complete effort, 1,000%. And if you can't do it, then you shouldn't do it. And so that's the answer to the question of why. I can't do that to our players. I can't do that to Joe and Peter. Really, I can't do it to myself. And that's a question I've been wrestling with. Appreciate your patience, letting me make that decision, everybody in this room. I've only known how to do things one way my whole life, is kind of all the way. And it doesn't feel right to do something when I can't give it everything. And that's what it takes to do what we've done over the last, for me, 12 years.
And that's the thing when I think about Bob Myers, is what else does he have left to accomplish? Again, we just listed off all the accolades. We can go through every move he's made as the Warriors GM. And we obviously know all the success that has followed Bob Myers since stepping into this organization. But at this point of his life, I guess all he would really be hanging on for would be another title with Steph, Klay, and Draymond. But it seems like after last season, he's satisfied with getting back to the top of the mountain one more time, with getting a win. And now this year, after trying to go back-to-back, I think it has kind of worn on him. He just sounds like a guy that's exhausted, that's kind of tired, that's kind of just saying, I'm done. I need to kick up my feet and relax a little bit. And it is stressful being a GM, going through everything he has to go through, dealing with the relationships on the team. And that's why I do think we've seen him get emotional multiple times, whether it was talking about Kevin Durant's injury, Klay Thompson's injuries, the day of the draft. And yesterday, surprise, surprise, Bob got emotional again, talking about the Warriors fan base, talking about how he grew up in the Bay Area, was born in 1975, the last time the Warriors won a championship before bringing him into the organization. Here was Bob with a long, emotional message. Get the Kleenex ready, Dave. Here's Bob talking about his time as a Warriors fan and his message to Dub Nation.
To the fans, oh boy. I grew up a fan of the Warriors. My first... I was like the 10-year-old kid up in the upper Oracle. I was telling the business side who I just met with that I get Warriors tickets for my birthday. And it was, months in advance. This is when you actually got the hard tickets. There's no digital tickets. So my brother, my dad, and I would go. And I was born in 75. And that was the last championship. And to feel like I had helped give this fan base and this community, did my part not perfectly, but as best I could to get some more of those things. And Joe said it when he got hired, or not hired. Joe didn't get hired when he bought the team. Yeah. We were going to have more of those. And I remember looking at that thinking, how the Warriors aren't very, how are you going to do that? And boy, did he do it. And it's crazy to see those 4 new ones up there and where the organization has come. But I'm so thankful. I wish, part of me wishes I could have been a fan during it all. I might have enjoyed it more, and I hate saying that, but I might have. Sitting up there in the upper deck or wherever I was sitting.
Part of me wishes I would have been a fan. Maybe I would have enjoyed it more. That to me sums up why he's leaving, why he's stepping away, why he's just kind of over at this point. Hell, it was probably that damn Kings fan that was ringing the cowbell behind his ear the entire game. Oh my God. I'm joking, of course, but this is a guy like you just heard from himself. Talk about how much of a fan he was of basketball. And sometimes when something you love becomes a work, becomes your profession, sometimes you do get overworked and you start to lose the love of the game. Now, I don't know if that's the reason why Bob is stepping away. He talked yesterday about how much he loves basketball and he doesn't know if he's going to return to work in the NBA. But it sounds like, to me, a guy that needs some time off, a guy that needs a break, and a guy who wants to spend some time with his family. But again, he also said, I don't think I'm done working at the press conference yesterday. So what does that mean? Will he return to a front office for somebody else like the LA Clippers? Or will he be talking on ESPN on First Take in a year or two like Bobby Marks, going from the front office to in front of the cameras? Well, here was Bob Myers yesterday, actually asked about this season before we get into what his plans are next, and whether or not the 44-38 season, the ups and downs, the Draymond Green Jordan Poole saga, the James Wiseman trade fiasco, all impacted whether or not he was done after this season compared to winning the championship last year.
Yeah, well, yes, but that's not why I'm leaving. This was a hard year. I don't know. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. There has been hard years though, and there's been tough ones. Even when we were winning those years with Durant and those teams that there was no outcome that was acceptable except winning. I think we were favored in every game we played. It's just great, but pressure. This year, I don't know. It's hard to repeat. There were some tough things this year. I'm not going to discount those, but some people asked me, if the team wins the championship, would you leave? I think yes. So if this was a perfect year, it might have still been the time. I don't know, but they all come with their own challenges. There's one happy GM at the end of the year. It's a hard one. One happy coach, one happy team. Luckily, we got to be happy 4 times.
So it sounds like this thought of stepping away has been with Bob Myers for quite a while. But he does admit that this season did have some impact on his decision. Hell, this season's going to have a big impact on a lot of decisions the Warriors are going to make going forward. After Draymond Green either chooses to opt in or opt out of his contract next year. Their decision going forward with Klay Thompson after having a great offensive regular season but struggling in the postseason. Meanwhile, here's Steph Curry, 35 years old. Again, we're talking about Steve Kerr being the last year of his contract. All these things are now in question because of the Warriors' question mark at GM. So I guess the question is, what's next? Well, before we find out what's next for the Warriors, let's hear from Bob Myers on what's next in his life and whether or not he has any idea at this current stage.
I don't need to know that. I don't know that answer, and I guess I don't need to know that answer. I'm in a narrow lane. Because I love basketball so much. But I don't know. I've never stopped. I've never really stopped going. I went right from an agent to this. I went to law school at night after college. I've just my whole life it's been like, maybe it'll be good for me to sit still. I don't know how good I'll be at it, but I've actually never done it, and maybe figure some things out. And I don't know what's coming. And
if you take his word, then yeah, we don't know what's coming. Hell, if you take Joe Lacob's word from yesterday, he didn't even know it was coming. Because that was one of my main takeaways yesterday. Joe up at the podium talking about Bob, about how he views him as another son of his and everything they've been through. And then Joe straight up just came out and said, yeah, I found out the same time everybody else found out this morning. Which, again, is a little hard to believe, but I'll take his word for it. And now he's kind of, I don't want to say scrambling to find a new GM, because I do think there's a plan in place. I do think they are going to stay in-house. Hell, that's why Mike Dunleavy last week or 2 weeks ago was at the GM meetings in Chicago representing the Warriors, something that he's done before. That's another reason why I think Raymond Ritter and the Warriors snuck on Mike Dunleavy Jr. with Murph and Mack a couple of weeks ago when the Warriors were still in the playoffs. So they have in-house candidates. But again, what we do know is that Bob Myers had a great relationship with all these players and coaches. I'm not saying that these other guys don't have it, but we know 100% that Bob did. So here was Joe yesterday talking about the future of the Warriors GM position and if he has any idea what's next for the Dubs dynasty.
What's next? Bob addressed it, and I think he addressed it well, and I'm sure he'll ask you a couple of questions, but look, we have a great organization. We believe in bench strength. Some may think we don't, based on they criticized our bench on the court sometimes, but we do believe in bench strength. And within this organization, we have a lot of bench strength, and we have a lot of people that are really good at their jobs, and that we're constantly training for situations like this. You can't always achieve it, but Bob has trained some great people in his organization, and I think they'll play a great role going forward. I'm not going to say what we're doing yet because I don't know what we're doing yet. I only learned of this decision this morning. And while we've been thinking about the possibility of it happening, certainly knew it was a possibility, although I didn't want to admit that was really a possibility to myself. It was a possibility. And so we've thought about it, but it's not going to be something that we, rush into. We'll get it done when we get it done. We'll make the right decision for the organization.
And they do have plenty of in-house options. Again, Mike Dunleavy Jr. has been with the team. Kirk Lacob, obviously son of Joe Lacob, who has been working in the organization in the front office. You can even look at a guy like Steve Kerr, who used to be a GM with the Phoenix Suns. Maybe he follows in the footsteps of a Brad Stevens, who stepped back from coaching to join the Celtics front office. Do I think that's going to happen? No, probably not while Steph and Clay and Draymond are still playing, but it is one of the possibilities. But again, I think my biggest takeaway might be Joe Lacob again saying right there, I didn't know until everybody else found out this morning. And he even kind of talked like, it seemed like he was kind of frustrated at the presser. I don't know why. I don't know why Bob is staying away. I don't know what his plans are. But I hope that he's going to be happy. That's like the classic breakup line. I just want you to be happy. Does anybody ever really mean that? I don't know. I'm sure a relationship with 4 rings is a lot better than most people's relationship with 1 ring. I think that relationship is going to be fine, and that's why Joe was even hinting at maybe Bob still working with the team moving forward. Well, the good news is Bob will be working for the team for the next 30 days. Even though this news came as a bit of a surprise to Bob Myers, and I'm sure his wife as well, who was at the press conference yesterday. Here was Joe Lacob on the plan for this year's draft and whether or not Bob Myers will still have an impact before his contract expires.
I think we're preparing for the draft, free agency, all those things. And I know I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th to be involved here, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah. Oh.
So he'll be here for that. And
I didn't know. That's fine. Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. And so I think we'll be prepared, and we'll go forward, and it'll be good.
Yeah, that's the thing. As long as you still got your core group of players, you'll be all right. I don't really care who they draft this year. What do the Warriors have? The 17th, 18th, 19th pick? Does it really matter? I mean, not if you're looking at the past success of the Warriors draft classes. Which some people will criticize Bob Myers for doing so. But again, this is the guy that laid the foundation for the Dubs dynasty. From Klay Thompson being drafted when he was assistant GM in 2011 to Harrison Barnes and Draymond Green to Kevon Looney and Jordan Poole. All these guys have the fingerprints of a Bob Myers. And here's Bob talking about this core group, the nucleus of the Warriors dynasty, and how this team and this organization is still in good hands moving forward, even without him leading this organization.
This team is in great shape. It's in great shape. Joe's not going anywhere. He has supported me. He has given me. If there was a metric on cost per win, I don't know how good I'd be, because we've spent a lot of money because he's so competitive, because he cares so much, and to have an owner like that puts his heart and his will and his money into winning, you cannot ask for anything more, and that's not changing. Got a fantastic coach. You've got arguably one of the best players to ever play and one of the best people to ever play in Steph Curry.
And that's the thing. You still have your group of talent. You still have Steve Kerr. You still have all these possibilities laid out in front of you. And as long as you still have Joe Lacob as the owner of this team, you know he's going to be out there competing. There's been a lot of talk about the checkbook championships and how the Warriors are spending more money than anybody else and how it's not fair for the rest of the league. Cry me a river, build a bridge, and get the hell over it. The point of being an owner is to go out and try to win games. Maybe Joe Lacob should also take over the Oakland A's. Oh my God. That'd actually be a pretty good possibility. And I believe he did try to buy him back in the day. Hell, I think he tried to buy him a couple years ago too. A's should probably sell the team to Joe Lacob, and they should after hearing this speech. I want to pretend like Joe Lacob is personally sending this message to Oakland Coliseum and the A's. Check out this response from Joe Lacob yesterday, kind of getting fired up after asking.
Shout out Oakland, California.
Yeah, shout out to Oakland, shout out to Marshawn, shout out to where Bob Myers started his career with the Warriors, and shout out to Joe Lacob for this soundbite right here, talking about the Warriors and their will to win championships and the reason for being why they play the games.
I'm not going to comment on the roster because very much because the truth is we have a lot of work to do, obviously, and we have time. We have until the draft and free agency, which is a month away or so. So we're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. And when we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people, and we'll do it.
And we're going to win. Like, that's what you want from your owner.
We'll do it.
I used to love going out to, like, A's and Yankee games growing up, and people were like, oh, the Yankees, their owner spent so much money. And, like, I'm sitting here like, yo, you're the Oakland A's. Don't you want your team to spend some money? I mean, we were just talking about them in the first segment. They're literally 12-45. They're on pace to be the worst team in MLB history. And we're sitting here complaining about owners spending too much money? No, not at all. And that's why I love what Joe Lacob does. And that's why I love his will to compete. And that's why I do think the Warriors are going to stay competitive even post Bob Myers moving forward into maybe the Mike Dunleavy Jr. era. Again, nothing official on the GM search. I'm sure that news is going to be announced in the next month or so. But I do want to leave you with one last Bob Myers quote talking about what I think is going to impact more than anything. Because, yeah, you can find another GM scout to go out and draft talent. Maybe the next GM will have better draft classes than Bob Myers did. But to me, the biggest thing, the lasting impact of Bob Myers and his team is his relationships with Steve Kerr, with that core three, with Draymond, Steph, and Clay. And now, those relationships, I don't want to say they're coming to an end, but this chapter is definitely closing. Here was Bob Myers with his final message to the Warriors organization and the entire Dub Nation.
The players, what can you say? They're the reason that I've loved it so much. They're the reason for the success. I got a chance to talk to most of them, most of the key guys. Some people say the GMs shouldn't be, don't get close to the players. You might have to cut them, or you might get emotional, not pay them or whatever it is. I kind of push back and go, what is the point of any job if you don't like and build relationships with who do you go to work with? What is the point? Some would say to win. Okay, but who are you doing that with? And what happens after that?
Well, Bob, Some people will say to win. Other people will just straight up say money. I go to work because I need money. But Bob Myers made it clear yesterday that he has plenty of it. 48 years old, 2-time executive of the year, 4-time NBA champion, and a guy that will be remembered for laying down the groundwork of this Dubs dynasty. The Bob Myers era is over, but I'm not saying the Dubs dynasty is over quite yet. Still got Steph, Clay, and Dre on the court. We'll see some of the moves that make this offseason with Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Dante DiVincenzo, and all the Warriors offseason drama that I know everybody loves talking about so much. But that is your latest Bob Myers update. On the other side, let's get back into some baseball. Take a look at the Giants. 12:45 first pitch today, and whether or not Michael Conforto, one of the hottest bats in the lineup, will be available after bruising his heel last night in their 2-1 loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now he swings and it's a ground ball fair. Past the diving third baseman Hayes and down the left field line. Racing around third, Yastrzemski. He'll score easily. Stopping at second, Davis. And Michael Conforto with a wrong way base hit to give the Giants their first run of the game. It's tied at 1.
Mikey Conforto knocks in the Giants' only run of the game, and they end up losing to the Pittsburgh Pirates 2-1 in a game where Gabe Kapler goes back to the bullpen strategy. And I gotta say, it's a strategy that actually had some success. Even though John Brebbia was once again the opener, didn't even make it out of the first inning, lets up a home run to who other than Connor Joe. Forever Giant Connor Blake and Joe, who has now bounced around to the Colorado Rockies, to the Pittsburgh Pirates, and has found himself a nice little home hitting in the 3-hole for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And it got me thinking, we've got Darren Ruff out here, Gary Sanchez, who got signed to a minor league contract, who was in the Padres starting lineup yesterday. I mean, with Farhan Zaidi, you never know where some of these roster players are going to end up. So it's always hilarious when one of them shows up back in your life, but it's not too funny when that guy is taking you deep in the first inning, putting the Pirates up 1-0. And that was almost enough to beat the Giants in this game. Because as I mentioned, Michael Conforto knocked in an RBI in the first inning, but after that, the bats went cold. The bats went silent. And after scoring 15 runs on Memorial Day, after dropping a 14 spot last Friday against the Brewers, the Giants came into yesterday's game and only got 5 total hits by 3 total players. Luckily for them, or I guess unluckily because they didn't score enough runs, one of those players was Michael Conforto, who has been one of the hottest hitters, not only for the Giants, but in all of baseball. Over his last 8 games, he's hitting .433. That's 13 for 30. We talked about all the home runs. What is it, 6 in the last 13? Something in that ballpark, something in that time range. And I think it's been one of the big reasons why the Giants have won 11 out of their last 15 games, is the emergence of Michael Conforto in the middle of that lineup. Well, Giants fans, we got some bad news for you this morning. It's looking like Michael Conforto will not be in the lineup today. After yesterday, he got I don't even know how to phrase this. He bruised his heel on the bottom of his foot after trying to extend and get the first place, beat out a little infield single. Stayed in the game, actually, and Gabe actually talked about him after the game, said there won't be a real big injury report until this morning, but here was Gabe talking about the decision to leave Michael Conforto in the game when he was obviously dealing with some type of pain.
Yeah, he felt like he was 90%. Felt pretty good at that point, and felt strong about staying in the game. Ran down the first base line, felt good, and when he came out of the game, he just kind of felt like he was having a little bit more difficulty slowing down.
Yeah, all right, 90%. I get that he was the tying run, but in that particular instance, I probably would have pulled him from the game as soon as it happened. Now, leading to today's game, I'd actually be surprised to see him in the lineup. Because you look at the way that the Giants' schedule is set up, the fact that he did injure himself late in that ball game, and the fact that the first pitch today is at 12:45. So if they give Conforto the day off today, follow it up with a day off Thursday, maybe he could be back in the lineup by Friday, which leads to the next question of who's going to be taking his spot in the outfield today. We've seen the return of Austin Slater, hit his first home run this week, but I also think it could be one of the other guys who had a pair of base hits yesterday, and that's Blake Sabol, who went 2 for 3 against his former team. I think a lot of people forget that the Giants stole him away as a Rule 5 draft pick from the Pittsburgh Pirates. And this was a guy that ended up being your opening day left fielder, kind of, in the same pattern, following the same path as a guy like Connor Joe. So I'm sure next year Blake Sabol will probably be hitting in the 3-hole for the Kansas City Royals, dropping bombs. But I do think it's a good story. And he's one of these guys that we're talking about with the youth movement from the San Francisco Giants. A lot of the focus has, of course, been on Casey Schmidt, who was making sliding plays, turning 2 yesterday at second with Brandon Crawford. A lot of the attention has been on Patrick Bailey, who has been fantastic behind the plate. Made a couple sick backhanded plays yesterday, had a backdoor pick at first base, had a nice block of home plate on a high throw from Lamont Wade Jr. But I think not enough people are maybe giving Blake Sabol the credit he deserves. And yes, I know he's not the greatest catcher with all of his catcher interferences. I know he's not the greatest left fielder, as it seems like he turns routine plays into web jams, which, hey, at least makes it interesting for everybody else. But he's also a guy that is swinging the bat extremely well this year, hitting around 250, has gotten as high as 280, and has been hitting some bombs also. And again, it's always a special moment when you are playing against your former team and a little bit of a revenge game. And yesterday, in the middle of the game, Logan Webb actually stopped by with Kruk and Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area and was asked about the youngsters and made sure that he started his answer talking about Blake Sabol before he got to Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, I think it, to be honest with you, probably started with Sabol coming in the beginning of the year. And kind of just, that guy just hits. It's fun to watch him hit. He's a goofy dude for sure. But it's been he's a good energy to have, and I think the guys that have come also, Casey and Bales, they've been the same way. Just fun guys, always seem to have a ton of energy, and just they do something pretty cool every day, it seems like, and that's it's always a boost when you have that. And it's been fun to see these guys come up and do their thing, and we got a good group of young guys right now that are just kind of boosting the energy and bringing some just confidence into the locker room, into the dugout, and onto the field.
The youth movement, the San Francisco Sour Patch Kids. Shout out to Casey Schmidt handing out those Sour Patches to Mitch Haniger before Friday and Saturday's games, and him going deep. Maybe he should have been handing out some Sour Patch Kids yesterday to the rest of the Giants roster. But again, over these last 15 games, where the Giants have been one of the hottest teams in baseball, it all circles back to those youngsters, to Patrick Bailey behind home plate, to Casey Schmidt, to Blake Sable, guys that were hitting back to back to back in the bottom of the Giants lineup. And now it's gotten to a point where I'm almost more excited to see the Giants bottom of the lineup than I am the top of their lineup. These kids are exciting, and that's why it's awesome. That's why, like Casey Schmidt said after sweeping the Philadelphia Phillies, we're awesome. Giants, 28-27. I wouldn't necessarily call that an awesome record, but shout out to MLB Network yesterday as I was checking in on Aaron Judge launching bombs against the Seattle Mariners. Oh, by the way, Arson Judge leads the American League in home runs after missing 11 games. Yeah, I'm still missing out on that Aaron Judge performance here in the Bay Area. Yes, Dave, a couple of Judge in blast. But getting back to what I said before, I was just getting off track right there. I was talking about the youngsters. Dave, I even lost my thought. I got too distracted by Aaron Judge launching bombs. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. MLB Network yesterday put up the NL wildcard standings. And it said, oh, the Giants are in the hunt. If the season ended today, the Giants would be in the playoffs. Well, I got breaking news for everybody out there. The season did not end yesterday. Giants still got a long way to go. But right now, they're in the mix. They're in the conversation. And looking around that NL West, they're still ahead of the San Diego Padres. Yeah, that's a big reason to cheer, being ahead of the popping San Diego Padres after having their Day on the Green event for their Fan Fest a couple months ago. Everybody was getting overhyped. Hell, I was probably overhyped about the Padres.
Go yourself, San Diego.
I think I might have to put my hand up. I think I picked the Padres to win the NL West. They've been one of the biggest disappointments of the season. One of the most impressive stories of the season has been the Arizona Diamondbacks, who won again last night. Corbin Carroll hit his 9th home run. And then don't look now. Here's the LA Dodgers, still 34-22. Despite multiple injuries with Julio Urias, Walker Buehler, Dustin May, doesn't matter. They'll call up their top prospect, Bobby Miller. He'll be out here throwing 100 miles per hour. Actually, a really good series this weekend between the Yankees and the Dodgers, starting off on Friday night, Sunday night baseball, Dodgers-Yankees. I'll be checking it out. My guy Nick Turturro will be checking it out. Yes! And we'll keep you updated on everything with the San Francisco Giants. Their series against the Pittsburgh Pirates, wrapping it up today with a day game. And some actual positive injury news after talking about Michael Conforto. Luke Jackson, reliever that they picked up this year in free agency from the Braves, is back on the roster. David Villar got sent down, and it sounds like we might be getting closer to the return of Jock Peterson, who was hitting off a tee yesterday, still expected back sometime in June, and even Joey Bart might be nearing a return to a minor league rehab assignment to see if he can get his job back from Patrick Bailey. All those things and more we'll talk with Brian Murphy on the other side as Paulie Mack is ditching class today, playing a little hooky. No, I'm just kidding. Paulie Mack is sick, so it's the water boy Marcus Boucher filling in with Brian Murphy on the other side. We'll talk plenty of Bob Myers this morning. Let you hear that sound from Joe Lacob and Bob in case you missed it earlier on in the leadoff spot. As always, if you miss any of the leadoff spot, you can go download it the full hour on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app, where you can now watch a stream live on video if you want to see what, me and Murph look like. I'll throw a caution up there. Buyer beware.
Only God knows.
Only God knows what we look like. That's why we got faces for radio, Dave. But hey, I'll see that face, Brian Murphy, on the other side. We'll ring those bells. We'll get you started on a Wednesday morning. Shout out to Overnight Dave as always. Triple E might be on the board filling in for Dave. We'll see how that goes on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher wrapping up the leadoff spot and getting you ready for the Murph and Mac Morning Show on the other side on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Well, that's not entirely true. It's Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher.
What's up, Murph?
Look at you. You're sticking around.
I'm staying in here.
You're doing the Leo DiCaprio. You're doing the anti-Bob Myers You're staying.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Bob says, this is my stop. I got to get off. Marcus says, this is my stop. I'm staying on.
Yeah, I'm getting comfortable right here, Murph.
Paulie Mack is out today with a brief illness. He will be back tomorrow, we hope.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I think so. There was a late word from the boy. Or is he just overwhelmed by emotion that Bobby Myers is no more? That's the question. Or is he heartbroken over the Giants' 2-1 loss to the Pirates last night?
Either way, maybe Paulie Mack is getting out of town just like Bob Myers. That's it. That's it for the Murph and Mack dynasty. Paulie Mack is gone.
Is the dynasty over?
Is the
on
dynasty
every front?
over?
Oh, man. What a day. What a wild, wild story it was to see Bobby Myers hang it up. And I got to tell you guys, and good job, Marcus, covering it this morning. You took me in this morning talking about all the big stuff. And this is a story that has legs for a long time, man, because first of all, we don't know who the hell's replacing him.
No.
Second of all, we know Lacob's probably calling him right now saying, you're still under contract. Probably the biggest miss with Paulie being gone today is we're going to miss all his Lacob. Do I have to assume the Lacob mantle here?
I think your Lacob is better than my Lacob. We still got 30 days. 30 days, Bob. 30 days.
Is that everything Paulie does about Lacob was on display in Lacob's few minutes on that podium. He was up there for like 20 minutes or whatever. He did every Paulie Mack touchstone. There's no. We'll keep winning. There's no reason we won't win.
I don't know why he's leaving. I just want him to be happy.
That part.
Just want him to be happy.
There were some interesting things that came out.
Yes. Very interesting.
And you touched on this in the start and saying like Lacob kind of either riffing or pretending or living in an alternate reality where he's like, I only found out this morning.
Yeah.
I guess he meant that he believed that ultimately, of course he knew that Myers was flirting with this decision. It's been written about in The Athletic since January, right? But I guess if you're Lacob, you're like, why would he leave?
Yeah,
he's coming back.
He was holding out hope.
Yeah.
He's been in this relationship for more than a decade now. He's trying to save the marriage, Murph.
I can see Lacob like at his desk, answering all these phones and this and that, trade this guy, trade that guy, sign that guy. And then somebody goes, hey, Bob Myers might leave. And he'd be like, he's not leaving.
No.
Hell, this guy.
I don't believe you. Sources from who?
I think, honestly, Lacob's world is like, why would you do anything other than try to win a championship with the Warriors? Mm-hmm. So he's like, you're leaving?
He's like, why?
What?
I don't know why. I don't understand. I'm not going to pretend to understand.
And that actually is the major question right there, Waterboy, is why?
Yeah, it's a question of life, Murph.
Well,
why?
There you go. But do I have to go Peggy Lee again in my demo? Is that all there is? Do we dare get Peggy Lee? Is that all there is a rejoin today?
Oh, with Triple E on the board, I'm not sure what we're going to get with
Triple E on the board. I'm just hoping the lights stay on.
Yes, Murph.
All right, buddy.
I'm hoping the mics stay on.
I'm hoping the mics one, lights two, because we could do the show in the dark.
Oh, we could.
Yeah. But anyway, the question of why is gigantic. Mm-hmm. This is a 48-year-old man who's in his hometown. Mm-hmm. You have to say this is his dream job. Right? Because he couldn't play. I mean, he was a walk-on. How fast do you forget, dude? He was.
Couldn't play what, dude?
He was a bench player on the 95 UCLA team. He was a good high school player, was good enough to be a walk-on at UCLA. All these major colleges have these kind of back-of-the-bench walk-ons, guys who are high school studs, but it comes to another level when you get to the D1 guys who are,
It funnels down, Murph.
There are certain guys who just God's gifts are going to be too much for you. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So Myers was on the bench and won a championship. So he's a player, right? Yeah. Couldn't play in the NBA. But the next best thing, go run your childhood team in your hometown, in your region, surrounded by your friends and family, and rip off championships.
And win 4 titles, Murph.
So why would you leave that?
That's a great question.
And that's what I'm left with this morning. And so there's like the face value.
Yeah.
If you take it at face value, he just ran out of gas, or it's too much, or he just hit a certain point in his life where he's like, I've done that. And I got to move on. If you don't, do you know anybody in life who like they do a job for a while, then they're like, I got to go on. I got to move on.
I mean, a lot of people get burnt out. And I know like most people on the outside looking in will be like, oh, well, he's got a dream job. He's working in basketball. But as you know, working as we cover sports, we love sports. But sometimes it gets to the point where you forget that you love what you do because you are working so hard at it.
Look at the old soul on Marcus.
Yeah.
Look at the old soul. You forget that you love what you do.
You got to remind yourself every once in a while.
You always say that when like you become a sports writer, you're supposed to not root. Like sports writing is supposed to be objective. You just tell the story. I'm not rooting for the Giants or rooting for the Niners.
No cheering in the press box.
Exactly. And since it kills the fan in you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So to your point that maybe he lost his love of it, because as Lacob said today, a couple interesting things he said yesterday. I'm going to miss talking to Bob 5 to 20 times a day. Imagine your phone ringing 20 times. Let's just say 18 times, and you look down, and it's Lacob. You know what I mean? His Lacob's face on you have your little avatar with Lacob's face just staring at you. You know?
He's FaceTiming you like up in your grill every single morning.
Yeah.
It can't get overwhelming.
Can you imagine if KG was doing that? Or Holer?
Yeah, right.
Mike Holer.
I got Mike Holer blowing me up. No.
18 times a day.
18. I don't even want it 8 times. I don't want it twice, Smurf, to be honest with you.
You don't want it 18 times a year. Why? Yeah, exactly. You don't want it 18 times a year. Buddy.
No.
So,
never.
So there's part of it right there where he's just like, bro, you've worn me out.
Mm-hmm.
That could be part of it.
Maybe.
The other part, does he have something else in mind? I mean, he's the most genuine, sincere guy in the world. Like it's hard for me to think that Bob Myers is a BSer. You know what I mean?
And that was my big takeaway when he said, I can't commit 100% or 1,000% to this job right now, which would tell me he can't commit to another job in the NBA.
Yeah.
Which to me seems like, all right, maybe he is just taking some time off, stepping away to be with the family.
I mean, we've talked about players who have just hung it up in the middle. Barry Sanders, Megatron, Calvin Johnson. There was one recently, too. Who was it? Jim Brown, who passed away. But I'm talking about recently, there was somebody else who just kind of walked away in the middle of it all. But anyway, so it can happen. It can happen to you, a primo athlete. Why would Jim Brown walk away? Why would Barry Sanders walk away? Why would Megatron walk away? And I guess there's that point where if you have the financial freedom to do so, maybe, you're just like, he said, quote, I wrote it, this is just my stop. I've got to get off.
Yeah.
Very existential.
Yeah, the train is going to stay on the tracks, but this is my time to get off.
This is my time to get off. Wow. I don't know. Is it Buster Posey? Thank you, Triple E.
Yes, that's
Buster
good.
Posey.
I mean, you see it a lot because in all sports, there's not too many athletes that go out on top. There usually is the drop-off, the falling off a cliff. And some people might say that that's the Warriors season this year.
925 and 916, Andrew Luck.
Oh, yeah, that's another one, too.
Now, that
was more
physical,
injury history.
He had neck problems, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
But still, that's a guy right there. And then Posey, too, right? So, wow. It was a very Bob Myers press conference, too, because he's just... What marked his tenure was his sincerity and his relationship building, and how he was not the bean counter. He was the guy. He was the person,
Yeah.
And that was the guy who showed up. You say, by the way, I want to compliment him on his underrated guns too. He was wearing sort of that stylish shirt that showed off the. So people say they've seen him working out at the Y.
The YMCA.
Hey, he's doing some curls.
I was going to say, I want to give him some love for his biceps, also his chest that was popping out of the polo.
And he'll go chest hair.
He was going deep.
Yeah, he'll go chest hair.
Every single button on that shirt was unbuttoned.
If Paulie Mack was here, he'd play it right now. What's wrong with being sexy?
Nothing.
You know what I mean?
Nothing at all, Paulie Mack. Nothing at all.
Oh, wow. Well, it's stuff we will dissect and discover. And I guess the ultimate question, and we'll have to ask it in the big hit, is this the end of the dynasty? I mean, we asked that after they lost to the Lakers. So, I mean, you start going macro.
Yeah.
Like, let's go Like, sometimes you get into the weeds. You're like, oh, no. They can be back in it. They got Steph Curry and da-da-da. Pull back and look at three big things going on right now. One, they just got knocked out in the second round by the Lakers. And two, their GM, their very incredibly popular and talented GM just walked away. And three, there are wolves at the door, man. The young Sacramento Kings, the Denver Nuggets. There are just there's teams rising up. This is how empires fall.
Yeah. And I do think that I was kind of reluctant to talk about the Warriors dynasty and whether or not it's coming to an end. Like I said, there was a big hot take after they got eliminated by the Lakers. But I do think this is the first domino piece.
Without question.
It's starting to fall.
So this feels like I keep analogizing these guys to the late 80s, early 90s 49ers because I've lived long enough to see two epic dynasties. Yes, the Giants were great, but it was different. It was sort of just 3 individual years, right? They weren't in the World Series every year, right? You know what I mean? Whereas the 49ers and the Warriors had a 10 to 12-year run, even longer than what Niners case, where they were either in the Super Bowl or in the NFC Championship knocking on the door every single year. And in each case, when you get to the late 80s, early 90s, Bill Walsh steps away, okay, in 1988. That was a big deal. George Seifert had to come in. Ronnie Lott winds up going to the Raiders. Roger Craig winds up going to the Raiders. You trade Joe to the Chiefs. I mean, now they do wind up winning another one with Steve, which was great, but that was it.
Yeah.
And then they kind of petered out and then had to rebuild, and here we are again. So I feel like late 80s, early 90s Niners vibes when Walsh steps away after winning the Super Bowl. Now, he left a stacked team that went on and won the Super Bowl the very next year. In fact, maybe their most dominant team, the 89 team, are the Warriors right now. Another angle you could look at is, and this would be, Bob's so sincere, nobody ever wants to ascribe any kind of motives to what he's doing. but he could have looked around and said, this thing's coming to an end.
Yeah, maybe it is going in the wrong direction. And it's interesting that you
Not
brought
wrong
up
direction, just more like coming to the end.
Yeah, and I guess that's the big question for me because we all just assume that why not stick around for the rest of the Steph Curry era?
Yeah.
And yesterday I was thinking to myself, like, what this means for the future of guys like Draymond and Clay and Steve Kerr and all that. And in the back of my head, I was like, oh, these guys are forever Warriors. They deserve to retire in that blue and gold uniform. But then I thought about Joe Montana. And I thought about the 49ers moving on.
Ronnie Lott.
And I thought about the bottom line business that is sports and how the train does have to continue on that track with or without Bob Myers.
Jerry Rice, forever Raider.
Forever. The greatest.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's sad, man. But there's Joe Lacob down there. Nope, doesn't end.
Nope.
We're here to win.
We're here to win. If
What's
you're not
the
winning,
point?
what are you doing?
Which is, by the way, I know how hard that must have been on Myers to get those 20 calls a day, but this is everything you want in an owner.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ask A's fans.
Dude, come
Ask
on.
A's fans how they. I'm not saying a cheap shot. That's just a discussion of like how two different. Ask Redskins fans or Commanders fans.
You're right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Ask. This is what you want. Now it comes at a cost. He burned Joe Lake. He burned Bob Myers out theoretically, but he sure got a reward while he was here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, going back to the beginning of the Bob Myers era, how many Warriors fans would be sitting here 11, 12 years later thinking about the 4 rings that him and Joe brought to the
6
Bay?
NBA finals.
In 8 seasons, yeah.
I mean, 2 other ones. They probably should have beaten Cleveland in 2016, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, listen, that's the water boy, Marcus Boucher. Paulie Mack with a little sick day today. He got a little laid up. He'll be back tomorrow, we hope.
I think he's playing hooky, Murph.
Well, I think he might be, or he's working with Myers on his next project.
He's out.
Yeah.
What's the future of Paulie
Maybe they're
Mack?
going to launch the Myers and Mack podcast.
Oh, there it is. Paulie Mack's podcast featuring Bob Myers. You going to get this podcast.
Seriously. So listen, we are here for you. Waterboy's here for you. Giants lose last night 2-1. Connor Joe coming back to haunt you.
Blanking Joe.
I read that he has 4 home runs against the Giants, which is the most he has against any team.
Oh, it makes perfect sense.
Do you think Farhan's up there going, yeah, he could be a Giant?
Yeah, that's my guy.
And how about his salad, by the way? He's growing that thing. He's had that thing in various forms. He almost looks like Cher.
Yeah, because he was growing it out last year with the Rockies, and it looks even longer this year.
He does. Okay, so we'll get a little bit of the Giants, but obviously today's a Bob Myers day. You got day baseball, though, today. It'd be nice for the Giants to win the series, right?
Yes, of course.
You got to win the series. You go Alex Wood against
Mitch Keller. Really good. It was one of the Pirates' top pitching prospects. Kind of a post-hype prospect, having his best season this year.
Just shout out guys named Mitch. I mean, that's a big Paulie Mack thing. You know, Mountain Mitchmore could be very good. I mean, I'll go right away. Mitch Keller. I got to go with Mitch and Murray from Glengarry Glen Ross. They sent Alec Baldwin on a mission of mercy. I got to go Mitch from Dazed and Confused, right?
I mean, yeah, and then you go with the Mitch right in front of your face, Mitch Haniger.
There you go.
Perfect.
There's Mount Mitchmore in the books. All right, Triple E's on the board. The lights are still on. Bob Myers getting off the train. Why? Why, Novak? Why? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm looking forward to a beer right now.
Marcus Thompson stopped by the Papa and Lunch show after the news broke that Bob Myers would be stepping down as the Warriors GM. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app. Marcus Thompson stopped by the
That's it? No Myers? Come on, kid. Come on. Do we have the producer cam on this kid?
Yeah.
You guys want to see a drowning man? That's him right there.
He's in the box today. Welcome to the spotlight.
So are you
kid.
sure you don't want to go back and run the board, buddy?
I might have to after that rejoin.
I mean,
it's all right. At least we had me promoting Marcus Thompson on the rejoin, Murph. Talking Bob Myers.
And then just a random Green Day with no Myers context.
Yeah, huh?
All right. Yeah, we will expose the anatomy here. You're supposed to be like, no, it's show business. Keep rolling. No. Our show business comes from Howard Stern, which is to expose it all. Yeah. That's where it comes from. Hey, Triple E, I would have liked a Myers at that point. That would have been a no. In fact, I even thought about it. I should have said something to him at that point, but I was like, no, he knows.
Yeah.
Instead, we just got a rando Green Day ballad.
Yeah, but Murph, as my pops likes to tell me, common sense ain't too common.
Well, there you go. And next pitch, right?
Next
but the
pitch.
previous pitch was a wild pitch there.
Kind of like how the Pittsburgh Pirates scored last night, Murph.
Let me ask you about that. Pass ball or wild pitch?
I go wild pitch.
Went off his glove.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's tough. I think they officially scored it as a wild pitch.
They did, I know,
yeah, right?
But it didn't hit the dirt first.
No, and as a guy that has defended the subjectivity of errors or not, I probably should be calling it a pass ball. But no, I think it was a wild pitch.
I mean, again, I'm not trying to throw Bailey under the bus by any means, but I just thought, I looked at it and my first thought was, that could be a pass ball. Yeah. It doesn't have to. I'm not religious about it or anything. I'm just saying it could have been. He had to slide to his left though, so hence the wild pitch.
Yeah.
But, he's a very good catcher, obviously, and it wasn't an easy play.
No, and it was one hell of a play, grabbing the ball and flipping it back to Sean Manaea before he took that tumble.
Very good point. Mm-hmm. And Manaea, if he held onto the ball, the runner might have been out.
He would have been out, I think, if he caught it. Yeah.
Very eventful night for Pat Bailey because there was that play, and then the very next play, he blocked the plate on a slide home.
Mm-hmm.
Now, interestingly, Did you ever get an explanation as to is that considered blocking the plate?
I have no idea. I was confused as hell, Murph.
We're going to have to ask Mike Krukow about that.
Yeah, because I thought you're no longer allowed to block the plate.
Yeah, you're supposed to off to the side, give them a path to slide.
There, Patrick Bailey was blocking the plate. And they even reviewed it, and they didn't even say anything about it.
Is it? Yeah. So I need a little answer on that. And then he wound up backpicking a guy at first base.
Dude, that was sick off the backhand, getting the rocket, showing off the hose.
Listen, Giants lose 2-1. I'm not losing sleep over it, but they're still over 500. You'd like to win the series today.
You know what I was most upset about yesterday was the fact that the Giants lost in the City Connect uniforms.
Yeah.
I thought those things were magic, Murph.
They are magic. Yeah, they are. The record still remains outstanding in it, and they played 2-1 ball game in it. But you're right. Yeah. Usually they win when they win.
Yeah, they're now 21-7 in the City Connect uniforms.
Pretty darn good, man. Pretty darn good. By the way, 510 says that wasn't a random Green Day song. It was Good Riddance. I know the freaking song, but there was no context without Bob Myers. Right?
That's the joke.
You need the context, right? So there you go, 510. So anyway, good morning, everybody. It is Marcus Boucher, the water boy.
Yes, sir.
Who is in for Paulie Mack, who had to call in sick today on a little brief medical emergency. He'll be back. We expect him to be back tomorrow. But I think maybe he was just in mourning for Bob Myers. We are going to miss Paulie's Lacob today, though.
Yeah.
Because Lacob was incredible yesterday. If his demands and his snaps. And how about when somebody asked him about the CBA? Said, doesn't matter what the rules are.
Dude.
We're here to win. Yeah, and we will win.
We're going to win. The goal is to win. If we're not competing for championships, what are we doing? It was fantastic. It was classic Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
Doubling down. And you answered this to me. Did he look kind of a little pissed off? Like again, going back to the comments about he doubled down and said, I found out when everybody else found out this morning.
Yes.
I don't know why he's retiring. I'll never know why, but I want him to be happy, Murph.
Yes. I think he was, well, first we called him like a son.
Yeah.
And all that. I would actually tell you, just my amateur body language breakdown of this all was that when Lacob got up there, the dynamic kind of changed, and Bob became kind of, I don't want to say he wasn't scared. It was like, but he was like, my boss is sitting here, and I got it. And Lacob was kind of like, jump how high? I'm going to tell you how to jump. You got to do, dance, boy, dance, and Lacob and Myers, when he started saying, we're going to keep him here through June 30th, you could see Myers looking at his wife like, I'm finding this out right now.
Dude, the look on his face was hilarious.
Yeah.
He's like, whoa, what? Me?
Yeah.
I still got to work?
Yeah. So the dynamic, Lacob's attitude was kind of like, it sounded like when we said this to open the show, that Lacob, like when he said, I only found out now, like he didn't fully believe that somebody would walk away from the glory that is the Light Years Warriors.
No, he was holding on to that last string, Murph.
Yeah. So he was confused, baffled, and like, I'm going to keep, he even said, maybe we'll bring him back here one day. How about that?
And then again, he said, I expect Bob to be working back in the NBA sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean? Does he know something we don't?
And there is that part of what does he return to the NBA?
Yeah.
Does he return to the NBA? And if so, does he become like, for your Ted Lasso crowd, Nate from West Ham, although with the extremely rushed plot developments in the final end of season 3, Nate is no longer with West Ham in some incredibly convenient rushed plot device. He's now no longer. But anyway, point being, does Myers go somewhere and become like the enemy? Does he become the Darth Vader?
Does he
go to take you out?
Does he go down to L.A. and join the Clippers?
I don't know, man.
That's the rumor out there.
If I had to guess, my bet would be he would take a year off.
Yeah.
To just kind of figure out what he wants to do. He's got the money. Just sit back and enjoy. But, financial world's out there. The media world's out there. He could do any number of things.
That's what I think. I think his next job will probably be in the media. And shout out, we'll give a little bit of a spoiler alert to our guest list. Bobby Marks is going to join us at 9:35. He's a guy that was in the front office and now is on ESPN. Hell, he's on our show today talking to the media.
I don't know if Myers wants to do that. I think Myers wants to do something bigger than that.
He started a podcast this year.
Yeah.
He was like interviewing like the CEO of Disney and
I just
stuff.
see him doing something bigger. Entertainment, Hollywood.
Yeah. Maybe.
I'd say run a movie studio, but nobody goes to movies anymore. run a streaming service, something like that.
Bob Myers Plus.
Yeah, Bob Myers Plus. All right, you mentioned the guest list, so let's get the best guest list on the horns here. Triple E. There he goes. 650 says Bailey had possession of the ball. You're allowed to block the plate with possession of the ball. Do you buy that?
All right, I'll buy it. I think you should be able to block the plate.
Yeah.
I didn't like the rule to begin with.
You don't like the Buster Posey rule?
No.
Buster doesn't like it being called the Buster Posey rule.
Yeah,
Yeah. You still like blowing up catchers?
Oh, 100%, Murph. And I don't like the fact that you can't take out guys at second base to break up a double play anymore.
Well, that's true, too.
I think there should be some physicality in baseball, just like there is. I don't know if there is or not. With the Redwood Credit Union, Murph, I will remind you that the Murph and Mac Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right. There you go. Let's go guest list on 5/31/23. Paulie Mack off today with a late illness. He'll be back tomorrow. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, what do we got?
All right, Paulie Mack off today, but a man that takes no days off is Mike Krukow, 7:35, kicking off your power hour on a Wednesday, talking Giants baseball, early day ball today, 12:45, Murph.
You're at the point they've earned enough credit that you're not going to panic over a 2-1 loss. I mean, they scored 14 runs on Monday. You just like to go get the game today.
Yeah, and they scored 15 runs on Friday. They've won 11 out of the last 15 games.
Yeah. So you'd like to just go, you'd like to go get the series today. You're right back to 2 games over 500.
Yeah, and if they don't, then they're back at 500.
Yeah,
then we got to put that sign back up, back to zero, Murph. It's been this many days since the Giants were above 500.
We fell so in love with this little win streak. I wouldn't call it a streak, this little win surge. We do forget that they are still 1 game over 500, and 500 has been sort of the knock on this team.
Hey, but Murph, I gave you a shout out this morning because MLB Network put the graphic up last night in the wild card hunt. If the season ended today, the Giants would be in the playoffs.
There you go.
All right, so we'll talk Giants baseball this morning, 7:35, Mike Krukow. Then get into the big hit, 8 a.m., talking Bob Myers, taking your calls at 808 KNBR. Then we'll hop into the cooler of content and check in with Andrew Baggerly, 8:50, continuing the Giants discussion. Then we'll go on 9:15. Marcus Thompson this morning. How about back-to-back days? Mark Spears, now Marcus Thompson talking Bobby Myers.
I'm really
today.
glad to get MT2 on Bob Myers for sure, because he would have a deep psychological profile of working day-to-day with this guy for 10 years. Yeah.
And then we'll talk to a man that I teased at the beginning of this segment, Bobby Marks, former NBA GM, now works as a front office insider for ESPN, talking about Bob Myers and maybe Steve Kerr and his future with the Warriors.
Yeah, no, we haven't even talked about Kerr, and I didn't see him yesterday. Was he?
I didn't see him at the presser, no.
He had to have been there, right? Did Myers shout him out? I missed the first couple minutes of the presser.
Yeah, he definitely talked about him, but he did not get up on stage.
He didn't, point to him and say, there he is right there?
I didn't see him pan the camera over or anything like that.
Okay, here's the deal. On the other side, a brief visit to that Giants game last night and what's going on with their roster moves. And then at 6:50, a deep dive into Bob Myers with all the sound you need to hear. Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mack today on a Wednesday morning, the Murph and Mac Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The script has been burned. Like, it definitely didn't follow the script.
I mean, there are going to be nights when we're not able to cash in on those, and I thought we had a good quality first inning. Had a couple of moments where we were threatening, we just weren't able to get the big hit.
There he is, the deep voice of a Gabe Kapler here as the Giants lose 2-1 last night. It is, of course, Bob Myers Day, and we'll get back into that next segment. Big sound from that entire historic day. I call it historic. It was a historic day. But meanwhile, Giants baseball always on our mind. They play today at 12:45, 11:45 pregame. And our buddy Travis Ishikawa joins Papa and Lund today at 10:30 to discuss what's going on with the 28-27 Giants, who will give the ball to Alex Wood today against Mitch Keller. By the way, we were talking about the great name Mitch in Mount Mitchmore, and we were properly chastised in the first break by our listeners. How can you not put Run TMC legend Mitch Richmond on your Mount Mitchmore? So
they got us, Murph.
I'm with you. So we'll take out. Do we take out Haniger and put him on? Because I'm leaving Mitch from Dazing Confused, and I'm leaving Mitch and Murray from Glengarry Glen Ross.
You know, after seeing Mitch Haniger boot that ball in left field last night, maybe we do take him off the list.
I didn't get to see the play. What happened? Can you describe it to me?
So it was a ball that bounced in front of him. He's kind of running in. He tries to glove it. It bounces off his glove, gets behind him, and that's how the Pirates got runners in scoring position.
You know, man. Yeah, 774 says, man, those 15 Connor Joe at-bats are going to haunt us forever. Yeah, he's hit 4 home runs against the Giants. He's out here. What's going on, man, with this guy doing it, too? And 408 says, this 500 Giants team that you reference has me more excited than prior 500 seasons because of the youth.
Prior.
The long-term outlook is great. I think 408 is kind of on point with everything. But 925 really gets to the point of it, Waterboy, by saying, why aren't you talking about the A's win streak?
Hey, cue the music. Celebrate good times, Murph.
2 in a row?
2 in a row.
Over the Braves.
That's a streak, Murph.
Braves are one of the best teams in baseball.
That's baseball, Murph.
John Fisher's like, see, the plan's working. Trust the process.
A walk-off error. Yeah, 12-45 now, Murph.
Trust the
most
process.
Losses ever by a major league team before June 1st.
There you go.
Hey, they're having a record-setting season, Murph. Just not a good record.
Right, very good. 4 and 5 wants Mitch Wild Thing Williams on there. I'd say he's honorable mention. Honorable mention. All right, just to get you guys a little bit of Giants from last night, they do lose 2-1 while you were going over your Bob Myers press conference. And of the things that happened, Sean Manaea.
Yeah.
Sean Manaea is happening now. This is a guy who obviously had a very rough start to the season. Nobody was very psyched on him at all. And he immediately lost his spot in the rotation. Giants have been going with that opener. I don't like the opener.
Well, here's the thing. Sean Manaea, who was the quote-unquote bulk guy, came in the first inning because Connor Joe took John Brebbia deep.
Yeah.
So we're not even giving the opener more than 3 batters.
Like 2/3.
Yeah,
2/3 of an inning.
2/3 of an inning.
But here comes Manaea for 4 innings, no earned runs, allows the 1 run unearned, no walks, 3 strikeouts. So he's definitely trending in the right direction. Here's Kapler on Manaea. And, hey, this guy, if this team's going to make a run, you could use this piece. Here's Kapler.
Yeah, I think he's really adjusting to the role well. I think he's bouncing back from his outings well, and he's made some adjustments, but most importantly, he's more confident than he has been all year, and it's showing in the way the ball's coming out of his hand. And the bite on his breaking ball is improved as well.
Confidence, Waterboy. You need that on the mound.
Yeah, and we've seen that confidence his last 3 outings. I guess my question is, I know yesterday's strategy was to go all in with the bullpen game.
Yeah.
But when Sean Manaea is cruising through the game after 4 innings, why not just leave him in the game?
Yeah, he only threw 53 pitches.
53 pitches,
Yeah.
That's it. And this is a guy that you want to extend. You want him to get into a larger role.
Yeah. You don't have to burn Ryan Walker for 1. By the way, Ryan Walker,
Dude,
0.00 ERA.
I'm telling you guys, he's just out here cross-firing, throwing. I don't know how he's throwing 97 miles per hour when he's not unlocking his hips and just throwing from straight out of left center field.
31st rounder out of Washington State.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
It's a
like
good
to
story.
me. That to me, I'm going to go. How many Washington State baseball products are there? I mean, dude, I like to traffic in.
You like to pay attention to all the good players.
Yeah, I do.
Murph.
I like to. So I'm going. I can't think of too many. John Olerud.
Wow,
John
was he
Olerud?
Washington State?
Before I look it up here, I'm going to say Olerud was. Washington State, let's see, Cougars. Ron Say. The Penguin was a Washington State. I did not know that. Yeah, John Olerud would be the one. John, look at Tripoli. Klay Thompson.
Yeah,
talking about big leaguers, bro. Big league baseball players.
What are you talking about? Klay Thompson went pro after he played Little League with Kevin Love up in Portland.
Scott Hatterberg. Aaron Seeley. Okay. A little bit more than I realized.
Okay.
Let's see. John Olerud, obviously. He's very. Tom Niedenfuhrer. All right. Who gave up the home run to Jack Clark in the 85 playoffs. All right. I've been sleeping on the Wazoo culture there.
On the Cougs, Murph.
Well, if you give me Ron Say, Tom Niedenfuhrer, John Olerud, and who else we say here?
And Ryan Walker.
That's Scott Hatterberg. That's enough. And Aaron Seeley. Yeah, that's enough. Respect Cougar baseball.
And it's a great story. Like you said, 31st round draft pick, a guy that has kind of been in AAA for the last couple of years and has actually improved his velocity. Most of his career in the minor leagues, he was sitting low 90s. Now he's out here hitting 96, 97 with nasty movement.
Yeah. Hey, listen, join that Coug tradition started by Ron the Penguin Say. By the way, Manaea, 4 innings last night. Then they handed over to Ryan Walker, Scott Alexander, Jacob Junis, and Taylor Rogers, who finish it off. By the way, guy 530 says, does Brebbia still think runs are cool?
Runs are cool, man.
Runs are cool, man. Very good, Tripoli.
Yeah.
All right, more Kapler guys. Manaea, can he get back to the 5th spot in the rotation? This would be cut Delta, my friend. Cut Delta. Yes, as we said during the break. No, I said C, D, E, G. There's no B, buddy. C, D, E, G. Did I need to go military Delta instead of Beta so you understand the difference between a D and a B?
Oh.
I said C, D, E, G. This guy's on my...
Might have to check in with Mike Kruk on the magic DB word.
Do you need to be Manaea to his Brebbia right now behind the board?
I might have to take him out in the first. We're only at 6:38. We might have to call to the bullpen.
C, D, E, G. Do I go Charlie, Delta, Echo, Gamma? How's that? Here's Kapler.
Would you consider moving him back to the rotation now that he's seemingly turned things around?
Yeah, I think everything will always be on the table for us. We'll just keep evaluating it at every turn.
That's the cut.
What an answer.
Jeez, that was better cut than that.
Everything's on the table,
I know,
Murph.
my
Everything's
God,
on the table.
Everything's on the table. All right. More on Pat Bailey, and we'll get back to Bob Myers in just a second, guys. I did want to touch on the Giants, though, losing that game 2-1. Pat Bailey last night with was it a wild pitch or was it a pass ball? It was scored a wild pitch. I wonder if Bailey, in his mind, would like to knock that ball down.
I think as a catcher, you want to get your chest in front of it, but that's something that we've also talked to Mike Krukow about, is the limited mobility of these catchers going down to that one knee strategy.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
And yesterday we saw it. The ball goes off his glove, but I think Patrick Bailey will tell you, as a man that takes pride in his catching ability, in his receiving abilities, he's got to block that ball, especially with a guy on third. You got to keep that in front of you.
And again, we'll ask Kruk about that when he comes on at 7:35. So here's Kapler on Bailey's game.
Yeah, I think on that ball that got past him, I think he was thinking about another back pick. And we love the aggressiveness, and over the course of time, I think most of the time that'll play in our favor.
Is that throw kind of an example of, he's known for the arm angles?
Yeah, he can throw from any angle. He's very athletic back there on a ball that seemingly was in the dirt. Be able to pick it and get that throw off as quickly as he did was really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we forget this guy 2 weeks into the bigs.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll learn, what's important to run around third. Just, your premier thought is to knock it down. By the way, they're replaying the play at the plate right now. He doesn't have the ball yet when he's still blocking the plate. He's about to receive the ball.
That leg is hanging out there.
Yeah, so we'll have to he eventually, look at here, he doesn't have the ball and he's blocking the plate right there.
Yeah, he's already out in front of the plate.
Interesting.
It's a gray area. It's a weird rule. Like I said, it's a bad rule. You should be able to block the plate.
Yeah.
Throw it on a knee.
I'm interested in the ruling on this.
You got shin guards on for a reason.
I am interested in the ruling on this. He does block the guy. And he's an out.
And he does. Yeah, he saved the run.
Yeah. It's a great play.
Yeah.
What an eventful day for young Pat Bailey.
Yeah, he was involved in multiple plays. Man.
And then finally, Logan Webb did a mid-game interview.
He
I missed
did.
this.
Yeah, jumped on because he's promoting his bobblehead this Saturday, Murph.
I was too busy spinning out of the losers bracket last night. I mean, Waterboy spinning into a ditch.
Uh-oh, bad day for the hum babies?
Let's just say I might have been awake from 2:50 a.m. till my alarm at 4:15, just pissed.
Oh, just tossing and turning?
Just pissed.
Oh, losing sleep over Little League?
Waterboy, in the losers bracket, too. In the losers bracket.
The consolation bracket.
If you're thinking if you're going to lose sleep, you should lose sleep over the winners bracket. You know what I mean? That's how pissed I was.
That's how committed you are to winning.
Well, I am. We got a standard, and I failed this year. I'm going to go ahead and go on record and say I absolutely give me an F.
The train went off the tracks.
Give me an F. I'm trying to find coaching inspiration of guys who hold themselves to a standard who have bad years. Like Nick Saban doesn't have bad years.
No.
Steve Kerr. Maybe this is my Kerr D'Angelo Russell year.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
This is Kerr without Stephen Clay.
Anyway, so the point is I missed the Logan Webb. So he went on the mic.
He did. He was good.
Okay, well, here's Logan Webb mid-game. Was he just hanging on the rail?
Yeah, he was just hanging out. They were asking about his bobblehead in the event, trying to sell some tickets for Saturday.
All right, mid-game Webb on Sable, Schmidt, and Bailey, the rookies.
Yeah, I think it, to be honest with you, probably started with Sable coming in the beginning of the year. And kind of just, that guy just hits. It's fun to watch him hit. He's a goofy dude for sure. But he's a good energy to have. And, I think the guys that have come also, Casey and Bales, they've been the same way. Just, fun guys, always seem to have a ton of energy. And just, they do something pretty cool every day, it seems like, and it's always a boost when you have that. And it's been fun to see these guys come up and do their thing, and we got a good group of young guys right now that are just kind of boosting the energy and bringing some just confidence into the locker room, into the dugout, and onto the field.
All right, he said it all right there. And just last night, they went 0 for 8 with 3 strikeouts. But that's baseball. You got to wear it and go back to the next one. But he said they do something cool every day. And last night, Pat Bailey had his eventful day with the back pick and the play at the plate. Mm-hmm. Casey Schmidt also turned a nice double play on sort of a difficult ground ball.
That was a nice backhand feeding it over to Brandon Crawford.
Yeah. From his second base position, which he doesn't usually play.
No, and the guy that he mentioned in the first part of that cut, Blake Sable, had 2 hits yesterday against his former team, the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Ooh, good knowledge there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, there you go. Brief Giant recap for you on a 2-1 loss. Mike Krukow will join us at 7:35, and then Andy Baggerly at 8:50. But, of course, the gigantic story. Bobby Myers walks away. Man, it's a big one. Left with many questions. How does a 48-year-old guy in perfect health, with all the money in the world, in his hometown, in his dream job, say, no, I'm out? We'll try to get to the bottom of it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We just weren't able to get the big hit.
Steph Curry is just, you can't even begin can't overstate who he is. When I talk to him, it's so rare of somebody of his caliber to be who he is. And I think people know him for what he does, but how lucky is this organization to have him as its leader? And for me to get to watch him be that guy for my whole time here, what a gift to me, and that's one I could never repay, ever. But it's great that he's staying. It's great that he's here.
That's beautiful. Tripoli, I will never, ever knock you on the board ever again. You're giving me Peggy Lee. Is that all there is? Which is what I was thinking of because I'm basically 150 years old, right? You know what I mean? So
because I'm over here thinking, what the hell are we listening to, Murph?
Well, you listen to Peggy Lee, one of the greats, and she's talking about like how in the end, like it doesn't mean anything. Like, what is it? What's going on? This is an iconic torch ballad, and at the end, she's like drawing her last breath, and she's like, "Is that all there is?"
That's it.
And by the way, somebody wrote in and said Randy Newman produced this song. Young Randy Newman, who's like so famous for doing obviously Toy Story and all that stuff that you guys know. And The Natural, he did the theme to The Natural. And Triple E with his ears, he goes, "Yeah, I can hear a young Randy Newman influence there with the horns."
When you said Toy Story, I did kind of hear it a little bit.
Just one last chorus here. This is what she's saying. If that's all there is, then let's keep dancing. And she says, let's break out the booze, which is what he said. He said he was going to have a drink on the way home.
Oh, that's right. Him and his wife are going to stop by for a drink.
I wonder where they went for the drink. So if you step down as a Warriors GM, where would you go for your drink?
Somewhere exclusive.
Because he lives, I don't want to like give out his address, but I understand he lives on the sort of west side of town, kind of the Richmond, Presidio Heights area. So if you're on your way home, where are you stopping? Well, Triple E says top of the mark. It's not bad.
Okay.
Not bad. A little touristy, but sometimes touristy is good.
What's that across the street, the Battery Club? That seems
right there?
Yeah,
they won't let you in, Waterboy.
That's what I'm saying, but Bob Myers
with your Raiders gear, you can't get in.
Oh, no way in hell they're letting people look like me in there, but that seems like a pretty exclusive
They'll be
club.
like, this isn't a dispensary, dude. Go down the street.
No, exactly. Go down to California 212.
I would probably go, well, in the old days, I would have gone to Martin Max on Haight Street for a pint of Guinness with my guy, Brian Coyle. But, top of the mark's not bad. Maybe somewhere waterfront.
Oh.
Maybe across the street to the Osborne Clan Mission Rock Resort. That ain't bad.
Oh, that's a good spot. Right next to Chase Center, too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I just was intrigued when he's like, my wife says we're getting a drink on the way home. I'm like, where's he going?
And what is
Beach Chalet?
And what is he drinking? What do you think Bob Myers drinks?
You might just want an ice cold beer at that point in time. You might just want a tall, frosty beer. Or you might want to class the joint up with a Manhattan.
Ooh, or Murphy might have to pull Brian Murphy in.
We can get into the bourbon. Yeah, there's that too.
Get into the bourbon.
What would you get?
Oh, I think
as your quitting drink.
After that press conference, after going an hour deep, I got to go hard alcohol.
Okay.
I'm going.
And what are you doing? Just a shot? Or you?
I might go. Honestly, like after that, to celebrate my time, I might go tequila. I might go margarita.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Throw some. Or maybe he's getting some of that new Steph Curry Gentleman's Cut whiskey.
Well, that would be the ultimate.
Yeah.
Steph charging him double for it, too. Yeah, the gentleman's cut whiskey. All right, well, listen, guys. Myers on Steph. Somebody texted in and said, you're beating the story to death. It's not anything to it. I could not disagree more. This is a big deal. And it's a big deal as to what's going on with the Warrior dynasty and the Warrior building. And why would a guy walk away like this? Now, again, there's the face value explanation. He just had this sort of existential Peggy Lee moment where he's like, I can't do it anymore. Which is, I'm just telling you, it's unusual for a 48-year-old man in great health with a young family in his hometown with a dream job to say, I don't want to do this anymore. Be like whatever, like 10 years ago, and when I was just starting here, like, I don't want to do this anymore. First of all, you got to have a job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You need an income.
You got to do something. Like, now, is he so well paid that he can just live off his investments right now?
I think so, because he made it pretty clear yesterday that it was not about money. And of course, there were the reports from the San Francisco Chronicle about how the Warriors offered him the biggest contract for a GM in NBA history.
Here, Mark Spears came on our show yesterday and said, I'm taking the money.
Yeah.
Remember that? He said,
I mean, that's the thing, because you look around, obviously the Warriors just won a title last year. I know it was a little bit of an up and down season this year, but if I'm Bob Myers, if I'm anybody connected to this organization, I'm cashing checks as long as Steph Curry is still on the court.
Go. You just said it.
It's as simple as that.
As the line has come about in the last month or so from all the writers, what is the timeline? Steph Curry is the timeline.
That's it. That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah. Or the only thing that matters is you making reads, too.
I'll tell you that Redwood Credit matters because they sponsor the Murph and Mac Show, of course, and you can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union's free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balances, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA, Murph.
Okay, very good. 707 says a place called Wingtip where you can go for a cigar and 3 fingers of whiskey.
Oh.
415 says Spruce on Sacramento. That's near him, I think. 707 with an interesting text saying, I watched his brother-in-law's TED Talk yesterday after the show. His goal was finding their dream job and quitting if they weren't passionate about it. It correlates to this situation. Okay, well, that's interesting. Was he talking about his late brother-in-law who tragically passed away in that hiking accident that seemed to affect his life very dramatically?
Yeah, it did.
And maybe that could very well be a part of it. You have one of those, what's it all about kind of moments. And he's like, I've done this. I got to say, I admire the cojones on quitting a job like that. It's great. By the way, a buddy of mine, he used to quit jobs on occasion. His riff was when he went to work, he would walk around and tell people, you see this? These are my quitting pants, he would say. Quitting pants. I wonder if Bob Myers wore his quitting pants today?
He was wearing his quitting polo yesterday, Murph.
Yeah, very good. 512 says, Murph, you're big on body language. I must have watched the very end of the interview 5 times. Bob says, thanks for those words. It was nice to hear. And Joe rolls his eyes and shrugs. It seems like there was something more going on. I did see him say at the end, thanks for those words, but I didn't see Lacob roll the eyes. Did you guys?
I missed that too. Maybe we got to go dissect the film now.
Well, you might want to.
We're the body language experts.
It was a very interesting dynamic when Lacob got up there. I felt like all of a sudden it wasn't tense, but it became boss-worker relationship.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Like when you're with your boss, when you're around a superior, you act a little different. I think everybody does, Murph.
Yeah. When KG walks in here, we all kind of start getting a little sweat.
We start tightening it up. Start doing our reads.
Well, here's Myers on stepping away, man. And so, again, face value, he's as sincere, a genuine guy as you're going to find. I don't think anybody's ever accused this guy of being a BSer or a double talker. I remember the only time people knocked him is they thought his tears were fake when he cried about Kevin Durant's Achilles.
Yeah, but this is the same guy that cried about Klay Thompson getting injured on draft day also.
Yeah.
Like he wears his emotions on his sleeve.
So here's Myers on stepping away.
This is hard. I have, so many different things, emotions that I'm still processing. But the bottom line is this job, the one I'm in, and I would say this for any professional general manager or coach, requires complete engagement, complete effort, 1,000%. And if you can't do it, then you shouldn't do it. And so that's the answer to the question of why. I can't do that to our players. I can't do that to Joe and Peter. Really, I can't do it to myself. And that's a question I've been wrestling with. Appreciate your patience, letting me make that decision. Everybody in this room. I've only known how to do things one way my whole life. Is kind of all the way, and doesn't feel right to do something when I can't give it everything. And that's what it takes to do what we've done over the last, for me, 12 years.
I mean, that's a great, honest answer, right? If you could take a full accounting of yourself and saying, I'm not doing my best. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, that's great honesty. That's great self-reflection. Because most people are like, give me the check, man.
Yeah.
I mean, so you got to have financial freedom to do this. Not all of us working stiffs can't do this. You got to pay a mortgage. You got to pay this. Now, he's done well enough in his career where he doesn't have to worry about that kind of stuff. So then that gives you the freedom to make a decision where you're like, you know what, maybe I'm not all in on this. So there is the financial freedom aspect of this is gigantic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make it so where Bob Myers is chasing the next check. And that's why when you read into these comments, when you hear Bob Myers say, I can't commit 100%, it wouldn't be right to the players, to the coaches, to the organization, that brings up the question in my mind, can he commit to another organization? I wouldn't assume so, Murph.
Maybe you have to recharge him for a year.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and maybe if it's not Lacob, but maybe he'll miss Lacob, I mean, guys, the powerful phrase, this is my stop, I'm getting off. It's like, God, the freedom to just get off the train, and I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who would like to say, this is my stop, I'm getting off.
Yeah.
But again, you got bills to pay, right?
100%, because that's one thing that Bob Myers says later. I don't know if we get to his comments or not, but he was talking about, this isn't about winning. It's not about money. It's about the relationships. That's why you go to work. And I was like, I don't know, Bob. I need a paycheck. I need to keep my lights on, Murph.
Exactly. I do enjoy my relationships with you guys.
Yeah, it's great.
Guys, to a point.
Yeah.
All right, to a point.
But also, I don't think we're hanging out with Triple E unless we're getting paid to.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, the other part that got me about this is that he's walking away from his dream job. It truly is his dream job. He grew up in Danville. We went to, I don't want to screw this up. It's either Monte Vista or San Ramon Valley. I'm
Monte
sorry.
Vista, I believe.
It's Monte Vista, because I know they're big rivals, and I don't want to screw that one up.
Monte Vista.
And they're both unbelievable sports schools, just filled with tons of alums in all sorts of sporting life. But here's Myers about growing up out there, going to Warriors games. I mean, I was the same kid. I was a huge Warriors fan when I was a kid, as you know from the Polymac soundbite that we play on the ESPN game show.
Yeah, you and three others, Murph.
Yeah, and we, the idea that he was able to preside over the 4 championships, this guy was living, talk about It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, this guy was George Bailey on steroids, man. So here's Myers about getting to this point from being a kid here.
To the fans, oh boy. I grew up a fan of the Warriors. My first... I was like the 10-year-old kid up in the upper Oracle. I was telling the business side who I just met with that I get Warriors tickets for my birthday. And it was, months in advance. This is when you actually got the hard tickets. There's no digital tickets. So my brother, my dad, and I would go. And I was born in 75. And that was the last championship. And to feel like I had helped give this fan base and this community, did my part, not perfectly, but as best I could, to get some more of those things. And Joe said it when he got hired, or not hired. Joe didn't get hired when he bought the team. Yeah. We were going to have more of those. And I remember looking at that thinking, how the Warriors aren't very, how are you going to do that? And boy, did he do it. And it's crazy to see those 4 new ones up there and where the organization has come. But I'm so thankful. I wish, part of me wishes I could have been a fan during it all. I might have enjoyed it more, and I hate saying that, but I might have sitting up there in the upper deck or wherever I was sitting.
So there's the emotional part. There's the sentimental part. There's a part of me like I generally buy guys at face value. I'm not inherently a cynic, and I know there's a lot of people I worked with a lot in sports writing. There's a lot of cynics, man. I worked with a lot of cynics. Guys who are like, guys full of ass. Like, for example, I told you that story when I was a young sports writer at the LA Times, and Mike Schmidt suddenly retired out of nowhere. I guess if I was on the Phillies beat, I might have known his knees were hurting, but I didn't know. I was 23 years old or whatever. And Mike Schmidt, to me, for a time, was the best player I ever saw. Like, there was people, if you asked me pre-Bonds, all these guys we're seeing now, Shohei, Trout,
yeah.
I would have told you that Mike Schmidt was the best player I ever saw. And he cried. He's like, I left Dayton, Ohio with a pair of bad knees and a dream. He's like, and he's crying. And this sports writer actually goes, what a pee, and walks away like that. It's because I was like, man, there's some hard-bitten people out there. So getting to my point is, you buying that Myers was so sincere about how special this job was and how much it meant to him, and being a kid going to a Warriors game for his birthday in the upper deck, and that's how much. It actually just makes me think, why would he walk away from it again?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
and the part of that quote that stands out to me is that very last part where he goes, maybe if I was a fan, I would have enjoyed it more.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you won 4 titles. That's pretty enjoyable, but it goes back to what we were saying earlier about maybe he is just burnt out. Maybe when you work so hard, when you're in the grind every single day, we see it with sports writers whose job is to say objective. Hell, I hear people complaining about, I got to stay up to watch a Giants game so I can wake up at 4 a.m. to talk about it. I'm not talking about myself, but yeah, sometimes this grind, whatever industry you're in, it can wear on you with that wear and tear.
What's the old, they say, don't meet your idols is one thing, but is there another one about, I don't know, don't do... It's like, be careful. I guess it's be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Right? Be careful what you wish for.
He got his dream job, and now it sounds like he just kind of ran out of gas.
I'm getting, I'm on a weird Twilight Zone kick here.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
So, in the Twilight Zone, 2 things hit me. One, when he says, this is my stop, I'm getting off. I keep thinking of that episode, A Journey to... Did you ever see The Journey to Willoughby, where the guy goes back in time, gets off the train?
No.
Oh, it's pretty good, yeah. Train, he's commuting home from work, and then somehow the train goes through a time portal and goes back to some 1800s town.
Wow.
And he gets off, and he just never gets back on. It's like anyway, the other thing I'd say is be careful what you wish for is a very Twilight Zone thing where Burgess Meredith was... I'm getting off a major digression here. Burgess Meredith was a nerd who read all the time in a library, in a bank vault at a bank. He loved to read. And when he was reading in a bank vault one day, a nuclear war came and destroyed everything. And he could read all he wanted. He stacked his books high. And he bent over to grab his first book, and his glasses fell off and broke. And that's how it ends, as the camera pulls away, about be careful what be careful what you wish for is the point of the story.
It might come collapsing on top of you.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, the other part is, and I keep thinking, how much the Draymond punch played a role in all this. Did he, when that went down in October, was he I'm sick of it. I gotta get out of here. So somebody asked him, did this year play a role in it?
Yeah, well, yes, but that's not why I'm leaving. This was a hard year. I don't know. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. There has been hard years though, and there's been tough ones. Even when we were winning those years with Durant and those teams that there was no outcome that was acceptable except winning. I think we were favored in every game we played. It's just great, but pressure. This year, I don't know. It's hard to repeat. There were some tough things this year. I'm not going to discount those, but some people asked me, if the team wins the championship, would you leave? I think yes. So if this was a perfect year, it might have still been the time. I don't know, but they all come with their own challenges. There's one happy GM at the end of the year. It's a hard one. One happy coach, one happy team. Luckily, we got to be happy 4 times.
I was giving that speech last night, sitting on the bucket. Only one team man's happy. And then I said, actually, technically 2, because the consolation championship team is happy because they get a trophy.
Yeah, not as happy as the actual champions, though, Murph.
But anyway, now we got to get into Lacob's role in all this. And we're hearing several texts from people saying, guys, you could tell the grind of Lacob is the reason. And when he mentioned that, I miss talking to Bob 5 to 20 times a day. And
and one thing that stood out from Bob talking about Joe Lacob, I think one thing that kind of gets mixed in the wash is the whole James Wiseman trade scenario and how much of an impact that took on Bob and what the relationship was like with Joe. Because Bob even says in that answer, trust me, people think we don't like big guys. Joe will tell you he liked big guys. I think Joe Lacob was a big fan of James Wiseman and wanted to keep him, maybe clashing heads with Steve Kerr going with the small ball lineup. And guess who's in the middle of all that? Bobby Myers.
I was actually surprised Kerr didn't speak yesterday. Maybe he just wanted to be his day. I thought he might be up there. But anyway, here's Joe Lacob now. This is where it gets interesting. Lacob got up there, and this is where Paulie Mack. People wondering, Paulie's out today with a brief medical emergency. He's okay. He'll be back tomorrow. But I could just hear Paulie when Lacob was up there, man. I get what I want. This is confusing to me. And so here's Lacob last night or yesterday afternoon on what is next.
What's next? Bob addressed it, and I think he addressed it well, and I'm sure you'll ask a couple of questions, but look, we have a great organization. We believe in bench strength. Some may think we don't, based on they criticized our bench on the court sometimes, but we do believe in bench strength. And within this organization, we have a lot of bench strength, and we have a lot of people that are really good at their jobs, and that we're constantly training for situations like this. You can't always achieve it, but Bob has trained some great people in his organization, and I think they'll play a great role going forward. I'm not going to say what we're doing yet because I don't know what we're doing yet. I only learned of this decision this morning. And while we've been thinking about the possibility of it happening, certainly knew it was a possibility, although I didn't want to admit that was really a possibility to myself. It was a possibility. And so we've thought about it, but it's not going to be something that we, rush into. We'll get it done when we get it done. We'll make the right decision for the organization.
There's a lot of interesting things in there.
Yeah.
I only found out this morning, what he believed that Myers was going to stick around just because why would he leave? I'm Joe Lacob. I'm the Warriors.
Who would leave the Warriors?
Yeah.
Why would you leave this dynasty?
And he actually says at one point, I don't understand why he's doing this. Really interesting.
And then he doubled down. He goes, I don't think I'll ever understand.
Yeah.
But I just want Bob to be happy.
So here's some interesting stuff. 707, great text. It sucks Myers is leaving, but it's funny to see someone like Joe Lacob want something and not be able to have it.
Ooh, I guess money can't buy happiness, Murph.
We're getting deep now, just like Peggy Lee. 707 says, well, the passion is gone. Why stick around if you're not happy? Would you stay in a passionless marriage? Geez, 707, that's a little...
That's deep.
This
is what I said. It sounded like Joe Lacob was trying to save the marriage
707
yesterday.
projecting right now?
What are you trying to say, 707?
707 goes on to say, it's also obvious there's something more on his mind than he was willing to divulge. Let him move on and thank him for his hard work. Do you believe that there was something more on his mind? Here's 925 crushing him, Paulie. He has a bad word for Myers, and he's bailing before the franchise is going to do a major shift. He's running from the hard times.
Or he's riding off into the sunset.
It's 408 says, let's say you get your dream job. You succeed and you win 4 world championships and you're competitive, but your boss ultimately is some kind of a D. What would you do? What would you do? So there's the one. That's where it goes back to Lacob.
Yeah, but my coworker's not Steph Curry.
415 says, boss man mentions missing 20 conversations a day. Maybe Bob won't. He says, Lacob is a strange duck, and all the euphemisms used like driven and competitive can be grinding factors.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think, like I told you, the body language or the energy change when Lacob got up there, Myers went from being like emotional about being a Warrior fan and everything to kind of like, yes, boss. No, boss. Yes, boss. And when Lacob's like, you're still working till the 30th? He was like, oh, I guess.
Bob was like, really? Hit us with a Paulie Mack soundbite.
In fact, here's Z4 here on Lacob saying he's still working. He's still working.
I think we're preparing for the draft, free agency, all those things. And I know I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th. To be involved here, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah. Oh.
So he'll be here for that. And
I didn't know. That's fine. Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. And so I think we'll be prepared, and we'll go forward, and it'll be good.
Dude, that was it. Revisiting that was huge because you hear Myers kind of chuckling, the nervous laugh, and when Lacob goes, "That's the way it's going to be."
Yeah.
I think that was a pretty instructive moment right there.
You've got 30 days left on your contract. You're going to be working all 30 days.
I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th.
How about that?
And then you hear Myers kind of looked off to the side like, really? And then he kind of did a nervous chuckle. And Lacob goes, yeah.
And then Bob had to check in later on in the presser. He's like, I'll be helping in the draft as a support role. That's it.
I know. That's interesting because I remember Lacob say, you're not a support role. You're working 24 hours.
No, I'm here to support.
I mean, I have you under contract.
Yeah.
I only learned of this decision this morning.
707 says there was definitely a little conflict there. Watch when they ask about Bob running the draft. Bob shoots a look to his wife that was fairly telling. There were little digs from Joe throughout, too. So now you know why Myers is like, man, I can't work for this guy. I can't work for this guy
anymore. He's trying to give out. I also love that Bob was a little self-indulgent yesterday. He goes, it doesn't matter if I'm running the draft or not. I wasn't any good at it anyways.
He did say that, yeah. He drafted Kevon Looney, though. Yeah. And as you pointed out, Draymond Green goes on his ledger. Harrison Barnes goes on his ledger. In fact, we wanted to...
Harrison Barnes.
In fact, why don't we do this? Take a quick break, come back, and you guys can continue to text. You can call, too, at 808 KNBR before the big hit if you have any thoughts of all these things that have hit you. But we can go over his ledger, too, and the things he did besides just sit back and watch Steph Curry do his thing. And then Mike Kruko at 7:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm not going to say what we're doing yet because I don't know what we're doing yet. I only learned of this decision this morning.
All right, Marcus Boucher filling in for Paulie Mack this morning, but our good friend Steve Moskowitz joining us on the UMA guest line today. Steve, good morning. What's the latest on the ERC?
This is where the federal government is giving away. That's right, giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21. It's not a loan. It's basically a reward for employing people. How do you qualify? There's two different ways. There's the easy way, which is a certain drop in gross revenue. But it amazes me how many CPAs, how many firms are stopping there. And if you didn't have the drop in gross revenue, say, that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. There's another way. There's an alternative facts and circumstances method. Why aren't they doing it? It's a lot more complex. It's a lot more work for the professional. We're fine with doing the work. We put this through multiple checks. And if you qualify, and a lot of people do, you can get every bit as much money as under the first method. Bottom line is, if a medical doctor gave you a certain diagnosis, oftentimes you go for a second opinion. If you've been turned down for ERC because your gross revenue doesn't go down enough, contact us for that second opinion. You may be entitled to a lot of money.
And to find out if you do qualify for ERC, give Steve a call at 1-800-TAX-DIL or visit MoskowitzLLP.com.
I think it's in fantastic shape. I mean, I get more credit than I deserve. There's people that work with me that deserve more credit and are going to get a chance to do more. They've already done more than people probably know. That's the great thing about this, in that it's a team. It's not me that does all these things by myself. It's my group, and they're tremendous, and they deserve more attention and credit than they've ever gotten. Joe will probably answer the next thing, and also whatever that is will be with my full support. I end on June 30th. I'll help out whenever way makes sense for everybody.
Bobby Myers stepping down as Warrior GM after 6 NBA Finals, 4 championships, 2-time Executive of the Year. Big moment in Warrior history, guys. But of course, wouldn't be here without our sponsors like Marin Health, your gateway to better health with an exceptional medical center and more than 150 primary and specialty care doctors in clinics throughout the North Bay. Some people think you're doing too much on Bob Myers. I would counter in saying, I looked up at ESPN this morning in the bullpen. Waterboy, and by the way, Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mack. Brief medical emergency. He's okay.
Yeah, Paulie Mack's fine.
A dental situation. He'll be back tomorrow.
We hope.
We can't wait to get his Lake-up, too, his Lake-up takes. Paulie Mack has me right. I'm here to seek and destroy. And if Bobby doesn't want to be a part of it, I will seek and destroy him. I walked through the bullpen, and ESPN's morning show had a big what they call chyron at the bottom of the screen, and it said Aaron Rodgers during confetti at Taylor Swift concert, quote, "The Jets just won the Super Bowl," unquote. Yeah. What? That was their story, that Rodgers yelled so Rodgers went to the T-Swizzle concert.
I can't even wrap my head around that headline.
And this was a talking point among the highly paid national ESPN guys.
Oh, they're talking about the important stuff, Murph.
That Rodgers, as the confetti fell at the T-Swizzle concert at MetLife in Jersey, shouted, "The Jets won the Super Bowl." So in other words, back to Bobby Myers.
Yeah.
All right?
By the way, did we get any injury reports on Aaron Rodgers, who's dealing with an ankle injury in New York already?
Hey, you might be in the trade market to bring him back to Vegas.
Hey,
after
bring
this
him
Jimmy
in
G
the
story.
Vegas, baby. Bring
Did
him
you
down.
see Rap Sheet? Ian Rappaport actually had to address on Pat McAfee the Brady quarterback thing to the Raiders.
No, he did.
He says there's actually rules about owners can't be QBs or something, like owners can't be players or something like that. So.
Well, yeah, there's only been 2 former players that became owners, I believe.
Oh man, well maybe he'll divest so he can go quarterback.
And if we know anything about Tom Brady, we know that he likes to break a couple rules. Murph.
Oh, that was good. By the way, that's Marcus Boucher in for Paulie, the Murph and Max Show. By the way, we are live streaming too. If you don't know, if you're like a couple weeks late on this, KNBR.com or YouTube, KNBR Livestream, or the KNBR app, or Twitch, or whatever.
We're live.
I see all y'all. Hi, how are you? That's Waterboy. And then in the corner, you see this. That's Triple E. That's the legend. That's the guy.
Yeah. I don't know if legend is the correct word to use.
That's the guy. He's Bob Myers to our Lake-up. We just yelled at him. I say, "You'll be here till June 30th. We'll work you every day."
That's it. Triple E, you're on the board. You're on the board till 10. You're going to press those buttons.
So back to the story of this, why would you walk away at a time like this? And Tim Kawakami wrote about it in The Athletic. He was like, "What? Wait, what?" Because I'm at this point in my life now where, like, maybe 20 years ago, your age, Waterboy, even younger, I'd say, like, "Oh, Bob Myers is stepping down. He's stepping down because he can't give 100% to the job." You get a little later in life, you're like, really? What's the real story?
Something's not adding up.
I know. So,
Thank you, Paulie Mack.
And right now, the real story might be that Lacob just ground him into a fine powder.
Yeah.
That could be the case.
It could be just like the Warriors season, he ran out of gas. Just like we saw the Warriors do against the Lakers.
Yeah.
They ran out of gas.
Yeah. But Lacob doesn't. Lacob's waking up this morning. These great American, he's like the great American businessmen who just wake up just looking to conquer something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to have an incredible amount of energy, and you got to want to beat everybody you come across. You just want to beat everybody. And that, it's whatever. You go back to the Carnegies and the Rockefellers or Steve Jobs or whoever. Lacob's not as famous as those guys, but he's a very successful businessman who came from modest means. Mm-hmm. This was not a silver spoon. This guy worked concessions at Anaheim Stadium, at Angels games.
Nice.
Guy was slinging hot dogs at Anaheim Stadium.
Yeah.
Self-made guy. Micah, you got it, and people get mad at people who are rich. He's all rich. Well, he went and did it. I mean, you can resent people who are like 4th generation inheritors who just born on third base and thought they hit a triple. That old line, but not guys like Lacob.
I mean, how many rich guys have we seen buy teams and then just sit there and do nothing? Joe Lacob was the exact opposite. He came to town and said, we're going to start winning
Fisher.
titles.
John Fisher.
Yeah, exactly. You can point right across the bay.
Oh, my
that
God.
disaster in Oakland.
Yeah, exactly. He's 0.001%. All right, back to the sound from yesterday, and we'll continue to analyze what's going on here. Tripoli, we left it off at the at Cut Eye. What's Bob Myers going to do next? What's he going to do next?
I don't need to know that. I don't know that answer, and I guess I don't need to know that answer. I'm in a narrow lane. Because I love basketball so much, but I don't know. I've never stopped. I've never really stopped going. I went right from an agent to this. I went to law school at night after college. I've just my whole life it's been like, maybe it'll be good for me to sit still. I don't know how good I'll be at it, but I've actually never done it, and maybe figure some things out. And I don't know what's coming.
Hey, boredom is going to be a factor in his life. There's going to be a point where you go from driving 150 miles an hour to doing nothing. He's going to be bored off his A.
100%.
Yeah.
And like it goes for like owners, people in front office, for when you do work a job. Like I remember when I stopped playing baseball after college, I was like, damn, I got a lot of free time now.
Your day.
What am I going to do?
You're not going to practice.
I'm like, people are just hanging out. Like this is the time people would use to do their homework.
Yeah.
This is why everybody else is getting good grades and I'm not.
It's true. He's
grinding through 12-hour days.
I mean, there's going to be a point. There was a God, what show was it? It wasn't Veep. Oh, what show was was it Veep? Where the guy No, it was The Office. Shout out Copes. The guy who retired, the guy who ran the company, who then retired and was at home way too long. And Michael Scott drove to his house to visit him, and he was like, his kid was playing drums, and he was hot tubbing in the afternoon and drinking beers, and the wife had it. The wife was like, "Oh my God, you're killing me." And she's like, "Do you have anything planned today?" He's like, "Yeah, might take a hot tub in a couple hours." You know,
that's it. Dude, that's basically.
She was like, get him out of my house.
That's basically my dad right now, living the retired life up in Rockland.
See?
He got a dog. He just takes it for walks. He's playing more golf now than ever. He's just looking for stuff to do to kill time, Murph.
See? Yeah. It's a real thing. Jacob Wallace was the name, Tripoli? Jacob Wallace? Or no, what was the name of the character who did it? Oh, David Wallace. David Wallace. Are you not an Office PhD?
Nah, not at all.
They made it really funny because he was the way too relaxed retired guy, and the wife was like, "You got to be kidding! You're killing me."
With your life.
So Myers is gonna have that whole experience. Yeah, 831 says David Wallace, sir, for sure. So anyway, Bobby, I'm sure that thing's gonna end in a hurry. And they say you can only play golf so many days. You know, although playing golf a few days is nice. Yeah, you can't play every day.
It's not a bad life at all.
Yeah, but you can't play every day.
Close to it.
More to what's the next cut we have down here? Myers on the team. He thinks the team, and whether you think he's telling the truth or not, the team is in good hands.
This team is in great shape. It's in great shape. Joe's not going anywhere. He has supported me. He has given me. If there was a metric on cost per win, I don't know how good I'd be, because we've spent a lot of money. Because he's so competitive, because he cares so much, and to have an owner like that puts his heart and his will and his money into winning, you cannot ask for anything more, and that's not changing. Got a fantastic coach. You've got arguably one of the best players to ever play and one of the best people to ever play in Steph Curry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we said as long as they got Steph, they got a chance. And it'd be really interesting now to see, and we'll talk about this as the days go on, who comes in and what decisions. What is Draymond Green's reaction going to be? When's he going to drop a pod, by the way?
That's a great question, because I think we're focused so much on the Steph Curry timeline. But it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that Steph should retire a Warrior. The other two guys, Clay and Draymond, especially with their contracts coming up, to me, that's a bigger question mark.
I keep going back to the late 80s, early 90s Niners, man. Joe Montana, Kansas City Chief, Ronnie Lott, Raider and a Jet, Roger Craig, a Viking,
that's
and
life,
a Raider.
Murph. That's the business.
There's only so many Buster Posies who get to walk away as a Giant, you know? I mean, Willie McCovey was a Padre and an A. Willie Mays went back to the Mets. I mean, what do you want? I just read that in the Marin IJ, they have this feature on the second page of this date in history. I read it every day. I read yesterday at 1435, Joan of Arc burned at the stake. I was like, damn. They know the day Joan of Arc was burned at the stake?
This day in history.
Shout it out. Kids, ask your parents.
Kids, ask your parents
to get burned at the stake.
This day in Murph history.
Shout out. Oh, I'm going to go down the way deep. This would make Paulie Mac throw objects. Shout out OMD's song, Joan of Arc. That is the most wimpy synthesizer new wave tune of all time. Anyway, And also, but anyway, the point of the story was yesterday in 1935 was Babe Ruth's last baseball game as a Boston Brave.
See, there it is. They even got the great Bambino.
If frickin' Montana can be a Chief and Babe Ruth can be a Boston Brave, then some of these Warriors are going to finish somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hate to say it.
Anyway, Lakeup, though, says he's here to win championships. And so people say, hey, the CBA was rewritten. The collective bargaining agreement was rewritten so you can't win. Joe Lakeup's response. Z7.
I'm not going to comment on the roster because very much because the truth is we have a lot of work to do, obviously, and we have time. We have until the draft and free agency, which is a month away or so. So we're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. And when we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people, and we'll do it.
Listen, as much as of a grind, this is what you love in your owner.
This is what you want from an owner.
I got to tell you guys, I've said this before, and I could get struck down by lightning for saying this, man, but in some ways, he surpasses Eddie D.
Wow.
In some way, I know. First of all, he got his stadium built.
Yeah.
I mean, Eddie, this is not an insult to Mr. D at all. I love Eddie DeBartolo. Eddie also had flaws. He made mistakes. He handed a briefcase to the governor of Louisiana. There was an FBI agent involved. He made a mistake. Lakeup hasn't done that. Lakeup built his arena, and anyway, they're the only two owners who matter, really, these two guys.
We're going to win no matter what.
I mean, so this is everything you want. And whereas Myers is like, I only have a certain time limit on this, and he's got things going on. Lakeup ain't going anywhere. No. Lakeup is the great American businessman. He's like Al Davis.
And he's going to
Al lost the plot late, but Al was the same way.
Yeah.
The greatness. Commitment to excellence. Yeah. That was, we joke about it because it got bad in the last few years. And the sweatsuit looked funny when you're 80 years old, you know what I mean? But in his prime, he was what you wanted, which was, we're the Raiders.
I don't care what the rules are.
Remember, how do you deal with the West Coast people? You don't deal with them, you dominate them. Exactly. So this is what you want out of Lakeup.
100%, because again, we've already mentioned it. Look at John Fisher and the A's across the street. They're on pace to be the worst MLB team in history. They're intentionally...
Except for their 2-game win streak right now.
Yeah, now they're on a streak. But they're intentionally taken right now. They have one of the lowest payrolls, I believe the lowest payroll in all of baseball, and they're not even putting out there a competitive roster.
And then there's other just middle-of-the-road boring owners like whatever, the Washington Commanders, Snyder, bad owners, like toxic owners. Knicks fans talking about that. So,
they just got rid of their GM too.
Giants ownership has been, I think for the most part, we think they want to win, but we've been upset for a while. Now, they tried. They tried to sign Judge.
Yeah.
Tried to sign Correa. Heck, they tried to sign Bryce Harper, right? By the way, 510 might have summed it up. In terms of the Lakeup thing saying, I'm working you're doing the draft. Kathy from the 510 says, it looked to me like Bob Myers and his wife had a vacation planned before June 30th.
That's a great call. Bob's like, I'm getting out of town. I'm in the Bahamas.
He looked over to her side like, I guess we're not going to Maui. I guess we're not.
He's like, I'll check in on Zoom.
Yeah, right?
I'll work from home on this one.
It's a fascinating story, and it is definitely worth discussing in the big hit, which we will. But the Giants played last night. They lost 2-1. They played today at 12:45. Are Papa and Lund on the patio? Do we know?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Papa and Lund on the patio today. So Giants trying to win the series. This is it's not like, listen, it's May 31st. This game's not going to make or break the season. But this would be a nice one to win. Because then you're now winning, 3 series in a row?
Yep.
Minnesota, Milwaukee, and this. And
Correct.
Did they win the one prior to that, too? I even forget.
They've won 11 out of their last 15, Murph.
Hang on. I know we got to get to Mike here in just a second, but I need to answer my damn question before I drive myself crazy here. The series before...
They swept the Phillies, but there was something in between that, right?
Miami, and they won that series.
That's right.
So they've won... It's since Arizona when they lost 3 out of 4. They won the Philly series, the Miami series, the Minnesota series, and the Milwaukee series. I'd like to win 5 series in a row.
Let's make it 5 in a row,
And end May.
How about that?
All right. On KNBR, Mike Kruko next on The Sports Leader.
We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game.
All right, the Giants come up a little short last night, 2-1 ball game. Lots of fun little details to discuss from last night's game. Day game today, 12:45. If the Giants win it, they'll win their 5th consecutive series, but they got to win it. It's Mitch Keller for the Pirates, good pitcher, against Alex Wood for the Giants. Mike Krukow was on the call last night. Giants lose 2-1. Good morning, Mike.
Mike.
By the way, we have Marcus Boucher in for Paulie. Paulie had a little dental emergency, but he'll be back tomorrow, so Marcus is in today. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. It wasn't a very interesting game last night, and I didn't think there was 1 second they were going to lose that game last night. The whole time it was being played, it was kind of weird. I mean, they got 7 walks. They had 5 leadoff guys get on, and they put outside of the 9th inning, they put guys on base every inning, and to only score 1 run out of it, the way that this offense has been rolling, I was kind of surprised by it, to be honest with you. But you tip your cap to the Pirates bullpen. They were very, very good, and it became a bullpen game for them in the 5th inning. I mean, for the Giants, it was a bullpen game for the first pitch of the game, but Giants got the starter out for the Pirates in the 5th, and then the bullpen just shut the Giants down. So that in itself is pretty impressive, given how the Giants have been good with the bats of late.
They have, for sure. And last night, obviously, just one of those nights. And listen, if it's a trend, you worry about it. They scored 14 runs on Monday. And thinking of the Warriors, 14 runs on Monday and 15 runs on Friday. So the bats have been pretty darn good. Couple interesting things with Patrick Bailey I wanted to ask you about, just sort of details from the game last night. One simple just like rules clarification for me. The play at the plate, it looked like he was blocking the plate before he had the ball when the runner slid. Is that allowed? What's your understanding on that?
Well, if the motion of the play takes you into the path of the runner, then it's allowed. If you deliberately set up to block as that player comes into, as the runner comes into home plate, then that's not allowed. So, I mean, it was kind of a gray area because as he took the ball, he stepped, and in stepping, he stepped right in front of home plate. So technically, he was blocking the plate, but as the movement and the motion of the play brought him into that point, they did not rule that indeed it was intent. So, I mean, once that play goes to New York, they not only look at the safe call, or safe out call, they look to see if indeed there was a block, and they didn't think there was. So, but it got a little gray right there. I mean, it could have been called a block.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, a little gray. That's what we were thinking for sure. Another question on Pat Bailey was the wild pitch, and it was, out of the strike zone and off to his left. If you're Pat Bailey, though, do you think you should have knocked that down? I mean, is that just nah, man? Manaea uncorked one, and there was nothing Bailey could do.
Every great catcher feels like he should have made every block. No matter, I don't care if a guy bounces at 8 feet out in front of home plate and it's 10 feet over his head. They feel like they should be responsible to block it. I mean, that's what great catchers are. And now, look, Bailey is a young catcher, and he's a very, very good catcher. I mean, you got to play a long time at the big league level to get to the Mike Matheny status about blocking balls. But he's a really good blocker. That one just kind of kicked away from him. He had a play, and had Manaea been able to get down and held the ball in his glove, it might have been another. We might be talking about how good that play was if they got the out. But and the unfortunate thing about it was that was the run that determined the game. So it hurt. But I'm sure he was disappointed that he didn't get a block. But it would have been a really great block had he been able to do it.
And Mike, this is something that we've talked about before when I have filled in for Paulie Mack, and it's the strategy today with these catchers of going down to one knee to kind of steal that low strike. Now, in a situation like we saw last night with a runner on third, do you think that once again this limited the mobility of a Patrick Bailey behind home plate to get out and block the ball? And should we go back to the strategy of catching on two legs when there is a runner in scoring position?
Well, I absolutely believe that a more standard setup with both feet on the ground gives you more lateral movement. I mean, that's an obvious. And what Craig Abernathy, the catching coach, who really was kind of the guru of the one knee down and, dropping your hand and then bringing the momentum of the glove back into the low part of the strike zone so you can snatch and grab that low pitch and get that strike. He's kind of the father of that style. But he says that, and we've had long conversations with this, because, I mean, it's a point of contention for me that balls have to be able to be blocked. You can't shortstop the ball. I mean, you can't take your glove hand and reach out backhand style with the thumb of your glove pointing to the dirt. I mean, that's what a shortstop does on a backhand. If you're a catcher and you do that, if the ball comes up and hits the heel of your glove, it's going to kick right or left. Especially with runners at third base, I like the more conventional setup where if the ball is in the dirt, you can drop both knees and get your glove to block the hole between your legs and try and use your chest protector to try and block that ball. If the ball's not caught, it can still be effective. If the ball trickles out in front of the catcher, that freezes the runner. So I like that style, and it's a conventional, traditional style. But what Abernathy tells his catchers, it's up to you, whatever you're comfortable with. This is not an edict coming down from the mountain where you have to use this style. So whenever a catcher gets set up with a runner at third base, he's in a comfortable position to where he feels he can block. Now, if you lose a little bit of lateral movement, well, yeah, you do. But if you still feel capable of being able to block, which Bailey has proven that he can, then they allow that. And so it can be left knee down, it can be right knee down, it can be no knee down, and no knee down. It's up to the catcher. So when Bailey set up, he was confident that he was going to be able to block everything, and he almost did.
Yeah, Pat Bailey, of course, doing a lot and learning on the fly as we go, and we'll see if he's in the lineup today as the Giants take on the Pirates.
He will be in the lineup today.
Okay. All right, good. I like watching this kid play. He and Casey Schmidt obviously turning all kinds of energy. As Logan Webb told you guys mid-game yesterday, right? You guys had Logan Webb on during the game.
Yeah, and, it's funny. It's kind of like pulling teeth that worked on him at times. But, he will open up and he will give some insight to the personality of the player. I mean, he called Sable kind of goofy, and, every time I talk to Logan Webb, you have the feeling that he's just so happy to be here. Mm-hmm. And, he's so at home in the environment, whether he's in the dugout, whether he's in the clubhouse, whether he's on the field. And you get a pretty good insight as to just what type of a teammate he is. He's a great teammate.
Yeah, fun to see.
But, he is talking about the energy of these guys, and they were. And I thought one of the great at-bats in last night's ball game was with one out and a runner at first base. Bailey comes up and he hits a bullet down the right field line, and it gets caught by the first baseman who steps on the base double play. It was a great at-bat. So he is bringing energy.
First baseman being Connor Joe, who hit his fourth home run against the Giants. Mike, the most he's hit against any team. It's like, hey, come on, man. Giants gave him a break. Stop hitting homers.
Yeah, but, once you play for a team and they let you go, that becomes a playoff game the rest of your life.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's a one-man playoff. I mean, you're the only guy on the field feeling that way, but that's just the nature of the game. I mean, hey, look, everybody up here is good. Everybody up here has had to earn the right to be here, and everybody up here hates to lose. There's nobody that hates to lose more than the next guy. That when somebody even points that out about themselves, I just kind of turn the page. I really hate to lose. Really? Well, that's a bit redundant, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
And but everybody gets removed from a roster because in the eyes of an organization he's not a big leaguer at that time. That hurts. That hurts a young player, and that's something you'll never forget. And every time you come back to play that team that said that to you, you're going to want to beat them, and it becomes very personal. So I'm sure that Connor Joe felt pretty good circling the bags in that first inning with a 2-out home run.
And, of course, John Brebbia was pulled from the game after allowing that home run to Connor Joe. And, Mike, I kind of wanted to ask you about this bullpen game yesterday from the Giants, where it seemed like, once again, they gave another productive outing. But I wanted to ask about Sean Manaea going 4 innings. It seems like his last 3-4 outings, he's been pitching at a high level. My only question is, with him only throwing 53 pitches yesterday, do you think they could have expanded into a larger role for Shamania? Or maybe is that the path they're on to try to get him back into the starting rotation?
Well, the way he's throwing right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see him lock in at this spot. I mean, he's been great. His last 4 outings, he's throwing 10 innings, struck out 60. He's been really good. And he knows it. I mean, you can just see the way he carries himself now. There's confidence out there on the hill where there wasn't earlier. And so, I mean, he's not a baby. He's in his 7th year, and when a veteran knows that he's going good, I mean, you can just see it. And it's the way he walks into the clubhouse, the way he walks out of the dugout, takes the mound, takes the ball. I mean, he just doesn't even care what the situation is. He feels he can pitch out of it. And I think he's kind of at that point right now. So wherever they use him, and he can be used in any situation now. He's not intimidated for coming out of the bullpen, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him come back in the rotation as good as he's been.
Yeah, I'd like to see it if he can do it. He's been good in earning it, too. We're talking to Mike Krukow. We do it every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mack, who's off today, hopefully back tomorrow. And the Giants and the Pirates rubber match today, 12:45. Mitch Keller, righty for the Pirates. Giants going with Alex Wood doing their thing. Mike, in terms of last night, Casey Schmidt was out at second base and turned a nifty little double play to his right. So, we talk about that arm at short and third. I mean, I don't think they want him at second base a lot, but gosh, if you drop him there, looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, in his life, he's played less than a week at second base.
That's crazy.
You have to remind him yourself that, what you're watching is a guy that just really relaxes wherever he's at. I mean, he believes in his hand. He believes in his ability. What he did last night was a pretty significant play because, look, I'm sitting next to an old second baseman, and Kipe saw it immediately. He said, he didn't break for the bag. There was an instant where he held his position because the runner was going on that play, and it was his job to cover second base should the runner go. But because his initial setup defensively, he was closer to second base than he was if he was in a standard, straight up defensive placement. So in that, he was a little bit closer. He held his position still a little bit longer. And when the ball came off the bat, it was hit sharply. He had taken a step to the bag, but he was still, because of that little pause, just that instant of pause to hold his position, he was able to get back to the ball. And then he had somewhat of an awkward throw that he fed to Crawford coming across the back, but it was a perfect throw, right there chest high, and then Crawford unloaded the cannon, and they completed the play. And the guy who was running was fast. For them to get the double play was unlikely, and it really was one of the best plays in the game.
Mike, this is a weird one for you, and if you don't feel comfortable answering, that's fine. But it's sort of inside baseball. But I'm asking you because you do games on TV, and I don't know if you saw the news about the San Diego Padres. Bally Sports, which I guess is sort of the equivalent of NBC Sports Bay, lost their rights to broadcast Padres game, and MLB is now taking over the production and broadcast of all Padre games. I'm trying to make sense of it. Is that something that comes up on your radar as a TV broadcaster?
Well, I think it comes up on the radar of any fan, especially if you're a fan that your team of a team that has been associated with Bally, because there was a big bankruptcy right before the first pitch of the season, and when this all went down, there was a bunch of teams affected, not just in baseball, but other big league sports as well. So we didn't know how it was going to all play out. MLB came right up and said, well, regardless of what happens, we are going to be able to continue to broadcast games. And it's always a concern for players to make sure that you can be seen. That we're in a generation now where, MLB channel is amazing. You can get every game. You can get every broadcast of every game, not just the home team's broadcast. You get both broadcasts. It's the most incredible thing that there's out there. But, you have to have the comfort that, as a player, you're going to be seen. You love that. And this generation, to a degree now, takes it they take it for granted that it's going to happen. When we were playing, it wasn't that way. In fact, Kipe always talks about the perfect game that Lynn Barker threw
right.
When he was with Cleveland. The fact that it was even on TV, it wasn't supposed to be on TV. Can you imagine that now? Somebody throwing a perfect game and there being no video record of it, no no television broadcast because of it. Well, I think that, it's a very sensitive issue to players, to the game of baseball. And so I applaud our commissioner and MLB to pick up the slack where we didn't really quite know how it was going to be handled once Valley announced that they were going into BK.
Yeah, I don't even want to get too into the weeds, but if you're a Padre fan, you got to scramble to figure out how to watch your games now. There's a whole new thing, and I guess they said that you can watch for free through Sunday, and then they're going to start a new fee coming your way. So I don't know if that's something that Padre fans will be concerned about or anything, but I just wanted to throw it at you and thought maybe kick it around with your NBC Sports Bay Area brethren, see what you find out, Mike.
No, that's it. I'm over it. This is it. This is the only time I'm ever talking about it. I'm done.
There you go. All right.
I just thank God for NBC Sports Bay Area.
Right?
We don't have to worry about it.
We don't have to worry about it. We'll watch you today. Yes.
Yeah, and Mike, I actually had a follow-up question to that because, of course, with the reported stories about the A's potentially moving to Las Vegas, with the MLB talking about expansion going out to Nashville or Portland, do you think TV market size matters in this day and age when there's so much accessibility to all the games from around the country?
The TV market thing is a really great topic because what happens now, and you've been back east. Back east, if you're living on the East Coast, it's made for a sports bar. It's unbelievable. You go there and you watch your team at 7 o'clock, and then when it's over, you just flip over to the West Coast game that's just coming on. So you get 6 hours basically of baseball, and and if you have a sports bar, that's heaven, right? Well, I think now that it's happened, that all these games are accessible around the country, more people are watching baseball. And they're watching baseball, and they're watching teams that aren't their teams. They're watching baseball because they love the game. I have no problem watching any game there is, obviously, but I love the game of baseball. Even when the Giants aren't playing, I'll have a game on. And I think you're seeing more and more of that. And because of that, your audience is huge. And what is the most significant thing to a television company that's putting on a game? Well, the ability to advertise. Well, now, if you're having a game on MLB, that's the Giants and the Padres, but yet it's on TV on the East Coast. Well, they're watching the game. Well, guess what? They're watching the commercials too. So it increases the marketability of our sport, and for the sponsors that are part of the sport, I think it increases the package and it becomes a bigger invitation for more companies to get involved with baseball. So I think all in all, I think it's a great thing.
Last one for you, Mike, is sort of I don't want a negative story, but David VR got sent back down, and he actually said to Susan Slusser in the Chronicle that he's, quote, in a dark place, unquote, at the plate when things don't go his way, and he's really trying to work on attitude and body language. So I guess he said Slater and other veterans told him, hey, man, this is all part of the grind, and you got to keep chopping wood as hard as that is. So, he was up here briefly, and now he's going back. Any thoughts, Mike?
Well, it's the game of baseball, and it's really, really a tough thing. Look, he came up, and he got in one game. He was the DH, and I really thought that all his at-bats were good. He hit the ball hard a couple times, got nothing for it. He got rung up on a pitch that was a ball for strike 3. He did everything right, and he got with the little bird left on the right rock. And sometimes that's just kind of what happens. But you can't give into that. You're living the dream. You're playing baseball, and somebody's paying you. How much of a dark spot can that possibly be? Look, I get you're not playing at the level you want to be. We'll do something about it. And he's going to have to learn to relax and let his talent come through, which I think eventually is going to happen. And the same thing for Joey Bart. Sometimes they're their own worst enemy. And, you have to learn how to get in the right frame of mind to play this game. And you cannot fear the negative. You cannot fear what can happen to you. If you do, it'll alter the way that you play. It'll lock you up, and you'll never be able to succeed at this level. I've seen it happen. We had a guy in 1983, a guy named Mike Chris, who's a left-handed pitcher. And I saw him at spring training. My first year with the Giants, I go to camp, and I see this left-hander Mike Chris, and I thought, my God, we're going to have a good pin. And he had great stuff. High three-corner release, big curveball, too hard. And once the game started, and he got out there, we're playing for real, man, his butt locked up, and he couldn't finish a pitch. He cast off the curveball and induced the fastball, and they torched him. And I'll never forget the day that he got sent out. I walked back in there and gave him the, hey, give him a hell of a speech, go down there, come back up, work hard thing. He looked at me, goes, man, I'll never have the big contract now. Well, he was playing for the wrong reason. If you're out there and that's your motivation, you're playing for the wrong reason. And you think, well, what are you talking about? This is professional baseball. You're playing for cash. Well, yeah, you are. But that's not your number one priority. You're playing to compete and play the game. And there's only one way that you can play the game, and it has to be with freedom. If you're thinking about, I'm playing to pay the bills, well, then you're playing for the wrong reason. And a lot of these guys are doing that. And for David Villar, he has to find a way to get out of that dark place, or he'll never be able to be a big leaguer.
Yeah, sounds like it's some big sort of self-reflection or the mental part of the game affecting David Villar right now. And old Yogi told us 90% of the game is half mental, right? Something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Totally is.
Yeah.
He's got to free it up, and, hopefully he can do that because he's a talented guy.
He's got to breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Come on, VR. All right. Well, listen, we're rooting for the guy. He can still play a role on the team for sure, and he's got a powerful bat. He hit 36 bombs last year. So Giants obviously not giving up on him, but he's got some work to do. All right, Mike. We'll look forward to the broadcast today, 12:45 day game. It would be really nice to get this win and get that series going. That'll be their 5th straight series. So we will listen to you, watch you, and talk to you Friday.
Got a bit.
Mike Krukow. He'll be there. And by the way, more Giants talk coming your way. Susan Slusser joining Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. So we got that, and we got Andy Bagley today at 8:50. How about that?
Talking Giants.
How about that, huh? How about that? Mm-hmm. Also, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Also, we got Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mack.
Hey.
Paulie with a late scratch today. We had to call Paulie. Had to call a Waterboy up from AAA. He bombed down from Sacramento.
Yeah, I wish I would have known. I would have worn like a Grateful Dead T-shirt or something.
Oh, very good, very good. But you're not in a David Villar. See the quote, David Villar quote,
dark.
I've been in a dark place.
What is he, hanging out with Aaron Rodgers?
Very good. I like that. All right. The big hit is, of course, the departure of Bob Myers from the Warriors and all that it means. Is this the beginning of the end? If you pull back and look macro, Bob Myers leaving the building can't be a positive for the dynasty, or can it in some bizarre way? Also, do you believe him that he just had enough pressure and had to leave, or were there other things going on? Does he see the team crumbling? Does he think Joe Lacob might be too much of a grinder? And do you believe Lacob's theory that they're still going to win?
That's a great question.
All these questions come to the fore. So you can call 808 KNBR. And we're also going to revisit some of the sound. Look at that. Triple E doesn't want this. Somebody here can take some calls? Okay, you can text us. We're a little short today because of the
Man down. We'll figure it out.
415-808-5627 is the text. 415-808-5627. Or if you just want to call 808 KNBR to chime in with your thoughts on the Bob Myers story. The big hit next on The Sports Leader.
We're going to win no matter what.
Marcus Thompson stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show after the news broke that Bob Myers would be stepping down as the Warriors GM. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Rebound Curry. And the dream season is now complete. The Golden State Warriors are the 2015 NBA champions. Their first title in 40 years. And how sweet it must be for those crazy loyal Bay Area fans.
One of the great playoff runs of all time is complete. The Warriors are NBA champions again.
Final seconds here of this 2018 NBA season. There's the buzzer. There's a new dynasty in the NBA. The Golden State Warriors champions once again. Back-to-back titles, 3 in 4 years. And the latest with a sweep. And that'll do it. It's over. The Golden State Warriors return to a familiar place. They're on top of the NBA world. The 4th title in 8 years. The Dubs dynasty is still very much alive.
Woo! There it was. 4 championships in 8 years. By the way, before we get into the Bob Myers big hit, Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mack. What about of those 4, which was the sweetest?
Oh, that one's tough. And it might be like just because I was in the parade, but last year felt pretty damn good.
Last year is pretty darn good. I mean,
Murph, I'm not even joking. I wish I could show it on our live stream. I still have a little tiny piece of confetti.
You can't show it on the live stream.
From Market Street. It's kind of beat
Hold
up
it
now.
up.
Yeah, it's tiny. It's all crumpled up. It's in there. Trust me. I still have the confetti from the parade. So that one felt sweet, especially after everybody said the Warriors dynasty was done the first time, Murph.
Yeah, I always default to the first one. 81 Niners, 2010 Giants, 2015 Warriors. Although I do remember 75. I do, and I loved it. But, I just laugh at during those calls there. The 2018 one gets no run whatsoever. It's like sort of, I don't know, is it the 2012 of the Giants? I don't know. It's like they just kind of swept them. Durant won his second finals MVP. The first one with Durant was you had to avenge 2016. And 2015 was obviously 2015. Then 2018 was like, yeah, just throw it on the pile.
Exactly.
And then they'll probably win another one next year. And then they didn't. The Raptors came along. And then they climbed all the way back. Became the first team ever to go from having the worst record in the NBA and 2 years later winning an NBA championship. So there you go, man. The big hit, Bob Myers' story, 48 years old, with all the money being offered, in his dream job, in his hometown, walking away. And there's any number of texters who've come in saying, yeah, he's a human being. He's allowed to have this kind of thought where he's like, I need something different. This is the train stop. This is where I get off. And that is totally believable. There's another part like, something must have forced him to get off the train. Was it the grind of Joe Lacob? Does he want to run another team at some point in time? Was it that he sees the dynasty coming to an end and he knows, oh boy, this is not going to be fun? Or as Joe Lacob said, 5 to 20 phone calls a day. That's a little much.
Yeah.
That's a little much.
That'll wear on you a little bit, Murph.
But let's get back if you missed it yesterday. So here you go. Bob Myers' opening statement on why he is walking away at age 48 from his dream job with all the money in the world in his hometown.
This is hard. I have, so many different things, emotions that I'm still processing. But the bottom line is this job, the one I'm in, and I would say this for any professional general manager or coach, requires complete engagement, complete effort, 1,000%. And if you can't do it, then you shouldn't do it. And so that's the answer to the question of why. I can't do that to our players. I can't do that to Joe and Peter. Really, I can't do it to myself. And that's a question I've been wrestling with. Appreciate your patience, letting me make that decision. Everybody in this room. I've only known how to do things one way my whole life. Is kind of all the way, and it doesn't feel right to do something when I can't give it everything, and that's what it takes to do what we've done over the last, for me, 12 years.
I mean, there it is. That's Bob Myers' statement. Can't give it everything. And he didn't say the word burnout, but that's sort of describing what burnout is, right? Where you're just like, I don't have it anymore.
And the way he phrased
I don't have the energy, man.
If you can't do it, you shouldn't do it. Well, here's the thing. The Warriors did it last season. They just brought home another title. And so what has changed in the last year?
Well, there you go. The punch, obviously.
The James Wiseman trade situation. Yeah, great questions. That's why I'm like, and again, I'm not being cynical about it. I'm sort of where Kyle Kami was in his column in The Athletic, which was like,
I've lived long enough now to know, like 20, 30 years ago, I'd be like, oh, well, yeah, he just can't give his all anymore. And that's the story. And you live a little longer, you're like, well, is there more?
Let's dig a little deeper, Murph.
Now you know the rest of the story. I'm not suggesting anything sinister, but I am suggesting maybe Lacob just made his life impossible or unpleasant.
Yeah, or going back to some of the texts we got earlier on the Cash Creek text line talking about the body language of a Bob Myers and the difference from when he was by himself versus sitting next to Joe Lacob.
I keep going back to this, and it's my dated references, I know, but I'm just going to bring you guys along with me. So you guys ever heard of the pop group Simon and Garfunkel, Hello Darkness, My Old Friend?
Yeah.
So they famously broke up, and that was a big deal. And then they had a famous reunion on Saturday Night Live, and it was fraught with tension. They were on the stools. Art Garfunkel left to go pursue a movie career. Paul Simon was the genius. He was the one who wrote all the songs and everything. So they come back, and everybody's like, ladies and gentlemen, Simon and Garfunkel. The crowd's like, ah! And they sit on the stools, and it's kind of quiet. And Simon says to Garfunkel, so, Artie, you've come crawling back. And there's this nervous laughter. Ha, 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 ha. And then he goes, you done with the movies? And there's like this, ooh.
Oh, got him.
Got him. I kind of felt in my ancient mind, I was like, this kind of reminds me of the Simon and Garfunkel reunion because Lacob sat up there. He's like, I love you. You're my son. I don't understand why you're leaving.
Yeah.
I'll never understand it.
Lacob's like, oh, maybe later on down the road, he'll be back.
Yeah.
He'll be back with us working again.
So, I mean, and Bob's nervous kind of giggle was kind of like, you see what I'm dealing with here? You see what I'm dealing with here? So
this is a peek behind the curtain, Murph.
Here we go. So Myers on... As Waterboy just points out here, they won a championship a year ago.
Yeah.
Waterboy, less than a year ago. That confetti.
Dude, this confetti is not even a year old yet. I'm going to start treating it like my baby. How old is that confetti? 16 months, Murph. Not even that.
Yeah. It was less than a year from that.
Yeah.
So anyway, Myers was asked, did this season play a role?
Yeah, well, yes, but that's not why I'm leaving. This was a hard year. I don't know. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. There has been hard years though, and there's been tough ones. Even when we were winning those years with Durant and those teams that there was no outcome that was acceptable except winning. I think we were favored in every game we played. It's just great, but pressure. This year, I don't know. It's hard to repeat. There were some tough things this year. I'm not going to discount those, but some people asked me, if the team wins the championship, would you leave? I think yes. So if this was a perfect year, it might have still been the time. I don't know, but they all come with their own challenges. There's one happy GM at the end of the year. It's a hard one. One happy coach, one happy team. Luckily, we got to be happy 4 times.
It's true. That's what I fall back a lot on. If you have a CYO basketball team or a Little League team and you come up short, it's like, only one team ends happy, guys. You're like, why can't it be us? But yeah, I mean, the Heat or the Nuggets are going to do a big examination after this. Why didn't we win the championship?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly. And then we're going to dig into the X's and O's of
how did
what
we
went
fail?
Wrong.
Yeah.
How did we get to this point, Murph? But he's right. The Warriors were pretty damn happy 4 different times. Yeah. But Joe Lacob also said at the press conference yesterday, I just want Bob to be happy. Well, what's happiness? Is it titles? Is it money? Is it fame? Is it legacy, Murph? I don't know.
209 says a lot can happen in a year, as evidenced right here. Mm-hmm. And 408 saying Lacob telling Myers he's going to keep working him till June 30th, and Myers being surprised, that says it all. Yeah. Right? I didn't even discuss it, right? So anyway, Lacob was asked what's next for the Warriors. What is next per Joe Lacob?
Situations. What's next? Bob addressed it, and I think he addressed it well, and I'm sure you'll ask a couple of questions, but look, we have a great organization. We believe in bench strength. Some may think we don't, based on they criticized our bench on the court sometimes, but we do believe in bench strength, and within this organization, we have a lot of bench strength, and we have a lot of people that are really good at their jobs, and that we're constantly training for situations like this. You can't always achieve it, but Bob has trained some great people in his organization, and I think they'll play a great role going forward. I'm not going to say what we're doing yet because I don't know what we're doing yet. I only learned of this decision this morning. And while we've been thinking about the possibility of it happening, certainly knew it was a possibility, although I didn't want to admit that was really a possibility to myself. It was a possibility. And so we've thought about it, but it's not going to be something that we, rush into. We'll get it done when we get it done. We'll make the right decision for the organization.
Yeah, a couple things there. One, he sounds like he's staying in-house.
Mm-hmm.
We have a deep bench. Two, I only found out this morning. That one jumped out at you, didn't it?
That shocked me because he doubled down and said it multiple times. I don't know why Bob is retiring. I'll never know why. And I found out just like you guys. So you're telling me Joe Lacob was on Twitter and saw the Woj bomb just like all of us.
It's what?
I don't know if I'm buying that, Murph.
Yeah, well, either that or that's how Lacob is so in denial of not denial, but always looking forward. Like, Bob's staying. Why would he leave? You know, I mean, this is where we need Paulie's Lacob. You know, it's very much into the Paulie Lacob. There's a reason why Paulie does his Lacob.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because Lacob is that, why would he leave? He's paradise. It's paradise. It's nirvana. 20 calls a day from me. I bet he wishes he had 21.
Bob Myers isn't leaving the Warriors. The Warriors are leaving Bob Myers.
Exactly.
I only learned of this decision this morning.
I know. And then he drops this thing where Bob's contract goes through June 30th. And you'd think, hey, they'd say, hey, you know what? You've stepped down.
Yeah, he put in his 2-week notice.
We wish you well. No, Lacob's like, I have him till June 30th. Here, check it out right here.
I think we're preparing for the draft, free agency, all those things. And I know I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th to be involved here, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah. Oh.
So he'll be here for that. And
I didn't know. That's fine. Yeah.
that's the way it's going to be. And so I think we'll be prepared, and we'll go forward, and it'll be good.
That was so telling. That whole, you could hear Bob looking off to the side going, oh, okay. And then Joe, yeah, that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah, that's the way it's going to be.
You're going to work? You're going to like it, Murph?
I mean,
no days off?
There's a reason why that Chase Center is built. You know what I mean? It got built because he was like, that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th.
And when he stood in that restaurant, we had it at, God, where were we? Darn it. We were at a restaurant right down by, it was a water bar. We were at Water Bar. When he bought the team, him and Goober and Paulie and I went, and he's like, I see a lonely banner, and we're going to add more. We're like, you're right. No, you're not. And he's added 4. That's the way it's going to be.
Yeah. And there's more coming, Murph.
That could be on the Lacob statue when it's all said and done 40 years from now. That's the way it's going to be.
Or whether he knows it or not. Yeah.
Whether he knows it or not.
I got some news for you, Murph. You're working.
I know, right? Yeah. Well, that's like Lee Hammer to us on Memorial Day several years ago. You're working Memorial Day. We're like, we start at 5 in the morning on Memorial Day. Like, people will be up making sandwiches.
Yeah,
We're like, no, they're not.
And I guess, Murph, that's the question is like, do you still want Bob Myers involved in the draft when he's got one foot out the door? And how much of an impact could he have? Because I believe
he's got to be a pro. He's under contract.
Yeah.
I remember that's the way it's going to be.
I mean, have you ever been at a job where they know you're going to... I told you my job where I found out that on the want ad that it was my job.
Oh.
I ran up and quit, though.
Yeah. You didn't go outside and start selling tickets to the mid-show matinee.
By the way, 916 says the riff about... Lacob's riff about the bad bench seemed like a personal shot. A personal shot. I totally agree. So here's 707. And Murph, you're looking way too far into this. All good things come to an end. Appreciate Bob for his impact and support Lacob in his next move. That's a winning culture. Well, that's, I told you 20, 30 years ago, that would have been my attitude. I get a little older. I'm like, really? You're leaving your dream job? Really?
And to me, it says more about the trickle-down effects that it's going to have over guys like Draymond and Clay and even Steve Kerr, because we know Bob Myers has been that bridge, that gap, that Bay Bridge connecting Oakland and San Francisco, connecting the front office and the coaches and the talent on the roster.
Right. 925 points out, John Madden retired from the Raiders in the early 40s. That's his dream job. He burned out.
Yeah.
So those guys say burnout. So Bob never used that word.
No.
Burnout. So anyway, Lacob on the CBA now coming to get him, the collective bargaining agreement with all the luxury taxes. Joe, you can't keep winning. Oh, wait. Here's Joe.
I'm not going to comment on it at this time. I will say that we do have a very strong organization, and I think that there's a good possibility it could be an internal candidate, but haven't made a decision, so I can't really give you an answer. We're going to work on that.
Yeah, so he doesn't, obviously he was believing until yesterday morning that he was going to have Myers around.
So you're saying there's a chance, Murph.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Z7 Triple E is the one on, we're going to listen to this statement here, guys, on the CBA.
I'm not going to comment on the roster very much because the truth is we have a lot of work to do, obviously, and we have time. We have until the draft and free agency, which is a month away or so. So we're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships. And when we came here, this ownership group 13 years ago, we made a ridiculous proclamation about winning within 5 years. And of course, somehow we managed to do it, all of us, players and everybody involved. And we've continued to win. And look, the rules will change in the game, but we'll continue to do that. We're going to work really hard to do it. And I think we have really smart people, and we'll do it.
Well, there's a guy who's not burned out. I mean, if Myers is like, I can't do it anymore, I'm emotionally drained, I'm physically drained, and I was like, not me.
Joe sounds like a guy that's never won a title. He's hungry. He wants more.
Waterboy, do you burn with that hunger?
Yeah, that's why I wake up every morning at 2:45, Murph, so I can come on and put on radio excellence every morning.
Certain guys burn with that hunger. Some guys don't. Yeah.
I don't care what the rules are.
There's like they said David Letterman was like insane about his job. Like all he did is, and he beat himself up every day. He used to write like, I hate myself on these cards and then go out and like work all day. So there's just certain people that are like, Lacob's one of these guys just driven, man. Like I told you, self-made guy.
We are going to figure out a way to do it.
Yeah.
That's what good organizations do.
Look at that. It's very good.
Also, I love the fact that Joe Lacob is doubling down. Like, we're going to win. We're going to win no matter what. Unless Steph and Clay aren't on the court like 2019 when they won 15 games.
Seriously, he said light years, and it's not light years right now. You got knocked out in the second round.
Light years?
It's not light years.
Light years, Murph.
I mean, you know what I mean? So I wonder if he wants to get back to light years. What will it do? You got to believe. I mean, I told you somebody was saying to me, hey, man, when Curry retires, they're going to be the Orlando Magic.
Oh.
And, look at the Chicago Bulls post-Jordan, right?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. What were the Warriors before Steph Curry?
Right.
As much as I hate to talk badly about the We Believe team and stuff like that.
510 says, Lacob sounds motivated to win without Bob Myers. Like, no, it wasn't Bob, it was me. 510 also with a great text. Always quote Gary. Said Radnich used to always say, never believe someone standing in front of a podium. It's a pretty good line, Gary. All right, here's Lacob on will Myers be involved with the draft? Because the draft is June 22nd. His contract goes till June 30th.
Joe, a couple quick questions. Is Bob running the draft then?
Tim, I wasn't very good at that anyway, so.
I don't think we've even gotten to that level of what's going to happen exactly in the next month. I guess he's employed theoretically till June 30th. So the draft falls within there, but we don't support role. Okay.
Awkward.
Bob comes in with support. He's like, oh, support. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Artie,
Sure.
You've come crawling back.
Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
We don't support role.
There were a couple of very telling moments in that press conference, man.
Support role.
Oh, my God. And then finally, Lacob with the big picture that some of them are saying, like, hey, just let Myers get off the train. He's a human being. He did his time. He doesn't want to do it anymore. He's got a family. He wants some other challenge in his life. And as they say, nothing lasts forever.
I'll tell you, I'm going to miss talking to him 5 to 20 times a day. There are times during the course of the year where we don't, but most of the time it's a constant dialogue. I'm going to miss that. Probably the thing I'm going to miss the most is that because Bob is such a great person, so smart, and I don't mean to keep giving you more accolades here today, but might as well. Yeah. That's going to be hard. We've all worked together for a long time, and I mean that's going to be a very difficult thing to adjust to. But life goes on, and nothing is forever. We all know that. Owners don't own teams forever. Players don't play forever. We'd like to think they do. New players come along and get better, and all of a sudden they emerge. Maybe Bob has something else great in his future that he wants to do. These things do change, and as much as we'd like them to last forever, they just don't.
Beautiful, Joe Lacob. That's probably as sentimental as he got. Well, that and calling him a son too. He's my fifth son, and he also said, but then him saying, "Yeah, man, at a certain point things change." And that's it. That'll be Paulie McIntyre's speech. At a certain point, things change.
Life changes, Murph.
480 says, life's too short to work all the time. He's not struggling financially. Money equals freedom, and he has freedom. Time to enjoy his life, IMO. I would love to have that freedom at 48. We spoke about that earlier in the day.
100%.
That he has, the only people who can make moves like this are those who have financial freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's worked hard to earn that money, and he did it.
And that's why I think Bob made it a point of emphasis yesterday to say, this wasn't about money. Joe offered me the contract. This was more about me needing to step away and not being able to fully commit. And he touched a lot on the relationships, whether it was talking about Draymond, Clay, or Steph, or giving Kevin Durant a shout out from calling him from Monaco.
By the way, but you dropped that bomb on me this morning driving in. I hadn't heard the Monaco detail. Yeah. I laughed out loud in my car.
Dude, KD.
Dude, 1, 2, 3, Monaco. You know what I mean? It's no longer Cancun. Bro, talk about financial freedom. When you're KD, what are you doing? You got eliminated from the playoffs. I don't know, just find me in Monaco.
I'm just hanging out at an F1 race in Monaco, I think it was.
Incredible, dude.
Unreal.
So, financial freedom is a beautiful thing. 925 says, call me crazy, but I think Bob may block Joe for a while on July 1st.
Oh, you think Bob's going to leave Joe Lacob on red, Murph?
Pretty much. 214 says, sounds like the Jerry Jones-Jimmy Johnson separation. The owner's ego can't stand someone else getting credit for success. No, I think he gave him credit for success. For success. 48 says, morning, boys. I think two things can be equally true. It's a high level. He could just be burned out. But the reactions need to be discussed as well. This upcoming year could be the most taxing on Myers, taxing on Myers, and the reason he bowed out. Cousin Vinny says that too. I agree. There was a lot going on when Lacob got up there. It was fascinating. It was some great theater.
Yeah.
I loved it. So there was your big hit, guys. Yeah.
I was just going to ask one last question, Murph. I know when we're talking about legacies with Bob Myers, of course, everybody's going to point to the 4 titles. But out of the moves he made, whether it was bringing in Andre Iguodala, Kevin Durant, Andrew Wiggins after trading away KD for D'Lo and getting an additional first-round draft pick and taking Jonathan Kuminga, what do you think the long-lasting effect is of Bob Myers? Because I know a lot of people will criticize his draft class, but he did more than just drafting players. It's bringing in this collection of talent and building that Warriors championship chemistry.
It's a great question. So the big 4, Iguodala, drafting Draymond, trading for KD, and Wiggins. I'm going to, it's all really good. They're all really good.
And you could almost give him credit
I'm going to go ahead and say that turning Durant's departure into Wiggins was pretty incredible.
That was impressive.
That was pretty incredible.
To get rid of him, get D'Lo, and get an additional first round
into
pick.
Wiggins. That's how you got that extra title. I know it was Steph's masterpiece in Boston, but they don't win that title without Wiggins.
No.
So that 4th title, that's what I'm going with. But their other ones are great too. That's not to diminish the other ones.
And that's not even mentioning Kevon Looney and Jordan Poole being drafted. And technically, he was an assistant GM in 2011 when Clay was drafted. Yeah. So I'll give him credit for that too. Can somebody give Bob some blanking credit?
Yes, you just did. There you go. There's your big hit, guys. The Bob Myers departure. Okay, here's the deal. Cooler content coming up. Andy Bagley talking Giants at 8:50. They go at 12:45 today. What do you got? You got something funny over there?
Oh, dude, I was just cracking up. I looked over at the text line. Shout out to 559, who points out Dwight Howard's going to be calling for Bob Myers. Come on! Come on over to Taiwan. That one got me.
That is outstanding.
Come on!
Bob
Myers!
Come on!
Come on!
Come on! That is
Come on!
Yeah, great. Bobby Myers in Taiwan in the back of that limo in that club.
Come on!
That's an outstanding.
Come on!
High-level text. That same one also sent a high-level text saying, shout out Paulie Mack, where is he? And Blue Oyster Cult, burn out the day, burn out the night. That was Bob Myers. He burned out the day and night talking to Joe Lacob. So, cooler content. Then Andy Bagley at 8:50, Marcus Thompson at 9:15, Bobby Marks at 9:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Bob Myers announced yesterday that he will officially be stepping down as Warriors general manager. So to find out what this means for the future of the Dubs dynasty, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, cooler content. Marcus, the water boy, Boucher, El Chico de Agua, in for Paulie Mack, who had to scratch. He was a late scratch. He'll be back tomorrow, and we'll hear his riffs on Joe Lacob. That's right. I have him till June 30th at midnight. Somebody else wrote in and said new phone for somebody said blocking Myers, or probably Myers blocking Lacob on July 1. Somebody else says get a new phone.
Bob Myers going to hit him back with the new phone, who dis?
New phone, who dis?
New phone, who dis, Murph?
Speaking of phones, our first entry in the cooler content involves phones and involves Nick Saban, who this is a case where a guy who doesn't want to walk away from his dream job. He's 71 years old. He's still out there grinding it for the Alabama Crimson Tide and still like being Saban, still like bitching and moaning about things he doesn't like and trying to gain an edge. He's already saying like he thinks there's too much pay for play. It's like, excuse me, have you ever heard of the $100 handshake from Boosters from the 1950s onward? You know what I mean? Yeah. So, and also the idea that the SEC, and this is a little inside college football for all y'all, the SEC only plays 8 conference games, and that has been a bee in the bonnet of people like Pac-10 fans or Pac-12 fans because they don't play enough conference games, which means they always have an extra cupcake on their schedule, which is ridiculous. And, I see you, Triple A. 8 games, dude. What is this? Little Sisters of the Poor, dude? So the idea that the SEC would go to 9 conference games, would make their schedules tougher, and they would lose more games. Oh, geez, sorry.
Oh, poor you.
Welcome to a conference.
Yeah.
Anyway, Saban was bitching and moaning about that when his iPhone went off in his pocket. And people just never see a man like Nick Saban lose control like this here. Yes.
When it turns into pay for play. When it turns into pay for play. I don't even know how to turn this thing off. All right, when it turns into pay for play.
There you go. So, Waterboy, you have parents north of 60. Are they cool with the iPhone? Can they handle it?
Oh, my mom is a lot better on the iPhone than my dad is.
So would your dad be like Saban fumbling around? I don't know how to turn this thing off.
My dad for years refused to move on from anything besides a flip phone. Like, we'd go to the Verizon store and get brand new phones. He's like, just give me the flip phone.
I like it.
You keep it simple.
A man of principle.
That way you can just slap it shut when you want to hang up on somebody. I miss doing that.
Well, there was kind of a style to snapping those things shut. Yeah, you know, just flip it open. You could hang up on somebody, theoretically. You know what I mean?
Slap it down.
As opposed to now, you're getting really mad and you're trying to hit with the index finger. I'm hanging up on you right now.
Oh, Murph, don't let him see you on the live stream texting with your index fingers again.
I'm trying to do the thumbs now here.
Which was hilarious. It's something that I was thinking of when I heard this Nick Saban cut. Remember when you were having problems with your iPhone and you kept on FaceTiming Copes? And then Copes made a song for it. I was scrambling to try to find an OpEx where he's yelling, Murph, I'm in your pocket. It's a 5-way FaceTime. There was about a stretch of a couple months.
Do we have it?
I don't think so. I know Triple E is scrambling for it.
You would have found it,
I was trying to set it up for him.
I got you. Don't worry about it.
You were notoriously known for calling people, FaceTiming people while the phone was in your pocket. I believe it happened like during one of your championship Little League games also.
Still going on.
Yeah.
Still going on. All right. So, except for the part about getting the championship. Those days are gone. All right. Mike Malone. Okay. Mike Malone, our favorite, our Brian Sabian Denver Nuggets styled head coach here, has a semi. Now, I didn't see this about riding the Jokic horse and buggy. This is Paulie's favorite thing in the world.
Oh, the famous horse and buggy.
So when he won his first MVP, a bunch of the Denver Nuggets coaching staff and GMs flew to Serbia, which ain't a short flight, by the way.
No.
They got to Serbia, and they wanted to surprise him with the MVP news. Jokic had been out for a ride in his horse and buggy.
Dude.
It's an incredible visual. He's got a little helmet on, and his legs are draped over the side of the buggy.
Here's the thing. The dude is a back-to-back MVP. Can we get him a bigger buggy, Murph? His legs are just dangling out.
Malone actually rode in the damn thing, huh? So here it is. Mike Malone.
Has he gotten you on a horse when you gone to Serbia?
Yeah, I was, well, first off, his brothers were pissed off because he's never given his brothers the opportunity to go on the horse. And so they were really like insulted that he allowed me to go and not them. But it was like a practice day for the horse. And so we went to the track. It was me, Nicole, the horse, and their trainer. And obviously I'm sitting in, I don't know what you call it, the buggy, the thing behind it. There's that kind of a horse. You don't sit on the horse. And he goes, all right, coach, just take it nice and easy. This is like a warm-up. I'm like, okay. And I get on the horse, and all of a sudden, I think I'm like Ben-Hur. I'm like whipping the reins. Let's go. So we come around the first time. He's yelling at me, Coach, slow down. You're going too fast. And then I went one more lap even faster, and he was really mad because, Coach, you're never riding my horse again. So I did it one time. You
got it.
You can't take it away from me.
Oh, man, that is awesome. We need video of Mike Malone on the buggy. But wait till Paulie hear this.
I need that footage badly.
Yeah. Now, how are you on horses?
I've never been on a horse, Murph, ever in my life. Never
Triple
once.
E, you a horse guy?
Yeah, he looks like, well, this is the same guy that went backpacking with goats, Murph.
That's true.
Of course, he's got a history with wild animals.
Did it
Can't
once.
take it away from me.
I had like the best horse experience ever for my first ever ride was in Ireland on a beach.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like amazing. We did this horse ride and then and we even cantered on the best. Like, look at me on this horse in Ireland.
Wow.
Yeah, Ireland's a big horse country.
Now, were you in a buggy behind the horse?
No, I wish I was. I wish I was. Oh, man.
I can only imagine with your.
So
with
for
your,
Paulie tomorrow, we got to hit him with this Jokic thing and then also with the Lacob body language analysis. All right, Barstool Sports has a post about Celtics fans freaking out after Game 7. Here it is in front of the stadium after losing Game 7 at home to the Miami Heat.
We blew it. We blew it. We sucked on Big D. We blew it.
Let's go, Red Sox! The Celtics breaking my heart. They've been breaking my heart for years. Joe Mazzulla is out the office. Oh, my mama. We need to get Ime and Duque back. Ime.
Paid $600 for 82 points? Hey, we snuck into a VIP line. You gotta stay up no matter what we do. Go C's, roll C's 24/7.
I don't know about that. They just lost.
Who's Caleb Murray? Why did he on us?
I spent my rent money on a ticket is what happened. Starting five owed me. They owe me $2,500 for all 3 tickets I paid for.
Where do we go from here? We don't go anywhere. Boston Celtics are worse than any girl on the planet because they will break your heart every year.
Man, oh man. Can you remember Warriors fans reacting like that after the Laker loss? No. Well, that's because the Celtics haven't won one in a while now. It's been about 15 years, right?
Yeah, but they've also won 16 titles,
Right,
Murph.
but that was
But
back in
those
the-
are all TikTokers who are trying to be famous, kind of like the side talk videos we'd play out
Can
of New
we
York.
take that rage seriously now, or are they all
you can't.
performing?
No, it's all an act. It's all big because everybody wants to go viral on
It's like
TikTok
you're pro
these days.
wrestling, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's cutting a
Do you
promo.
think that guy who was so upset at that double doink kick on Chicago, that was like the original angry fan?
Now, that was actual real emotion.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, but now it's all performative,
No,
the rest
yeah,
of it?
in this day and age, everybody's just looking to go viral.
What about those guys who like take out their TV with a hammer or a gun or a you know what I mean, or a shoe or whatever?
Now,
Is that
that's
real?
that's a big investment, but I know like people burn jerseys just to go viral on the internet. I think it's the same thing. Like, what is a $200 TV going to cost you if you get a couple $1,000s for going viral?
Nothing is real anymore. Nothing is real.
It's all optical illusion, Murph.
All right. Here's the deal. You found it? You found the FaceTime?
Oh, the 5-way FaceTime?
Here we go. Here we go.
And I'm like, what the hell's Murph doing FaceTiming 5 of us? A 5-way FaceTime call from Brian Murphy. Had to pick up, dude. I picked up.
Murph's loneliness is killing him. Murph must confess, he still believes.
Murph, you did it again.
When Murph's not with you, Murph loses his mind. Give him a sign. Hit me, Murphy, one more time. Hit me, Murphy, one more time.
Murph, it's me. It's Cope. I'm in your pocket.
Murph, you did it again.
That's what he said.
Oh, Murphy.
Oh, man. That's what COVID, during COVID, that's what we did.
That was peak COVID right
That's what
there.
we did.
Shout out to
All
Paulie
right.
Mack and shout out to my guy Copes hooking us up with the alley-oop
He's
right
listening
there.
right now. Listening right now. All right. Hey, let's do this. Let's call it a cooler of content, draw the curtain, and move on to a power hour. Thanks to Mike Krukow. Thanks to Bob Myers' big hit in the cooler of content. Shout out to Malone and Saban on that one, too, in particular. All right. Andy Bagley at 8:50 talking about these Giants who are still over 500. Don't want to slip back to the dreaded 500. Got to beat Mitch Keller and the Bucks today at 12:45. You going out there?
Oh, I'll be there.
Good news.
Might
Good
have
news.
to hit up my boy Copes, see if he's going out to the game.
I would, but I got a tea time today. Unusual.
Who are you, Bob Myers, playing golf every day now?
I'm just trying to get away from the pain of my of skidding into the ditch out of the losers bracket on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Murph, you did it again.
That's what he said. Yeah, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. The good people at Provident Credit Union, and of course, looking for a safe, secure, and stable banking partner, check out Provident Credit Union. Provident is committed to the safety of their members' deposits. And you might want to check out something we like to call the dividend earning checking account Super Reward Checking. Super Reward Checking, where you can earn 1.26% annual percentage yield. Super Reward Checking has no monthly or annual fees, and that includes free access to ATMs nationwide. With over $3.5 billion in assets, Provident has earned a name for safety and soundness. So start earning 1.26% annual percentage yield with a Super Reward Checking account. Visit providentcu.org. That's providentcu.org. That rate is effective May 1st, 2023. Federally insured by the NCUA. Rate may change at any time. Other terms and conditions apply.
I wanted to go through this season, just focus on the season. And then when the season ended, I started thinking, do I have what is required to do it the way I know it needs to be done? It's a personal thing, right? And so for me, it was just, it's hard because it's so public. I don't love it that it's so public, but I get why it is. I would just wish you could leave a job like most people. And your reasons are your reasons. But I started thinking about it when the season ended, and had thoughts prior, but really when the season ended, and people can do it however they want. I have great respect for every GM in any sport. They do it however they want. I know how I have to do it, and if I can't do it that way, I can't do it.
There it is, Triple E getting all sentimental. Sarah McLachlan, who famously will do a rescue cat commercial, and famously not on Check with Candace's good list. Candace was the music critic at the Mercury News.
Wow.
And McLachlan was particularly prickly.
On the good list.
No, she's not on the good list.
Oh, not on the good list.
McLachlan was particularly prickly and sort of short and curt in an interview.
Candace was not a fan of In the Arms of an Angel.
Oh, look at that. I didn't know you had McLachlan in your bag.
Dude, those commercials come on every single night.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What are you watching when those come on? You watching like what?
Oh, you don't want to know what I'm watching.
Okay,
Murph.
all right.
Those late infomercials. Yeah.
Okay,
She'll
all right.
pop on. Yeah.
And you still got to be up at 2:45.
Yeah, exactly. Murph.
Yeah.
That's why I look the way I do.
Sarah McLachlan, she it's kind of like, hey man, you're doing an interview to promote your like concert or album. Could you it's like Joe Mazzulo with the media.
That dude.
At least Myers is gracious, right? He's gracious. That goes a long way, too, by the way.
At least Myers has won something before. 4 titles, not like this guy, Joe Mazzulla.
What has Sarah McLachlan ever won? Let me ask you that.
All right. Probably a couple of awards for something.
Has she?
I don't know.
And by the way, you singing Sarah McLachlan reminds me that you have Faye Webster in your bag, too. So you will... Waterboy will connect with a solo acoustic female.
I'll dabble, Murph. I listen to all the good music.
Any other solo acoustic females I'm missing?
Oh, off the top of my head, no.
Back in the day, Tracy Chapman, perhaps.
Ooh.
Although I don't know if she'd be interested in Waterboy.
Ooh.
I think am I right on that?
Hey now.
By the way, Susan Slessor joins Tolbert and Copes to break down the Giants youth movement today at 4:50, and wrapping up either a Giants series win or a frustrating Giants series loss. Last night, 2-1. Listen, we'll talk to Bagley about it at 8:50, but I do want to get into clear up some of this text line because people are still reacting to the Myers story. So do you have the Grohl over there, buddy, or no?
No, I only have Bochy on my board.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's
the David Grohl is a Polymac special.
Very good. 415 says, Waterboy, at this point, where do you stand on Indigo Girls? Okay, Indigo Girls.
Oh, I'm not familiar, to be honest with you. Off the top of my head, no.
Get out of here.
Indigo Girls.
Come on. That would be like, when you're talking acoustic female, that's Mount Acoustic Female more.
All right, Triple.
There's two of them.
I might need some in my life.
Well,
every once in a while, I need a refresher.
Closer to Fine would be the signature song.
Indigo
Closer to
Girls.
Fine. And now, I mean, they are the. Do you remember that tour called Lilith Fair? You guys remember?
No, Murph. You're asking me if I remember that?
You guys don't remember Lilith Fair?
Was I alive when it happened?
Lilith Fair, I think, was organized by Sarah McLaughlin. I think you were alive, buddy. I want to say late 90s. I want to say late 90s
going
now.
full circle.
We're not going back into the 80s here. So I know Kevin Graham wants us to think of the guy born in 1986. He might remember Lilith Fair from like 99, 0001, something like that.
Okay.
It was all acoustic females. Like, dude, it was like, it sounds like it would be your fantasy.
That's my kind of concert.
Waterboy at Lilith Fair. Indigo Girls would be like, Indigo Girls would like headline every Lilith Fair. 310 says, where are you with a jewel? You down with a jewel? Now, there's some things to like about Jewel,
I'll
if you
get
know
down
what I
with
mean.
some
You know what I mean?
Jewel. Yeah, why not?
She's from Alaska, too, by the way.
Ooh, check with Candace.
415, Annie DeFranco, you down with her? Come on now. Anybody?
You're just going over my head at this point,
all right.
Murph.
Did you find Indigo Girls? No, they would be the ultimate. Yeah, this is the ultimate. Signature. Get in your Subaru now and drive to Lilith Fair. Get in your damn Subaru, Triple A, and drive.
It's not ringing a bell, Murph.
This would have been used in a TV show or a movie at some point in your...
Sounds like a Gilmore Girl song or something like that.
Yeah. I think this would be, if Lilith Fair had to have like a closing song at every Lilith Fair, this would be it. Here we go. And they strum the guitar and then they harmonize. And they're two ladies up there.
All right, Murph.
All right. Anyway.
All right, that's enough, Triple E.
I cannot believe.
Lower the bid.
707 says, I could be happy for the rest of my life with an Indigo Girl. What does that mean? Who said that?
Oh, all right.
All right. More people checking in on Annie DeFranco. That was not why I intended to go to the...
No.
Well, you played the McLaughlin rejoin,
the text
buddy.
line is blowing up, Murph.
408 says, Bob Myers going to go Nate from Lasso and go to the Lakers. See? There you go. So
Is that like the ultimate traitor move?
He was the ultimate. And as Coach Beard said in the last episode, if you bring that Judas back into this building, if you bring that Judas back in, I will burn this place to the blanking ground, is what he said.
Yeah, Bob Myers ain't going to go work with LeBron James. Late GM himself.
Yeah. I don't,
Clippers, though, that is a
I
question.
see him maybe Hollywood entertainment or tech venture money. I don't know. I mean, commissioner of the NBA? How about that?
That's not out of the realm of possibilities.
I wonder what he truly wants to do.
Do you think he wants to be on First Take sitting in between Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman?
No. 707 says that five-way FaceTime is an all-time song for him.
Hit me, Murphy,
Triple E had never heard it. 408 says if you're looking for a demo on Lilith Fair, he's thinking Dawson's Creek. How about that?
Okay.
510 says Lisa Loeb. Now, there you go. That she was friend of the program now. She came on our show once and did a rejoin for us.
In studio?
No, which would have been awesome. She's a doll, right? You know her with Stay and all that.
Yeah.
So she did a really cute little rejoin for us where she sounded all pixie-ish. And we used to have all our guests do rejoins for us. I don't know. I have no idea why we stopped. I have no idea. But we had George Clinton and all these people doing them. But Lisa Loeb's I remember hers was very kind of sweet and pixie-ish. She's like, hey, it's Lisa Loeb. She goes, you're listening to Murphy Max? She goes, wake up. It was like really cute.
And that's a wake-up call?
I had a crush on her just from the rejoin.
That's awesome. We should bring that back. Ask more guests to do it. I mean, we had a guest on last week who has his own personal rejoin.
This is Buster Posey sending you back to Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Fantastic. Can you find the Lisa Loeb one? He's looking in there.
I'll have to dig through the system.
It would have been from this is back when we used to have Lisa Loeb on the show.
Now, did she get the call letters correct, Murph?
She did. She did.
She didn't hit
George Clinton did not.
KBNR.
Yeah, which is fantastic. He goes, where you're doing the dog, and I mean doggy style, is what he said here.
Really?
Yes, he did. He says that. 805 says, Bob goes to the Lakers and then trades LeBron to the Warriors.
Oh, no. Come on. That's not a timeline I want to go down. No.
831 says, where's Waterboy with Fiona Apple?
Where is he?
Another acoustic gal. 831 says, if Waterboy went to Lilith Fair, he would, I have to get here. If Waterboy went to Lilith Fair, he'd have to do some work to have some Well, you know what I mean. I don't want to get.
I understand, Murph. Let's not get into that.
I don't want to get. Tegan and Sarah has been mentioned as acoustic here. There you go. All right. And 650 says, LOL, what happened to the show? I got you. I went to the text line to go for Bob Myers' reaction, and this is what happened.
I started riffing about Sarah McLachlan, and now here we are with Indigo Girls.
I
on the
literally
text line.
can see that the streaming numbers went up during this segment. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. The people are like, oh, did you hear they're talking a Lilith Fair? Yeah. Let's stream in.
Talk more Lilith Fair.
So, all right,
That's what
guys.
I need in my life.
All right. Did you find Lisa Loeb rejoin?
No,
all right.
nothing.
She sounds really cute. She's like, wake up. And I'm like, damn, Lisa. All right, guys. And 408 says, yes, fellas, any female energy in the morning gets me going.
Hey.
And 408 says, in terms of Bob Myers, he says he's always been in basketball, so his lane is narrow. And 707 says Bob Myers isn't blanked up enough to be the NBA commissioner. You're right. You got to be a little cracked in the head to become a commissioner, right?
How about that? If we start calling in Warriors wins to Bob Myers instead of Adam Silver,
that would be awesome.
Hey,
that would
Bob,
be awesome.
You still in your suit?
Yeah, very good. And 415 says, is Dunleavy ready to take on Light Years? Is he? Triple E says he thinks so.
That's the question.
Well, I think Raymond Ritter putting him on our show, and I'm not saying that's not like the reason that he's going to be the guy.
He's been blessed by Murph and Mac.
What I'm saying is that's part of the process of getting him out for everybody. When Raymond offered us him during it was either the King series or I was like, ooh, hey now.
Yeah, and if you are reading in between the lines, not just the guest hit on Murph and Mac, but he was also the guy representing the Warriors at the GM meetings in Chicago a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
right.
he's the guy I feel like who's in line, Bob. Joe just hasn't announced it yet.
Yeah, 925 wants to know where you are with Nora Jones in your acoustic female solo.
I don't know any of these people. It was
Yes,
a bit.
you do.
It was a bit, folks. It was a bit.
And then 510 brings us back to Bob Myers. Says, I think he wants to take a gap year to recharge, be with the family. He's financially secure. And how about Joe Lacob makes an end run to buy the A's and makes Bob Myers the president and GM of the Oakland A's.
I need it, Murph. Speak it into existence.
Guys, that Vegas thing hasn't happened yet.
No.
I mean, I remember when Mike Krukow said the day it happened, he was like, well, I'm not going to believe it until I see it. And I was like, Mike, I remember what I was thinking. I'm like, Mike, it's going to happen.
Not so fast.
Vegas is like, well, you want all this money from us for free?
You want the taxpayers to pay for this? While John Fisher's putting out this product right now?
Well, there it is.
But hey, shout them out. They won back-to-back games, Murph.
I mean, this has been brought up on occasion through the years, but if Joe Lacob bought the A's, can you imagine?
Yes, it would be a packed ballpark right now.
Well, they'd be the Yankees.
Yeah.
They'd be the West Coast Yankees.
They'd be spending money left and right. They'd actually be trying to win ball games. What a concept.
I'm sorry I'm going to do this to you guys for all your phones, but hey, Siri, what is Larry Bear's worst nightmare? All right.
Joe Lacob in the green and gold.
All right, guys. Andy Bagley going to talk Giants next on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Hayes, ground ball, and Casey Schmidt was moving towards second, had to change directions, going back to his left. He speared it, and from his knees he threw to second, and Crawford to first for a double play. Wow.
It throws from the dirt outside now. Throw to first, the tag, and he is out. Patrick Bailey picks off Palacios, who had gotten a little too far off the bag with his secondary lead. And
yeah, I mean, there are going to be nights when we're not able to cash in on those, and I thought we had a good quality first inning, had a couple of moments where we were threatening, we just weren't able to get the big hit.
There you go. The sounds of last night at Oracle Park. Giants lose 2-1 on a Tuesday night, fall to 28-27. You heard Casey Schmidt turn a double play. You heard Patrick Bailey backpick a kid at first base. And then you heard Gabe Kapler saying, yeah, man, we only scored one run, couldn't knock in the big hit. I'm trying to find the attendance from last night. Did you get it?
Oh, no, I did not see the attendance, but I can give you the numbers about the Giants leaving guys on base. Yesterday, they left 9 runners on base and went 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position.
By the way, Waterboy, or Triple E played this because it is Sean Manaya's walk-up music. We usually hear it 24,166.
Nice.
So who knows what that means? That could mean anywhere from 8 to 18 is what it could mean. So anyway, Andy Baggerly of The Athletic is joining us as he does semi-regularly here on the Murph and Mac Show. So Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mac today. Paulie back tomorrow, we hope. And Waterboy here to talk a little baseball, as am I, with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. Day games today at 12:45, then off Thursday, then in come the Baltimore Orioles for an interesting little interleague matchup. Good morning, Andy. How are you, man?
Hey, Bags.
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
We're good. The Giants kind of, you can feel it here at KNBR, and maybe you felt it Monday at Memorial Day, but there's definitely, this month of May has changed, I think, most fans' outlook on sort of the Farhan Zaidi, Gabe Kapler situation. Is that the energy you're getting from as we wrap up the last day of May here?
Yeah, I just sense what I sense from the stands, and you hear what you hear on social media, which can be a little bit of an echo chamber, and sometimes you don't always hear from the most representative set of Giants fans, but just from the stands, hearing Casey Schmidt get an ovation every time he comes to the plate, and now after a great road trip that Patrick Bailey had, hearing him come home, and boy, he's just looked so good behind the plate, and I think this is what people have been waiting for. I mentioned this with Tommy yesterday. The guy who got the loudest ovation on opening day was Brandon Crawford, and the guy who got the second loudest ovation was Matt Duffy on the other side of the Kansas City. So there's something about just having guys come up through your system and guys that you're rooting for, and see their careers come to fruition and be able to share all that with them, and you get excited about somebody who's having success because they're not necessarily a free agent after the year. They could opt out or whatever. They're going to be here, and if they're producing and they're doing well, they're going to be a big part of things. And when you get a whole crop of people come up in a wave like this, that's really when you start to put something special together. So very, very young in these guys' careers, but the fact that they're giving the Giants a big jolt, and they've got some more contributions from other guys that they thought they'd get the contributions from. It's just made for a much more fun team to watch.
Yeah, it's all about the draft, and this is Farhan's. I guess we're looking at his 2020 draft class right now. I'm not saying it's Bill Walsh's 1986 draft class, with Charles Haley and John Taylor and Tom Rathman and all those guys, but you're going Bailey, Schmidt, and Kyle Harrison, right? And so this would be the one. As opposed to, I'm looking at 2019. That was Hunter, Bishop, Logan Wyatt, Grant McCrae, Tyler Fitzgerald, Armani Smith. Because this is the way he's going to have to do it. To your point, Andy, is the draft. So 2020 looking better than 2019?
Yeah, there's still some interesting guys. Grant McCrae has tons of tools, and he's a guy who has been very, very young at every level he's been at. Last year he was almost as dynamic as Von Brown. So, that's certainly a name to watch. But you're right. 2020 was, a very small draft class, and they really couldn't afford to miss on any of their picks. And it was very clear that Kyle Harrison was someone they were going to give a big overslot bonus to. So, that kind of had to govern the choices they made elsewhere. And, Casey Schmidt was someone they really, really liked, and someone some teams even saw as a pitcher. And obviously we know why. He's got a ton of arm strength. But to have those guys be moving up in the system, making contributions at the big league level, that's what you want. That's exactly why you want to go this route. You don't want to have to search the waiver wire. And certainly if you're good at it and you can unearth a Mike Yastrzemski, you can unearth a Lamont Wade, that makes you even stronger as an organization. But that should be the stuff you do around the periphery. It shouldn't be the way you bake the cake. And you should be doing it through bringing up guys through your system. That should be the number one thing. And plus, the more guys you develop, the more you're armed to compete in trades, which the Giants haven't been able to do. They weren't able to compete for Juan Soto, and maybe they're a little bit closer to getting there on that front as well.
And Bags, I wanted to talk about some of the prospects at the lower level with you because, of course, all the attention right now is on guys like Kyle Harrison, even Keaton Winn. But down at the lower levels, I went out earlier this year and saw Carson Wisenhunt pitch in San Jose. He's already been promoted up now to Eugene. And then we saw Reggie Crawford make his debut with the San Jose Giants last week, too. So talk about some of those younger pitching prospects and how they kind of figure into this path with all these young studs coming up for the Giants.
Yeah, I heard about him a lot in spring training. A lot of the guys that were taken in this last draft class. Because, if you look at it, the Giants have been really one-sided in how they've drafted the last 2 years. I want to say that in the top 10 rounds, they've taken maybe 3 position players in the last 2 drafts combined. So that's 17 pitchers, 3 position players. And 2 of those position players are Von Brown and Wade Meckler, who's basically turning into Wade Boggs this year in the minor leagues. So I think they've got a pretty good score there. But a lot of these guys really, I think, were blowing doors off in spring training. And Hayden Birdsong is a guy that people are really, really high on as well. So they're going to move through the system, move quick. And Carson Wisenhunt, I think especially, he'll have some bumps in his development. Every pitcher does, and the Giants have been very, very careful with the workload. I think when you hear about developing pitchers, sort of the nasty little word that you hear sometimes is attrition, which is you lose some guys to injury. It just happens, and some guys don't make it all the way back. Some guys have sort of clock out because they lose too much time rehabbing. And you know that going in, which is why you can never have enough pitching. So the Giants have really, really, I think, worked hard to do something that not a lot of people in baseball are doing. They might be kind of industry leaders here, and that's just really, really maintaining pitch counts and building people up in a very fundamental way. So that's why Kyle Harrison hasn't really thrown 75 pitches yet, and I think he's getting close to that stage, and they'll build him up to the point where he can be a big league option probably pretty quick. But, the Giants have a lot of pitching, and they feel that that's the strength of their system, even though we are talking a lot of other position players.
Andy Bagley of The Athletic joins us. Giants day game today, 12:45, trying to win their, do we say 5th series in a row? Is that we determined? Philadelphia, Miami, Milwaukee, Minnesota. Mm-hmm. And this would be their 5th series in a row. And also to wrap up a really good month of May. I think they're 17-11, if I have that right, going into May. That'll carry you a long way. Going into the June swoon, Andy. That's what they used to call it back in the old days. No more June swoon. That's so 1960s. Pat Bailey. Just want to get a little more into him. And, what we have here, like, so it's unfair, and I don't want to do this on the radio as he's driving in over the Bay Bridge, but so Buster Posey, right? Buster just went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to say he's Buster Posey, right? That's like unfair, but he was only taking, 10 picks after Buster, or 8 picks after Buster Posey, whatever it is. What are the people in the industry saying about how good he can be? Like, are we talking like an all-star level catcher? Is that the ceiling for this guy?
Well, yeah, you never want to throw the Buster comp on anybody.
I know.
Because Buster is, not only one of the best at his position, but obviously just an absolute pure hitter and somebody who won a league MVP award and I think you could dream on what his offensive numbers would be if he'd just been a first baseman his whole career, and he knows that. He knows he sacrificed a lot of hits and left a lot of offensive production out there to be really good at what he did behind the plate. And obviously the play with the Marlins happened when he was in his second year, and that was something that could have ended a lot of careers. And so there are a lot of what ifs with Buster, but you still end up with a Hall of Fame career. And with Patrick Bailey, I think what reminds you the most is the poise behind the plate. That seems to be what really does stand out for somebody who's played less than 2 weeks in the big leagues. He really just seems to take everything in stride, and that's so important. It's not something that shows up on scouting reports as much as a lot of the measurables, in terms of exit velocity and pop time and all these other things. But he doesn't necessarily do it in a conventional way. You watch him throw, and he can sort of sling it from a lot of different arm angles. But I've heard other scouts say that he reminds them a little of A.J. Przinsky, and I know that's a dirty word among Giants fans. He's not exactly the most popular guy, but he's a guy who had a lot of poise back there, and also he caught in the big leagues for a long time. There's a reason for that. So, I think Bailey's off to a great start. The fact that he's got everybody's trust on that pitching staff so quickly, I think, is a credit to him. And I don't think there's any reason the Giants would back away from just rolling with him and letting him be close to an everyday catcher at this point.
I mean, the guy was a top 15 draft pick. I mean, this is the great things are expected. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy, in for Paulie Mack. Marcus?
And Bags, I believe Patrick Bailey has now been behind home plate 9 times for the Giants. They have a 7-2 record in those games. And yesterday we saw him put on another great performance in the midst of a bullpen game. So I wanted to ask you about the Giants bullpen and how going back over this 15-game stretch, how they have been one of the best bullpens in the entire MLB. Then you throw in the addition of Luke Jackson, who was just added to the roster. And I want to talk about the guy who ate up most of those innings, Sean Manaea, and whether or not you think he's going to stay in this kind of bullpen bulk role or if he will get back into the starting rotation.
Yeah, Manaea turning it around is a big part of this. I mean, a big part of it. Gabe Kapler said it. I think I forget if we were in Milwaukee or Minnesota, but he said, if we get Sean Manaea right and productive, that's just a huge boon for the pitching staff that can really affect the season. And, he's very, very valuable in that kind of role. I think, the better you pitch, the more you turn yourself into undoubtedly the best option, then, you won't have to really worry about using an opener or a bullpen game or having him throw, as sort of a bulk innings piece, and he'd just be a starting pitcher. I mean, it's easy to forget, but when Kevin Gausman first came to the Giants, his first appearance was as a long reliever, and he had to kind of earn his way as a starter, and then it was obvious that he was better than any sort of other game plan they could make with an opener or play matchups or look for a lineup pocket that would be favorable for him. Every pocket was favorable for him because he was terrific. And if Manaea can get to that point, I think everybody would be thrilled beginning with him. And, he may be getting closer to that, which I think is a great sign. And Ryan Walker, let's not forget about him. This guy has looked really, really good since he's come up. He's not a guy who would be easy to send down either. And like you said, Luke Jackson, the more everybody else is pitching well, the better that they can kind of pick spots to ease him in and not necessarily throw him in the fire because, Camilo Doval is one of the best closers in the game. Taylor Rogers, outside of his first week as a Giant, has been terrific. And you're right. The bullpen allows you to win coin flip games. And in April, the Giants did not look capable of winning a coin flip game. And in May, they won most of them. And I think that's been a big, big difference.
Andy Bagley here. A few more minutes before the Giants get ready for a 12:45 day game today. 11:45 pregame with Papa and Lund. We'll be down on the patio. Giants trying to win their 5th consecutive series. Alex Wood, the lefty, against righty Mitch Keller. Then they'll be off Thursday, and then in come the Baltimore Orioles, who are interesting this year with their star catcher Adley Rutschman. Be a battle of young star catchers, actually. Andy, the Casey Schmidt story, obviously you mentioned the cheers, but the chase rate and the walks, is this are we at a point where it becomes a story at a certain point? Some strike out, once or twice last night. I forget. I don't have the box score right in front of me, but he struck out once last night, chasing something. Is it something they're like, okay, we're getting a little bit of a body of work now, and we need to start tightening up his discipline, or still let Casey be Casey?
I think you have to let him be himself until there's some struggle and the league really adapts to him. I mean, he does have really good plate coverage, and he is able to barrel up a lot of pitches both in and out. He's a good hitter, and I think he's aggressive in zone. Teams are definitely going to eventually go out of zone and try to get him to chase, because I think, at least as of a couple of days ago, he had the highest swing percentage of any hitter with 50 plate appearances in the league. It's like 68% or something. So, that's something that I guarantee is on every scouting report. And but for now, I think you let him be himself, and then you work with him to make adjustments as he has to. And yeah, you're right. I think it was definitely something that everyone noted when he got his first walk. He was kind of laughing on his way to first base. I think J.D. Davis comically saved the ball, so he could have it as a souvenir. So it's funny. It reminded me of something I saw really early in my sports writing career. I was covering the Angels. We were at Kansas City, and they had this guy, Heath Quinn. He was the DH, and he had gone, I want to say it was like 250 plate appearances over like 3 months without drawing a walk. And when he finally drew one, because everyone had taken notice, everyone written about it, talking about it, he finally drew a walk, and they set off the fireworks in like the fourth inning of the game.
Hey, man, that's Billy Bean's fantasy. Fireworks for walks, right?
Right. So it hasn't quite got to the Casey Schmidt get fireworks when he draws a walk stage. He's got that out of the way. But you're right. It does hint at there will be some times when this guy will struggle. He's not gonna be a Hall of Famer his whole career here. So, but yeah, obviously I think you take that as long as he's hitting 340 or whatever it is.
Yeah, currently he's one of the hottest hitters on the team, but I wanted to ask you about another hot hitter, that being Michael Conforto, who left the game last night after initially staying in after hurting his heel. I know Gabe didn't really give too much of an update on his injury last night. Have you heard anything about Michael Conforto and whether or not he would be in the lineup today with an off day tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll find out. I wouldn't be surprised if they just give him the day, just out of an abundance of caution, and then, like you said, you can combine it with an off day and get a good breather. He's been playing a lot. He's obviously been impossible to take out of the lineup, so that wouldn't shock me. But if he says he's fine and ready to go, then again, he's a guy that you want in there if you can have him. So we'll find out that soon enough. But you have little things that go on with everybody over the course of a year, and this is an older team, so they're going to get Jock Peterson back soon. They just got Austin Slater back. Somebody else is going to go on the injured list probably within another week or two. It's just the way that it goes with an older team. So you just try to roll with as many of your hot bats as you can, and he's certainly been one of the hottest in the league in the month of May, at least the last portion of it there. So and the other thing is I wrote a story about this on the end of the road trip. Probably the coolest thing that happened to him on the last trip, where he hit like 440 on the road trip, was throwing a guy out at second base to end that seventh inning when the Brewers tied the game against Logan Webb. It kept Webb in line for the win. When Haniger hit the homer in the top of the eighth. But more importantly for Conforto, after having that shoulder surgery, that was the first runner he'd thrown out at second base, and trying to stretch a single in 2 years. So that was a really, really good sign for him to make just a normal throw that felt free and easy, and maybe he can, one more thing that can help him kind of put the fact he missed all of last season behind him, because it's a big thing to get over mentally.
Am I, leave it on this, Andy, am I putting on my old beat writer hat? Is that an easy angle this weekend? Rutschman v. Bailey, 2019 MLB draft, 2020 MLB draft, 2 first-rounders?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you got Joey Barty's a first rounder too. But,
who? Wait, who?
Class is different.
Wait, who'd you just say?
Yeah, Joey. Don't forget about Joey Barty. Don't forget, he's still there. He's still around.
Oh my gosh, that poor guy. I will end it on this.
Though,
yeah,
today's going to be a tough one because Mitch Keller is really, really good. He might be one of the top 5 pitchers in the National League. He's been terrific this year. So this is where separate the teams going places from the ones that aren't, is being able to find a way to win a series. And the Giants have been really good against really good pitching this year. They've beaten some really good pitchers. So but it's going to be a tough one today.
Last one is Joey Bart. What do you think it is? He's QB2 behind Bailey?
Well, I don't think you can take Bailey out of the lineup right now, and I think that the number one thing is to get Joey Bart healthy and in a place where he can not be sort of unencumbered back there, because he's dealt with the groin injuries most of the season. And then when you get to that stage and he's done with his rehab, then you see what your roster needs are. And if it's going to be tough to put him on the roster because you know that Blake Sable can't be sent down, he's got the Rule 5 attachments. Joey Bart does have options. So, you make those decisions and you make them for what's best for the team at the time. I think right now that the Giants would say that, well, we don't have to make that decision yet, but I think we can kind of see what direction it's trending in.
All right, good stuff, man. We'll look forward to the coverage today and all weekend long, and talk to you next time, Andy.
Okay, sounds good. Take care.
Andy Bagley on this whole, man, what is going to happen to Joey?
What are we going to do with Joey?
Is David VR moving in with Trey and Joey, somebody asked.
Oh, Joey and David sitting in the darkness in that studio apartment, huh?
All right, here's the deal. Marcus Thompson on the big story of the day, Bob Myers, next on The Sports Leader.
Bob Myers announced yesterday that he will officially be stepping down as Warriors general manager. So to find out what this means for the future of the Dubs dynasty, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
I'm not going to comment on the roster because very much because the truth is we have a lot of work to do, obviously, and we have time. We have until the draft and free agency, which is a month away or so. So we're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game.
There it was, man. I'm fascinated by the Lacob Myers dynamic up there. Let's talk to somebody who's a PhD in it. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. I mean, man, there are a handful of people as close to this situation as Marcus because he's been there since. Well, shouted out by Bob yesterday as one of the OGs, man. So, dude, big day. By the way, Marcus Boucher in for Paulie, who had a dental emergency today. So, me and Murph and Marcus today. Marcus, man, I want to just open the floor and just like I need to know your download, man. And particularly when Lacob got up there, give me your read on the body language and the sort of unspoken language up there.
I mean, you could definitely tell why, he's leaving. Right?
There it is. Buddy.
You could see. You could see the demand and just how significant it is. Man, Joe Lacob is a force. I know he got up there, right, and there were a couple lines that kind of got that made you say, "Oh, whoa!" Like the 5 to 20 calls a day, and we're working you to the end of your contract, right? And we're gonna win no matter what. But to me, the part that was most jarring was when he's like, "Yeah, I don't understand why you're leaving." Joe is such a focused, driven, you know what I'm saying? Hard line. I'm winning. This is getting done. That he's like, "Yo, I don't even understand why you don't want to be a part of this." Right? So, you could see how, 12 years of that would be a lot. And especially if you're as accomplished as Bob Myers, right? You could see how at some point you're like, you know what? I'm big time, right? I've done a lot. I've got people telling me, "Yo, you could go here, you can do this, we want you here." You could just see how, all right, now that dynamic was on display. What his life is like and what the demand is when you work for the Warriors. That's who they've become. That's how they won 4 championships. That's why they're great. That's why they're spending a record amount of money, because Joe is not playing with y'all. This is not a game to him, right? This is life. And, man, I was thinking yo, you lasted 12 years? Yeah, that's like a golf clap right there. I respect it.
Man, it's really good, and you're right. I too was totally fascinated by it because you look at it on paper. You're 48 years old. You're in great health. You're getting paid so handsomely. You have tremendous financial security. You're in your hometown, near your parents and your siblings and all that. And it's whoa! Why would you walk away? And so you're here to say you saw why. I'm wondering if you had any other thoughts. Did anything else creep up as to why he might walk away, like something else cooking or some deep philosophical awakening? Or because it is, John Madden, quote unquote, burned out and guys like that. It has happened. Andrew Luck, Barry Sanders. We've gone through guys who've left the game early. But man, or I guess one last one for you, Marcus, for answer is, did he see the end coming and he's like, now's a good time to go?
Nah, I don't. I walked away actually thinking different. I thought it was that before.
Yeah.
It sounds like to me he needs some time off. Yeah. One of the things that, we don't really talk about spouses and stuff. That's kind of the area we don't stick around. But, Kristen, his wife, was there. She's been around lately. And we just know, that matters to Myers. And if you're a parent, when your kids start getting older, they're not so young anymore. That stuff starts mattering. I do think that was a big factor. It doesn't sound like he's about to run to another job. Now, as Joe said, I don't know how long that lasts, right? But to me, the bigger takeaway I thought was I think it feels like he's ready to be a king now. And you can't be a king under Joe Lacob. You get what I'm saying? Not there's nothing Joe is the ultimate king, right? He runs the show. It feels like Bob Myers is ready to be a king. And in that environment, he can create a schedule. He can kind of do all the things he wants to do. Like, that's the level he's at now. When you win 4 championships, you know, like you think of Pat Riley in you know, Miami, right? Where, like, that's the role I could see Bob Myers saying, you know what? I've done enough to do that, right? I've grown out of having to, hey, Joe or whoever, not even just Joe, but like, hey, we got to deal with the minutia of the job. I feel like the next level for him is having somebody under him who does a lot of that stuff, and he's the kingmaker, right? You call him when you need him. So to me, it feels like if you're with the Warriors, like, this is unequivocally Joe Lacob's squad. Like, he's all in, and you will have a voice, you will have a say, you will matter, and like, he trusts his people, like, he trusts you to work, but you're working under his, like, culture, right? Like, you're working like there's a certain level of demand from him, and you got to kind of fit that. And it feels like Bob is like, all right, I've graduated to the point where now it's time for me to figure out, like, yo, I want to be that guy now. I need to graduate, but how do you do that? Like, with an owner who's basically the king. Like, that's the difference between, like, a Miami or San Antonio and some of these other franchises. You don't hear about the owners. They're not sitting courtside, right? But Joe Lacob is like a gangster who's about to win at all costs, right? So it's like, all right, now, but it makes you wonder, like, you know, like Steve Ballmer, like, he's courtside and all that, but you don't get the sense that he's the basketball guru. Like, he doesn't know what Joe knows, right? He isn't all in like that, where Joe is all in. And I feel like Bob is like, yo, I've gotten a little big now. I'm kind of the man. He won't ever say that, but that's what I'm thinking. He's like, wait a second, man. Either I'm about to be the highest paid dude, like, at some level or another, people need to recognize I got 4 championships, and I've done this in 12 years, and it's time for me to graduate to another level. But I just don't know if that level can happen with the Warriors. And maybe so. Maybe he comes back. You know, maybe they change the parameters of his role, right? And maybe he comes back as, I'm thinking, part owner, like president, you know, like kingmaker is what I'm thinking about Myers.
King Bob.
Yeah,
I love it. Yeah.
And that's the interesting thing about it, Marcus, when we're hearing and reading all these comments, trying to read in between the lines, and hearing Bob say he can't commit 100% to this team right now, which raises the questions on whether he could commit to any other organization. But he was also asked about spending time with his family and said he does not think that he's done working at this point in his career. So, moving forward, Marcus, I don't know if there's going to be a gap year or not, but do you think Bob Myers eventually will return to working in the NBA?
I do. I just think it'll be under a different paradigm. You got to remember, too, like, it's tough to stay in these roles for as long as he did. Like, it just doesn't happen that often. And he began as inexperienced and essentially a worker, like a worker bee, right? Like, when he started in 2011 as an assistant general manager, like, he had to grind to prove himself. It's difficult to grow, to start there, and 10 years later, you essentially in the same position, but with far more clout. So I do feel like he will work somewhere else, but it's almost like, yo, I kind of gotta leave to grow, right? Whatever his new situation will be, I don't think it'll be like this one, where it's like, hey, Draymond Green is having a problem, I got to go talk to him. And Joe wants to know this, I got to go solve this. And this person wants this, I got to do that. And the coach the coach is bucking against the philosophy of young players, I got to go solve that. Like, he started as that, Mr. Hands and everything, do it all, kind of the hub of the operation. And I don't think his next job will be that, because that's exhausting. That's like a young man's game. So I do think whatever his next role will be, he'll have a Bob Myers under him. And now that person will kind of report to him in that sense. That's to me, knowing Bob and knowing his like multiplicity of interests, like, to me, he'll want a role that allows him the freedom to kind of maneuver and not be on the phone at 2:00 in the morning trying to solve whatever problem is there.
It's so fascinating. Last two for you, Marks, before we go. One would be internal. So did you glean from the answer yesterday about Dunleavy or Kirk Lacob, or your thoughts or whispers on, give me the Marcus Thompson Vegas odds on the next guy?
I don't really know how to do the odd stuff. I'm not a gambler. But
I just rank them 1 through 3, 1 through 5.
Tim Kawakami pointed out, who wasn't there? Mike Dunleavy was not in the building.
Interesting.
So, I think it's clearly Mike Dunleavy. I think he's been groomed for this. Joe was asked if he would go outside, and, you could tell he didn't want to say we're going internally. But, to me, the biggest question I had about all this is what do the star players have to say about this, right? And we haven't heard from them yet, but to me that's like a huge factor because we know they're all in with Bob. So I think it'd be difficult to bring somebody from the outside in and say, hey, I got Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins for you, and you kind of got to manage all that. That's a tough ask for somebody to come outside in. To me, it makes more sense for somebody who knows all of these dynamics at play and knows how to operate and can kind of figure it out. So in that sense, Mike Dunleavy is an outsider who's been training for this and being ready. Or the other one is Kirk Lacob. I honestly don't think Kirk Lacob wants that job. I don't think he wants it. I think he might be good at it, though, but I just don't think he wants to be in that position because it feels like he could have if he wanted to.
And then the other one is, give me Bob's best move. Give me the masterpiece. So we got the candidates we have, obviously, getting Iguodala from Denver, drafting Draymond, getting KD to come on board, and then take KD eventually into Wiggins. So those 4. Iguodala from Denver, convincing him, drafting Draymond.
It's gotta be Iguodala.
Okay.
It's gotta be Iguodala.
Okay.
The only reason it's not Draymond because he passed him twice first.
Good call.
Nice. I would have voted for turning KD into Wiggins because you were gonna get nothing, right?
And Kuminga.
I get it, but that wasn't difficult. Like you got a salary spot. It's like, hey, let's keep the salary spot. And who knew it would be Wiggins and who knew Wiggins would be good? Wiggins turned out to be good, makes that an impressive move. But if Wiggins, when it was D'Lo, it didn't look like a great move, right? Mm-hmm. But to me, the piece that turned them into something for real was Andre Iguodala. And not only that, it was incredibly difficult, right? To me, that was more of a Myers thing, and even Joe Lacob said it. That one was all Bob Myers. It wasn't anybody else. KD, you can make the argument like Myers. It was his vision. It was his plan. He orchestrated it. He was the point guard. But Stephen Curry was the closer, right? Yeah. Right. And the fact that they were an elite franchise and all that, and then the salary cap balloon and all that stuff, right? To me, that's right there. That's close, but. The Iguodala trade simply does not happen without Bob Myers. It wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't even possible. Remember, they had to get off Richard Jefferson and Andres Biedrins, which were terrible contracts, right? And they had to get it off. And then you had to, work out all these trades to get, the cap space because Iguodala got offered more money. But then, more importantly, you had to manage that relationship with Andre Iguodala to make him want to be with he wanted to be with the Warriors, but he got more money offered elsewhere. So it was all that in play. He had to make that happen. It wasn't there. It wasn't set up for him, and he had to go out of the way to make it happen. And to me, in the history of the Warriors, it's always about why you couldn't do the move, right? Why you couldn't get Kevin Garnett, right? Why you could get – it was always oh, you almost got this, you almost got that. This was the move that wasn't there that you couldn't get that he pulled off, and it changes everything. To me, that's why it's his big move because it was really all about him in that situation. And because of that, I'm going to have to vote with that, even though Draymond is close because nobody saw that coming out of number 35 pick.
It's good, man. I can't wait to read all your writings on this, man. It's so fascinating. That Lacob Myers 10 or 15, 20 minutes, that was awesome. Just incredible. You'll be studying those tapes for years. All right, man. Thanks, Marcus. Well, can't wait for the next one. Can't wait to read you, buddy. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, Marcus Tom. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Wait till Paulie comes back tomorrow. I want to hear the Lakeub body language thing. I have you till June 30th.
Oh, Paulie Mack's going to have a full breakdown.
Oh, my God. Whether Paulie's big on, like, did Myers ever go to his face? Paulie's big thing is if you go to your face in an uncomfortable situation, like you start scratching your eye or your ear or your forehead.
Always looking for the nervous tick.
They always say the higher up on the forehead, the more uncomfortable you are. Ooh. And then there's the one where you just kind of start rubbing your neck. You're like, I remember I learned this in high school from my semantics teacher. She was like, that is a sign that somebody literally is saying metaphorically, you are a pain in my neck. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Hey, Waterboy, why am I going to my neck right now?
I think it's because Triple E's running the board. That's why.
Very good. Bobby Marks to finish the show next on The Sports Leader.
I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th. I'm going to work him to every last day till June 30th to be involved here, whether he knows it or not.
Yeah.
So he'll be here for that. And
no, that's fine. Yeah.
That's the way it's going to be. And so I think we'll be prepared, and we'll go forward, and it'll be good.
All right, the now legendary Joe Lakeub, Bob Myers interaction there. Yeah, I have you till June 30th. So many dimensions too. But before we bring on Bobby Waterboy, right? We got a little business to take care of.
Yeah, we should tell the people that the Murph and Mac Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balances, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, ESPN's NBA front office insider Bobby Marks to talk about, well, the inside of the Warriors front office. So, Bobby, welcome back to the Murph and Mac Show. Marcus Boucher sitting in for Paulie Mack today. Man, what was your reaction to the Bob Myers press conference yesterday?
I wasn't surprised that he is walking away. I think he laid it out perfectly that, this is a grind. I mean, I think it takes years off your life as far as running a team here. I think the interaction with Joe Lacob probably summed it all up. I mean, I think that played certainly it's a demanding job, and working for Joe Lacob is very demanding here. And I think, you do need to kind of, whether take a year off or 2 years off and just figure out kind of what you want to do next is probably the best thing for Bob Myers going forward here. So Joe Lacob demands excellence. He demands championships, as he said. And, it's I said it's been a grind the last, 5 or 6 years as far as, either turning the roster over or getting to the finals. So I wasn't surprised as far as Bob Myers walking away. He asked Joe Lacob, who would want to walk away from this? Well, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people out there who wouldn't, but having worked in the front office here, it's not all that it's made out to be. And I have news for people out there. It's not all that it's made out to be.
And Bobby, I wanted to ask you about that grind, because it seems like in today's sports world, everybody thinks they can be a GM because they have a fantasy football or fantasy basketball team. Talk to us about how much of a grind it is daily in and outside of the office, working in the front office in the NBA.
Well, I mean, we all get judged on wins and losses, right? How far teams go into the playoffs here, how sometimes it's a little bit easier when you're working for these rebuilding teams that are collecting lottery balls and draft picks, and there's no pressure there until maybe 3 or 4 years into that rebuild here. And when you're on a pedestal like Golden State's been, since 2015, I guess, it's a grind. I mean, it's a grind playing into late June, and then basically having to turn it all to then you go to the draft, and then you go to the free agency, and really the month of August is really kind of your own break, and then you start it all up again in September. The days kind of run into each other here, and Bob's young enough that we'll see him again somewhere, whether it be a year from now or 2 years from now. And I always say, the best thing is to kind of get away, and it gives you just a better perspective on not just Golden State, but it gives you a better perspective on all 30 teams.
Yeah, we're talking to Bobby Marks, ESPN's NBA front office insider. You mentioned Lacob at the start. I want to get back on that. I know everybody's different, right? But is there a sort of archetype NBA owner or pro sports owner that is always demanding, or do you think Lacob is on the extreme end of demanding?
No, I mean, yeah. There are different owners who are more hands off. There are certainly owners that are certainly hands on. I would consider Joe Lacob very hands on as far as building it the right way. So it's I think I'd rather have someone like that than an absentee owner. I mean, I've worked for, 6 or 7 different owners in New Jersey and Brooklyn, and some were hands-on, some were absentee. I think I would rather have someone that's kind of involved, that has an understanding of how rosters are built, has a relationship with the head coach. As we talked about, yeah, it does take a little bit of a toll when you're talking to that owner 5 or 6 times a day, or maybe more than that. And wins and losses are maybe handled a little bit differently. Certainly there's an expectation here. Certainly probably didn't end how Joe Lacob thought with that Lakers series here. But I think for me, I'd rather have the hands-on owner. And he's certainly that. I certainly think you've seen Dallas with Mark Cuban, and Joe Tsai in Brooklyn is hands-on, but you don't hear much about him. Phoenix is, certainly that's the new wave as far as, a guy dictating. But that's a little bit different. That, I think there's a hands-on, but with respect to your front office, as letting your front office go out and do their job. And I think that's how Golden State has been able to kind of navigate that.
And now Joe Lacob is telling Bob Myers he has to continue to do his job all the way up until June 30th.
I hope Bob wasn't planning like an Italian vacation in like 3 weeks.
We were joking about that earlier, that maybe he was, based on his reaction. Yes.
Yeah, but
that was one of the great reactions I've seen, and I think he was probably looking at his wife when Joe said that.
Definitely,
and, they were probably thinking like, yeah, that's not what we thought.
That was incredible.
Definitely, Bobby. So if you're in a situation, I don't know if you want to put yourself in the shoes of a Bob Myers, but how much of an impact should he or would he have on this draft when he's got 1 foot out the door?
I think you have a voice, but not I think you just you're almost like a sponge and let people bounce ideas off you as far as, they'll have prospects come in the next 3 weeks leading up to the draft. With that pick here, I think eventually they're going to have to make a decision here who's in charge. I don't think you can do the two-headed monster with Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Kirk Lakeup. I think that's going to be hard. I really do. I mean, even if we can say everybody's aligned here, but I think you have to have one voice, and whoever that voice is going to be will use Bob kind of as a sponge as far as with the draft. And certainly you're not going to be – I don't think you're going to bring somebody in from the outside here. So kind of the inner workings of this roster and the dynamics as far as what works and what doesn't work here. But, yeah, I think for Bob's role, I think you just kind of use him as a resource and ask his opinion on certain things. But eventually it's going to be someone's going to have to make the call, and it's not going to be Bob Myers.
And then, Bobby, something we've talked to you about, I think, in the last few months, but that is just, this daunting task facing the Warriors and whoever it is, the next guy. So, I mean, it didn't change. I mean, they whoever inherited it. So, I mean, do you see what is their best strategy / path to in the new CBA to staying competitive yet managing the money?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It didn't change. If Bob was here, you were still going to be facing the same challenges that you were going to be. I mean, I think, with Steph on the contract for the next 3 seasons here, I think there's a window here. If Steph Curry was on an expiring contract, I'd say, well, wait a minute, maybe there's a way you kind of, maybe go in a different direction eventually. But I think as long as he's on this roster for, 3 more seasons, then you are doing everything in your power to retain, whether it be Draymond, whether you look at Clay from an extension standpoint. I think you have to be careful as far as what some of these numbers are going to be. You're right. I mean, and we've talked about it a lot. The new CBA rules are going to be very daunting for organizations like this. I think basically the model is, I guess, Miami, right? I mean, but there's only one, not many teams can go out there and find 8 or 9 undrafted free agents and kind of, 4 of them turn into role players or starters here. That's a challenge. And I think eventually it's, it'll probably come down to how do you keep this roster intact, the core intact, and then how do you improve if it's not, through the draft or free agency. And it kind of always goes back to Jordan Poole, right? I mean, that's probably the guy that we're going to be looking at as far as what type of value he has here. But, I saw the press conference and Joe Lacob said, hey, the new rules are not going to deter us. We're going to continue to build the championship. And you can. You can do that. It's just that it makes it very hard to add outside of your own players, whether it be free agency and with trades here, unless there are these players who haven't been drafted or have been bounced around here and they stick. You sign them and they kind of fill a role there.
Yeah, and last one I got for you, Bobby. We're talking, of course, to Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider for ESPN. As someone who has experience from going from the front office to in front of a camera and in front of a microphone for this interview right here, I know Bob Myers started a podcast last year, the Lead by Example with Bob Myers podcast. Do you think that's in the future for Bob, maybe taking an adventure into the media world?
It should. I think he'd be great at it. I mean, even if it's only for a year, I mean, it kind of adds years to your life. It makes you sleep a little bit better at night here. I think, when I said it, what it does is, at least it did for me, is when you work for a team, you have blinders on because you're solely focused on that team and the people that work there and the 15 players on your roster and your coaching staff here. And at least for me, it just opened my eyes to how every organization runs. Every team is built differently here. It kind of gave me just a broader perspective. And I think if Bob ever wanted to get back into the league, and I think he certainly does, maybe a couple of years from now, or 2 years or 3 years, or maybe the next off season, getting in front of the camera, me, I'm a little bit different because I'm writing more, but it gives you that perspective because you kind of, the networking end of it keeps you kind of in the mix, but you don't come home with a win or a loss, right? The emotions are a little bit different because you don't really have a horse in the race.
Wow, it's what an interesting time. From the moment the Warriors got knocked out by the Lakers, we knew things were going to fall, and the first big one has fallen, and now we will see where it goes from there. So, Bobby, thanks for the time. We'll look forward to our next chat, and we'll watch you on ESPN. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Bobby.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, Bobby Marks on ESPN. Well, we kept saying when the Lakers, the domino's got to fall. It's got to be Bob Myers. Well, Bob Myers fell.
Yeah, guess what?
Yeah.
The first domino has fell.
Yeah. So we'll find out who Lacob hires next. Marcus Thompson seems to think it's going to be Dunleavy, which kind of keeps continuity. He's been in the building, former Warrior, etc. Did his Murph and Mac hit, that whole thing.
He got blessed by the Murph and Mac show.
Oh, man. What a day. Well, Marcus, way to step in, buddy.
Thank you, Murph.
Pinch hitter extraordinaire like Travis Ishikawa, who will join Papa in London at 10:30 today.
Look
How's
at
that?
you, Murph.
How's that?
Look
There
at you.
go. Yeah.
What a pro.
Okay. Giants, Pirates today, 12:45. Already Andy Bagley with the warning on Mitch Keller.
Yeah, dude, he's good.
You're going out there to see it.
He's one of these guys. He's one of these guys that was a top pitching prospect in all of baseball, not just the Pittsburgh Pirates. Kind of floundered out a little bit. People were calling him a bust, but this year he's having a big
6-1 I saw. Yeah, some pretty good numbers. All right, Ryan Walker's going to join the right at 10. Oh, we better get out of here then.
Yeah,
Ryan Walker,
we gotta go.
That's sort of the 3/4 release, sizzling heat, bearded Washington State Cougar, like Ron Say. We found that out today. We were like, Washington State baseball, Olerud and Say.
Go Cougs.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hi, this is Lisa Loeb, and you're listening to Murph and Mac on KNBR 680. Wake up.
Are you kidding me?
Wake up.
Are you kidding me?
Wake up, Murph.
Do I need to recreate that gif where I clap and pump my fist for you? Wait a find. Give me hear that one more time. Listen to this. This is from like 06.
Hi, this is Lisa Loeb, and you're listening to Murph and Mac on KNBR 680. Wake up.
Oh, she was so cute.
Wow.
Wearing those black glasses, those black frame glasses.
That might be the best thing Triple E's ever done for the show.
Triple E says, yeah, she's pretty cute. Remember Ethan Hawke was like her dad. I was like, come on, man. Ethan Hawke? I was like, come on. You gotta do better than Ethan Hawke.
What about the Murph man?
It was a little wake up at the end that got us. We were pretty fired up on that.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Hey, Murph, wake up.
Yeah, that's her. So we were talking about this. This all came about because Triple E has been playing sort of like sappy rejoins for Bob Meyer's departure.
Yeah,
like
he was
Good
playing
Riddance by Green.
Sarah McLachlan.
Sarah McLachlan, I will remember you. And then you guys started talking about Sarah McLachlan, and I started saying, Waterboy, you got a thing for solo acoustic females. And we started going through the list. Eventually, we got to Lisa Loeb.
And Lilith Fair.
Lilith Fair was touched on today. Lilith Fair was. I wonder where Paulie Mack comes down on Lilith Fair.
What a show.
I'm not so sure that if
what a
Paulie
show.
Mack can go. And I introduced you guys to the Indigo Girls.
Yeah, thank you, Murph.
Okay.
My life has changed.
Well, you're close. Now you're closer to fine, is what you are.
I'm closer.
All right, man. Hey, here's the deal. You just told me your next 3 days. You need to share this with people. This is like, I would follow Waterboy's itinerary if I were you. Check this out.
Well, here's the thing. Of course, we got some Giants day ball today. First pitch, 12:45. Pregame starts with Papa and London at the patio, 11:45. But then tomorrow afternoon, my sources are telling me Reggie Crawford is making his pitching debut in San Jose.
Ooh.
So I'm going to go out for a beer batter Thursday down at San Jose Muni. And then Friday, Sunken Diamond, Stanford, San Jose State baseball, baby.
Dude,
Let's go.
Can we get some
3
applause for
days
that?
in a row, baseball coming to you live.
Giants day game, Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, San Jose. I still call it San Jose Muni. Is that okay?
That's fine. They call it Excite Ballpark now. But it's always going to be San Jose
You know
Muni.
who's a big corporate name guy is a G Papa.
Wow.
I heard him talking about going to see Kyle Harrison. So he's like, so I drove up to Raley's, or no, Sutter Health. Is it called Sutter?
It's Sutter Health now.
Yeah,
it used to be Raley's.
Yeah, he goes, I drove up to Sutter Health. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
you're really committed to the corporate name, aren't
Nice.
you?
Hell yeah, Pop.
And like, because now at the NBA, it's like, whatever the
Smoothie King Arena or whatever. Yeah,
Louisville plays at the KFC Yum thing or something like that.
Crypto.com.
So you're going Excite. I'm still going San Jose.
Yeah, I'm
Muni.
going San Jose Muni. Yeah.
Smoothie King. The other one, when Candlestick changed to 3Com, that was maybe it was Monster for a while too. But 3Com was one where it was just, and I think poor Ted Robinson had to, at one point in a climactic moment of the night, he goes, and 3Com is going crazy. We were like, Oh, you can't say 3-com. You
3-com.
can't say 3-com.
Which is crazy. We're talking about ballparks changing names left and right. Correct me if I'm wrong. 808 KNBR is a number. I don't think they're changing the name of Sunken Diamond anytime soon.
There you go, buddy. There you go. So you have a great time. Good job stepping in on an emergency. Hopefully, Paulie's back tomorrow for some Joe Lacob breakdown at Triple E. Not bad. Not bad. All right.
Saved himself at the end.
It's best I can go with is not bad. Not bad. All right. Hey, Papa and Lund down on the studio or down on the patio doing the show before the Giants pregame. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, soon to break experts. You, of course, are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I mean, it's been a build-up of anxiety. You go through that first day, no call. You go through the second day, but, I'm getting calls like, all right, warm up, this is you. And then something happens, and it's like, all right, it's someone else, And I understand that. And so today I was like, all right, please be the day. I want my debut here so bad. My wife is a San Francisco native. Her whole family's here. We need it. So when I got the call, I was like, dang, all right, this is it. Let's do it. Let's see what we got.
Yes, thank you for joining us, Papa and Lund. We're live at the Public House, Gray downtown.
Johnny Walker for everybody.
Go.
Because Ryan Walker is here.
Look at that, man. Good to see you.
Good looking beard.
Dude.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Good morning.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Good.
Should we start with the beard? Where does your beard rank? Well, on the
way better than Brebius. Way better than Brebius.
Yeah, it's much cleaner. It's not this dirty looking thing.
Yeah, I try and keep it nice and nice and clean for everybody.
Do you do what Brebbia does? Like before the season, you just you shave it up, and then during the year, it just becomes this massive mess or something?
Yeah,
you do?
Literally, yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do the same thing.
You trim yours up a little bit, it looks like.
Yeah, I just started to. Well, now we have stuff to use on it, so I have access.
So great to meet you. We've been watching you come up, and it's been a great story. First of all, the extreme step toward